Chapter 1046. He killed a saint with just one attack. Yu Wushuang's pupils constricted while shock filled her eyes. Who was he? At this moment, all the cultivators throughout the city were alarmed by the commotion, and they flashed up the city walls. All of them were astounded when they saw the Saint Realm puppet which was nailed to the city walls. It was a saint. Yang Yi had killed a saint in the past, but had only accomplished that after a fierce battle. Yet now, that man had actually killed a saint in an instant. Moreover, he was only a high-rank half-saint. Who is he? The man gazed at the city with ferocity all over his face. You refuse to show yourself? All right, then I'll make your entire academy and city accompany my younger sister in death. As soon as he finished speaking, he gestured with his right hand, and the spear which was nailed to the city wall instantly transformed into a ray of light that shot into his grasp. After that, his figure shot towards the city. However, he suddenly stopped when he was about to enter through the entrance that had blasted open because Lu Weiner was standing in his path. Lu Weiner didn't speak a word, and she just swiftly swung her sword at him. A ray of sword energy shot out from the tip of her sword and instantly arrived before the man. Fuck off! He roared with fury as he swung his spear against the sword energy, and it was instantly obliterated. Lu Weiner's pupils constricted at the sight of this. Meanwhile, the man suddenly appeared in front of her, and he swung the spear down at her. Bang! The space around her instantly exploded apart. Lu Weiner's expression changed drastically. She didn't dare act carelessly before such an attack, and the quasi-void rank sword intent within her surged into her sword before she took it in both hands and flicked it upwards. Clang! An ear-piercing clang resounded. Bang! The ground beneath Lu Weiner's feet was instantly blasted into powder, and the sword in her grasp was instantly covered in cracks as well. A moment of silence ensued before the man suddenly pressed his spear down. Bang! Lu Weiner's sword shattered, and her pupils constricted even more at the sight of this. Fortunately, her reaction wasn't slow at all, and Shed dodged to the side and avoided that lethal strike at the exact same instant that her sword had shattered. However, right when she was about to retreat, the man's spear swept horizontally against her stomach. Bang! A mouthful of blood sprayed out from between her lips, and then Lu Weiner's body curved forward as it flew backwards. Swish! A ray of light flashed and shot like a bolt of lightning towards Lu Weiner's flying figure. It was extremely swift and caught up to her in an instant. Weiner! Yu Wushuang and the others were overwhelmed with rage. They wanted to go help her, but that ray of light was too swift, and they weren't able to get to her in time. Oh! Suddenly, a sword howl resounded in the sky, and then the ray of light that was shooting towards Lu Weiner shattered abruptly. At the same time, Yang Yi appeared behind Lu Weiner, and he placed his right palm against her back, causing her figure to stop immediately. Yang Yi's face turned gloomy when he saw her pale countenance and the blood on the corner of her mouth. Lu Weiner grabbed Yang Yi's hand and spoke seriously. He's very strong. Leave him to me. Yang Yi gently wiped off the blood on the corner of her mouth and said, It's best to leave such things to me in the future. I'm not looking down on you. It's because you've only just restored your Dantian, and it isn't that stable. So, you should be recuperating and getting used to it. Lu Weiner nodded lightly. Be careful. Her figure flashed and appeared on the city walls once she finished speaking. Yang Yi turned around to gaze at the black-robed man, and the Herculean sword appeared in his grasp. He didn't waste his breath at all and just stomped his right foot against the ground, and then took the Herculean sword in both hands as he swung it at the man. He knew nothing about the man's background, nor did he know why the man was looking for him. All he knew was that the black-robed man had almost killed Lu Weiner. Moreover, had always felt that attacking before talking was always the best course of action. A ferocious expression curled up on the corners of the black-robed man's mouth when he saw Yang Yi attack, and he swiftly stabbed his spear forward. The space in an area of 3 kilometers around him instantly exploded apart before the force it carried. Bang! The spear and sword collided. In an instant, it was like a volcano had erupted, and the space around them wasn't able to endure the force of the collision and instantly collapsed. The black hole created here was about to swallow them up, but it didn't take long for the laws of the world to restore the space around them to its original state. But in the next moment, their weapons collided once more. Bang! Space collapsed once more. The spectators on the city walls were astonished by this scene. They knew Yang Yi was strong, but they wondered who the black-robed man was. After all, he was actually able to fight Yang Yi. At this moment, all of them were curious about the black-robed man's identity. Lu Weiner watched Yang Yi engage in fierce combat with the black-robed man while she spoke in a low voice. Wushuang, have you figured out his identity? Yu Wushuang pondered deeply for a short moment before she replied. If I'm not wrong, then he should be from White Deer Academy. Lu Weiner was puzzled. Why? Yu Wushuang replied. Remember what that fellow, Kaiyang Jun, said when Yang Yi killed that woman called Xing Qin? He said that Xing Qin has an older brother who's a monstrous genius ranked at the 15th position amongst the younger generation of White Deer Academy. Earlier, that fellow spoke about burying the academy and city with his younger sister. So, if I'm not wrong, then he should be her older brother. White Deer Academy. Both Lu Weiner and Yu Wushuang had extremely solemn expressions on their faces. The black-robed man was only ranked at the 15th position in White Deer Academy, but his strength was already so terrifying. So, it was obvious how terrifying those monstrous geniuses who were ranked higher than him would be. When they thought about how Yang Yi would be leading the students of Ocean of Clouds Academy to compete with those monstrous geniuses, both of their hearts felt extremely heavy. Bang! Meanwhile, a huge explosion suddenly resounded from below, and both of them quickly looked towards it. At this moment, Yang Yi and the black-robed man had split apart, and the ground beneath them had collapsed into an enormous hole. Yang Yi took a deep breath while his eyes were filled with the intent to fight. His overall strength had increased immensely lately, and he needed to fight right now. It was exactly why he hadn't summoned his sword servants to help him. Of course, there was another reason. He didn't want to rely on those sword servants. Bring it on. As soon as he spoke, the Herculean sword shot forward. Because Yang Yi needed to fight to his heart's content, he was using the Herculean sword and his pure physical strength. If it was in the past, just his physical strength would have been utterly incapable of resisting the black-robed man's void-rank spear intent. Yet now, his physical strength had increased immensely, and coupled with his exceptional level of control over his strength, he was able to suppress the black-robed man's void-rank spear intent while relying solely on his physical strength. Bang! 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 Explosions resounded incessantly from the intense battle between them. In the beginning, the man had been able to rely on his void-rank spear intent to fight Yang Yi on equal ground, but it didn't take long for him to gradually fall into a disadvantaged situation. Because Yang Yi grew stronger as the battle carried on, and it was like he possessed inexhaustible strength. Moreover, Yang Ye's style in battle was quite insane. Head completely disregarded his defenses and allowed himself to be hit in order to land a blow as well. The black-robed man naturally didn't dare to risk his life like that. After all, he didn't possess such terrifying physical defenses like Yang Yi did. That was exactly why Yang Yi gradually gained the upper hand in the battle. Before long, the man's arms started to crack apart and blood seeped out incessantly from it. Head started to suffer injuries, but the killing intent in his eyes was growing denser and denser. His eyes were completely red, and he seemed like a wild beast that had gone mad. Bang! The sword and spear collided once more, and then they split apart again. Yang Yi was just about to charge forward when a terrifying, imposing aura surged out from within the man. The spear in his grasp seemed as if it had come to life, and it shook violently and howled incessantly. He's going to go all out now? Fine, it just happens to be suitable for me to test my heaven rend. Yang Ye's eyes narrowed slightly. He flipped his palm, and the ancient sheath appeared in his grasp. At the same time, an intense sword appeared in front of him. He sheathed the intense sword while void-rank sword intent surged out from within him, and a sword howl shot up and resounded through the sky. Yang Yi, die so that my younger sister can rest in peace. The black-robed man howled furiously as he swiftly threw his spear at Yang Yi. Raging dragon. Bang! The spear instantly shattered once it left his grasp, but it didn't take long for the fragments to swiftly transform into rays of golden light that converged into the form of a huge golden dragon. The golden dragon roared furiously and slammed its body in Yang Yes' direction. Bang! 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 Everywhere it passed, the space in its path collapsed inch by inch. Slash! Yang Yes' voice resounded, and then a ray of light flashed. It was 70 overlapped heaven rings. The ray of light flashed and practically no one could catch sight of it. But they saw that the huge golden dragon, which had arrived just around 10 before Yang Yi had suddenly stopped moving, and then they watched as it was instantly split into two. Countless people on the city walls seethed with excitement and cheered when they witnessed this scene. As for Yu Wushuang and Lu Weiner, they heaved huge sighs of relief. Meanwhile, the black-robed man turned pale while disbelief filled his eyes. He was confident that even a saint who hadn't relied on any external forces to attain the saint realm would have been annihilated by that attack, which was a mid-grade divine rank spear technique enhanced by void rank spear intent. However, such an attack had been destroyed with a single swing of Yang Yes' sword. After his shock passed, a wisp of resolve and viciousness surged into his eyes. Bang! A powerful aura suddenly surged out from within him, and then a faint flaming glow arose from him. Had ignited his soul. Chapter 1047. Soul Ignition. Yang Yes' eyes narrowed slightly. He hadn't expected that the man would actually ignite his soul. Soul ignition could provide a tremendous increase in strength to the user, but the price was death. What enmity does he have with me to actually not hesitate to ignite his soul? Yang Yi didn't dare act carelessly. He stretched out his right hand, and an intense sword condensed in his grasp before sheathing it. Suddenly, Yang Yes' expression changed, and he looked up into the sky. A ray of white light appeared far away in the distance, but it didn't take long for it to arrive before the black-robed man. The light dispersed, and a white-clothed man appeared before them. The white-clothed man walked over to the black-robed man, and then he lightly patted the black-robed man on the shoulder. A strand of white energy surged out from within the white-clothed man's hand and entered the black-robed man. It didn't take long for the flames on the black-robed man's body to gradually vanish. However, the black-robed man slumped down to the ground. His face was ghastly pale as he gasped for breath, and he seemed like he was terribly sick. The black-robed man stared fixedly at the white-clothed man. "Why did you stop me?" The white-clothed man spoke indifferently. "You'll have a chance to take revenge. Why do something as stupid as igniting your soul?" "He killed Xingqian." The black-robed man spoke ferociously, and he simply seemed like a roaring wild beast. "He killed Xingqian." "I know." The white-clothed man nodded slightly. "However, what if you're still unable to kill him after you ignite your soul?" The black-robed man stared fixedly at the white-clothed man in silence. The white-clothed man said, "You have to be alive if you want to avenge your younger sister." As soon as he finished speaking, the white-clothed man turned around to look at Yang Yi, as expected of the one who dares to challenge my White Deer Academy. "Your strength isn't bad at all. But didn't you go a little too far by being so ruthless against a woman?" "A woman?" Yang Yi shook his head. "In my opinion, so long as one is my enemy, then it doesn't matter if that person is a woman or not. I'll kill them all without hesitation. After all, if I were weak, then it might be the women of my academy and city that died. At that time, would you step forward and seek justice for the women of my academy and city? No, you wouldn't. So, please shut your mouth. If you want to fight, then attack. Otherwise, just fuck off." The white-clothed man gazed at Yang Yi for a long time and said, "Looks like staying here for so long has caused you to be confident to the point of believing that you're unrivaled." Suddenly, Yang Yi drew his sword, and a strand of sword energy arrived before the white-clothed man. The white-clothed man's pupils constricted slightly as he hadn't expected Yang Yi to actually attack just like that. But his reaction wasn't slow at all, and a beam of white light had surged out from him at the instant that Yang Yi had drawn his sword. Bang! A huge explosion resounded. The white light dispersed, and the white-clothed man took 10 steps back. The white-clothed man's eyes narrowed slightly while killing intent appeared within them. However, Yang Yi paid no further attention to them, and he just turned around and left. He walked off for a while before he suddenly stopped and said, "There are two reasons why I'm not killing both of you. Firstly, I don't have the time to play the game of facing your seniors after I'm done with both of you. Secondly, help me take a message back to Law Faction. It'll be on time for the competition at White Deer Academy. Doesn't the Law Faction want to kill me and destroy Ocean of Clouds Academy? If you have the ability, then feel free to come at me then." There was a wisp of ridicule visible on the corners of the white-clothed man's mouth. How laughable. "You're actually thinking of going against my White Deer Academy. All right, we'll be waiting for you. We'll be waiting for you to come with the students of your academy. Yang Yi, we know that you're trying to buy time, so that we don't act against Ocean of Clouds Academy right now. Don't worry, we'll allow it. Once you arrive at the Central Divine Prefecture, you'll realize how laughable what you said just now is." As soon as he finished speaking, he grabbed the black-robed man and vanished into the sky. After the two of them left, two rays of light flashed by, and then Taoist Gu and Jin Wuchen appeared in front of Yang Yi. Jin Wuchen spoke in a low voice. "You're really going to go to White Deer Academy in the future?" Yang Yi nodded. "I don't have a choice." He really didn't. If he didn't go, then the academy and city would definitely be annihilated while he would be pursued by the experts of White Deer Academy. He had to head there, defeat the monstrous geniuses of the Law Faction, and obtain the acknowledgement of White Deer Academy's higher-ups. Only then would he, the academy, and the city be safe. Others would only help those that had value in their eyes. He was going to White Deer Academy to prove his value. Jin Wuchen spoke in a low voice. "That place is much more terrifying than you think." "I know." Yang Yi nodded, and then he gazed at Jin Wuchen and said, "I intend to withdraw from the ancient sword school." Jin Wuchen and Taoist Gus' expressions changed slightly. A short while passed before Jin Wuchen shook his head. "I know that you don't want to drag us down with you, but do you realize how it's also an opportunity for our ancient sword school? Even though you're the dean of Ocean of Clouds Academy, you're a disciple of our ancient sword school in the end. If you really make a dazzling display during that competition, then our ancient sword school would benefit from it as well." Yang Yi spoke in a low voice. "But I might bring calamity to the sword school as well." Jin Wuchen said, "If we don't go through tough times together, then how can we share our glory?" Meanwhile, Taoist Gu nodded. "Kid, you have to realize that our ancient sword school has only produced two geniuses, Lu Weiner and you, in the recent years. Even though Weiner is an extraordinary genius in the sword Dao, she would probably only be ordinary in the Central Divine Prefecture. Only you are capable of fighting those monstrous geniuses of the Central Divine Prefecture. So, if our ancient sword school intends to go further than Pine Prefecture, then it has to rely on you." Yang Yi laughed bitterly. "Suddenly, I feel a huge amount of pressure pressing down on me. Senior, give me more divine rank treasures to relive this pressure." Jin Wuchen spoke flatly. "Now that you've mentioned that, kid, isn't it time for you to return those divine rank treasures?" Yang Ye's face stiffened, but it didn't take long for it to return to normal. He suddenly spoke in an extremely serious tone. "Senior, I'm sure you've realized that all my enemies are saints now. I might be killed at any moment without those treasures. They are treasures that keep me alive, so taking them back is equivalent to asking for my life." Taoist Gu and Jin Wuchen's faces twitched when they heard him, and then Jin Wuchen shook his head with a helpless expression on his face. "That day when we lent those treasures to you, I had a feeling that we wouldn't be able to get them back. Don't act like you've been wronged. We've unanimously decided to give those treasures to you." That Yang Yi was overjoyed in his heart, but he put on a troubled expression instead. How could I possibly accept that? Wet agreed that they were only being lent to me, yet you're speaking about giving them to me. I can't really accept that." Jin Wuchen said. "If you can't, then feel free to give it back to us." Yang Yi immediately shook his head. "How could I possibly refuse your good intentions? Don't worry, seniors. He'll definitely take good care of them." The corners of Jin Wuchen's mouth twitched, and he shook his head. You really are shameless." Yang Ye's face darkened. but it didn't make a fuss about it because they'd given him those divine rank treasures. Meanwhile, Yang Yi seemed to have thought of something and flicked a spatial ring to Taoist Gu. I got these from Welkin Wolf Demon King's treasury. They're all ores at the saint rank. I hope you can forge them into swords. Taoist Gus Divine Sense swept through the spatial ring, and his hand trembled when he saw the amount of saint rank ores within the spatial ring. A short while passed before he gulped and said, If I knew Welkin Wolf Demon King was this wealthy, I would have robbed him a long time. Yang Yi was at a loss for words. Taoist Gu took a deep breath. Kid, you came to the right person. Only I am capable of forging them throughout Pine Prefecture. Kid, just you wait. They'll make a peerless sword formation for you. Ha ha ha. As soon as he finished speaking, Taoist Gu actually transformed into a ray of light that vanished into the sky. I would definitely be the #1 expert of our sword school if he wasn't obsessed with forging. Jian Wuchen shook his head. All right, since you're fine, it's time for me to return as well. If you need something, then don't hold back because the ancient sword school will always be standing behind you. Jian Wuchen transformed into a ray of light that vanished into the horizon after he finished speaking. Yang Yi's heart felt warm as he gazed at the direction they left towards. No matter what, the ancient sword school had always treated him as one of their own. Yang Yi remained silent for a long time before he gazed towards the north. Sky Divine Hall. Lu Qianxiao. I have half a month left. A long time passed before Yang Yi withdrew a talisman and crushed it. It didn't take long for Qing and Hong to appear before him. Hong spoke coldly. Why did you summon us? Yang Yi asked. Has the Python clan taken any action lately? Qing shook her head lightly. Since you drove the Welkin Wolf clan out of Welkin Wolf Mountain Range, there has been a difference in opinion within the Python clan. Many elders proposed that the clan should take the initiative to repair its relationship with Ocean of Clouds Academy, but their proposals were denied by the current patriarch. Yang Yi said, because he wants to gain the protection and support of Sky Divine Hall, right? Qing nodded. Sky Divine Hall seems to have promised him something. Yang Yi nodded. Let's go. Qing was puzzled. Where? Yang Yi replied, to the Python clan. Qing was pleasantly surprised. You intend to help us reclaim control over the Python clan? Yang Yi nodded. But the Python clan has formed an alliance with the Steel Ape clan. They'd agreed to face everything together. Won't we? That's perfect. They'll deal with them at once. Chapter 1048. Yang Yi had to deal with these two clans before he traveled to Sky Divine Hall. Otherwise, how could he possibly be at ease as he headed there? He hadn't dealt with them before this because the Ocean of Clouds Academy had just undergone a war, and it needed to recuperate. But it wasn't the same now. Yang Yi possessed 10 Saint Realm sword servants, so he didn't need to use the forces of the academy and city. It didn't take long for Yang Yi to arrive where the Python clan resided, Dark Forest Mountain Range, under the guidance of Qing and Hong. They'd only just arrived here when a middle-aged man and 6 old men appeared before them. The middle-aged man who led the ground spoke gloomily. Lung Qing, Lung Hong. Both of you actually dared to come back. Qing said, he's the current patriarch of the Python clan, Wang Meng. Wang Meng and the others immediately gazed at Yang Yi when they heard Qing, and Wang Meng's expression instantly changed. You're Yang Yi from Ocean of Cloud City. The expressions of the other old men by Wang Meng's side changed when they heard him, and they gazed at Yang Yi with shock. The name, Yang Yi, could be considered to be on par with Lu Qianxiao in Pine Prefecture. He wasn't just the youngest dean in the history of Ocean of Clouds Academy, he was the one half saint in the history of Pine Prefecture to kill a saint. Of course, the most important point was the way he did things. It was blood, ruthless and merciless. Yang Yi had another name in Pine Prefecture. He was called the God of Death. In the opinions of those who'd investigated Yang Yi like Wang Meng, he felt that the name God of Death absolutely suited Yang Yi. Besides killing without batting an eyelid, there was another thing about Yang Yi which Wang Meng feared, and it was how Yang Yi was a complete madman. The information Head gathered revealed that Yang Yi was one who attacked in the face of even the slightest disagreement. Moreover, Yang Yi never thought of the consequences when he attacked. For example, The incident where Yang Yi slaughtered all the students of Ocean of Clouds Academy's secret court. When he acted like a madman, he even killed his own. The most terrifying part was that the madman possessed formidable strength. Yang Yi gazed at Wang Meng and asked, "You recognize me?" Wang Meng spoke in a low voice, "Your reputation reverberates like thunder throughout the prefecture. So how could I not recognize you? I'm really curious about why you've brought 2 traitors of my Python clan here. To get even with you." Yang Yi glanced at Wang Meng and the others. The war between Ocean of Clouds Academy and Welkin Wolf Mountain Range was just between us, yet your Python clan just had to interfere. I think that I should get even with your clan today. He's here to get even with us. Wang Meng's face fell. Yang Yi, I know that you possess 10 mysterious Saint Realm puppets, but do you think that you can destroy my Python clan and the Steel Ape clan with just 10 Saint Realm puppets? Wang Meng paused for a moment when he spoke up to this point, and then he continued, Yang Yi, regardless of whether it's your academy or my Python clan, we all need to recuperate. Starting another war isn't beneficial to any one of us. Yang Yi replied, I can't rest at ease without destroying all of you. Wang Meng and the others' faces fell, and Wang Meng started laughing from the extreme rage he experienced. Is that so? Let me see how you, Yang Yi, destroy us. Wang Meng suddenly raised his voice at this point. Ape King, since you're here, then why don't you show yourself? As soon as Wang Meng finished speaking, a wave of spatial fluctuation appeared not too far away, and then a robust man and 7 more old men appeared here. 14 saints. Qing and Hong's faces fell. Yang Yi had 10 Saints Realm puppets, and there were only 12 saints on their side, even if they were included. But their enemy had 14 saints. How would they fight this battle? Yang Yi, we don't want to fight Ocean of Clouds Academy to the death. The Ape King's gaze descended upon Yang Yi as he said, just as the Python King said, regardless of whether it's your academy, the Python clan, or my Ape clan, all of us need to recuperate well. Starting a war isn't beneficial to any one of us. Don't you think so too? Yang Yi fell silent for a long time. In the end, he shook his head. We seem to be at peace right now, but I firmly believe that so long as you're given the chance, then all of you wouldn't hesitate to attack my academy. Since we can't avoid a battle in the future, then why shouldn't I seize this moment to act right now? As soon as Yang Yi finished speaking, he drew his sword. The intense sword shattered, and a beam of sword energy flashed. It was 80 overlapped heaven rends, and it was even enhanced by void rank sword intent. A moment of silence ensued, and then Wang Meng's eyes opened wide as he gazed at Yang Yi with disbelief. You? Wang Meng hadn't even been able to finish speaking when his body was split into 2 before the astonished gazes of everyone here, and a pillar of blood shot into the sky and rained down along with countless bits of internal organs. After that, an endless wave of spirit energy swept towards the surroundings. Yang Yi had killed a saint with a single swing of his sword. Everyone here was astounded. Yang Yi waved his right hand and 10 shadowy figures appeared by his side. Meanwhile, an intense sword appeared once more in his grasp, and he sheathed it before he gazed at the Ape King. How about you? The Ape King's eyelids twitched. Could he resist that attack? If it was in the past, he would say that even 10 wasn't a problem. Yet now, it wasn't that he couldn't resist that attack, it was that he knew he would definitely be heavily injured by it even if he succeeded. Moreover, once he was heavily injured, then the Steel Ape clan would face annihilation. The Ape King spoke in a low voice, Yang Yi, do you really intend to fight us to the death? It was all of you who wanted to destroy my academy, and it isn't I who insists on fighting all of you to the death. Yang Yi continued, my academy will fight Sky Divine Hall no matter what, and I don't want to worry about being stabbed in the back by your clans while we fight Sky Divine Hall. So, I can't rest at ease without destroying both of your clans. Yang Yi was about to attack once he spoke up to this point, but the Ape King suddenly said, Yang Yi, if you're worried about that, then you can rest at ease. I guarantee that my Steel Ape clan won't act against your academy. You guarantee it? Yang Yi laughed coldly. What are you willing to do to make me believe you? The Ape King spoke in a low voice. The reason my Steel Ape clan and the Python clan attacked your academy was because that existence from the Central Divine Prefecture promised us some rewards in exchange for joining forces to destroy Ocean of Clouds Academy. But in the end, we didn't receive a single one of those promised rewards. Not only did we lose countless members of our clans, we gained nothing from attacking Ocean of Clouds Academy. I'm not interested in all of that. Yang Yi continued, all I want to know is how you'll convince me. The Ape King gazed at Yang Yi for a long time. In the end, he said, I swear on my soul that so long as your academy doesn't attack my ape clan, then my ape clan will absolutely not attack Ocean of Clouds Academy. If I go against this promise, then it'll pay with my life. As soon as he finished swearing, the Ape King's face was gloomy to the extreme. After all, being forced to make such an oath by a human was definitely an absolute insult to him. However, he had to do it. The joint forces of the Steel Ape clan and Python clan surpassed Yang Ye's side in terms of the number of saints they possessed, but the saints on his side were living beings while the saints on Yang Ye's side were puppets. If they were to take each other down in battle, then even a fool would know which side would suffer worse losses. Moreover, the most important point was that those shadowy figures on Yang Ye's side felt extremely dangerous to him. Besides him, it could be said that all the other saints on his side were inferior to those shadowy figures on Yang Ye's side. So, if they were to fight, then there was a very high chance that his side lost. Based on the way Yang Yi did things, his Steel Ape clan would definitely be slaughtered if they lost the battle. So, he had no choice but to seek peace with Yang Yi. Was it a grieving? Of course it was, but he had no other choice. Yang Yi gazed at the Ape King for a long time, and then he said, remember what you said here today. If I find out that your ape clan harbors any ill intent towards my academy in the future, then your ape clan will vanish from the prefecture. Ape King, I want you to understand that I am threatening you. And you have to realize that even if the academy and city are destroyed, your clan can dream of living in peace while I, Yang Yi, am still alive. So, if you intend to arouse ill intent towards my academy in the future, then think a little more about me. If it was possible, he naturally wanted to destroy the Steel Ape clan to put an end to all future troubles. But if he were to attack now and push them into a corner, then they would definitely ignite their souls and fight him to the death. Even if he could win then, he would definitely lose a huge amount of those Saint Realm sword servants. He needed them to deal with Sky Divine Hall, so it really wasn't worth it to waste them here. Head slaughtered Wang Mang with a single attack to deter the Ape King and the other saints. The facts of the situation proved that Head succeeded. The Ape King gazed at Yang Yi for a long time, and then he said, "He'll remember what you said." As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and vanished with the other experts of the Ape Clan. The faces of the remaining saints from the Python clan were extremely unsightly when they saw the Ape King lead his forces away. Since the Ape Clan didn't intend to interfere, then how could their Python clan be a match for Yang Yi? However, it was impossible to make them surrender, because they were very clearly aware that once a clan of demon beasts surrendered to humans, it represented that they would be enslaved for generations. Death was better than eternal slavery. Once the Ape King left, Yang Yi gazed at the remaining saints of the Python clan and said, "I don't want to force all of you into a corner. From today onward, Qing will be your Python clan's new patriarch. I presume all of you have no objections, right? You intend to use her to take control of my Python clan." A saint of the Python clan spoke in a low voice, "Dream on." OM. A beam of sword energy flashed, and then that saint's eyes suddenly opened wide before his body was split apart, just like Wang Mang. Countless strands of spirit energy started to seep out from the old man's body, and it didn't take long for spirit energy to form a mist around them. Meanwhile, the remaining saints of the Python clan were shocked and furious, and they were about to attack. "Try me if you dare." Yang Yi's ghastly voice resounded. Chapter 1049. The faces of the 5 remaining saints were unsightly to the extreme, but there still wasn't a single one of them who dared to attack. Attack? Attacking would be equivalent to death. After all, Yang Yi's side possessed absolute strength over them now. A grin suddenly appeared on the corners of Yang Yi's mouth. "Actually, I hoped that all of you would attack me. because then I can annihilate all of you. To be honest, I really want to eliminate all future troubles. But it can't be helped. Qing told me that I just have to kill the patriarch of the Python clan. Because Wang Meng took the position of patriarch, which should have been hers. Moreover, all of you played a part in allowing them to survive all those years ago. When he spoke up to this point, Yang Yi glanced at them and said, "Understand? I'm not killing all of you because I owe Qing. Now, I'm returning that favor to her. To be honest, if it wasn't for them, I would have annihilated you Python clan by now." What Yang Yi said was partially true yet partially untrue. The truth was that he would have really annihilated the Python clan if it wasn't for Qing and Hong. Because the Python clan was very close to Ocean of Clouds Academy, so it was very easy for it to launch a surprise attack against the Academy. He didn't want the Academy to have a neighbor that was hostile towards it. As for the untrue part, it wasn't because he owed Qing that he refused to kill them. On the contrary, he hoped to make Qing owe him instead. If he killed all 5 of them, then the Python clan's strength would definitely suffer a sharp decline, and it would definitely be reduced to attuned rate power if it only had 2 saints left. He was confident that it wasn't something Qing and Hong wished to see. Sure enough, Qing glanced at Yang Yi with a wisp of gratitude in her eyes. Even Hong did the same. The Python clan was their home, so they naturally didn't want to see it be reduced to attuned rate power. However, they were very well aware that they didn't have any room to negotiate with Yang Yi right now. If Yang Yi wanted to destroy the Python clan, then they could only watch. Fortunately, he didn't do that, and was even helping them win over the other saints of the Python clan. When they found out that Qing and Hong were the reason that Yang Yi wasn't crushing them and the Python clan, their gazes towards Qing and Hong grew much gentler. In the beginning, they'd thought that Qing and Hong had brought him here to take revenge on their clan. But obviously, that wasn't the case. Qing and Hong just wanted to reclaim what belonged to them. All the saints here felt relieved when they thought up to this point. A moment of silence ensued before one of the old men said, "Qing, we supported Wang Meng all those years ago because the patriarch of the Python clan must be a saint. But you were only a high-rank half-saint at that time. To be honest, not to mention others, even we wouldn't be satisfied if a high-rank half-saint assumed the position of patriarch in the clan. I won't speak further about the past. In any case, Wang Meng is dead, and you've attained the saint realm. So, you deserve to assume the position of patriarch in our Python clan." The other saints by the old man's side nodded with agreement and displayed that they had no objections. Qing nodded lightly, and then she gazed at Yang Yi. "From this moment onward, my Python clan will be allied with Ocean of Clouds Academy. We'll live and die together in the future." Yang Yi nodded lightly. "I agree to the alliance on behalf of Ocean of Clouds Academy." The other saints exchanged glances when they heard Yang Yi and Qing, and there was a trace of helplessness in their eyes. There were benefits from allying themselves with the Academy, and it was that even the #1 clan of demon beasts in the south, the Bear Clan, wouldn't dare to attack the Python clan while it was backed by a platinum rank power like Ocean of Clouds Academy. However, there were disadvantages as well, and it was that Ocean of Clouds Academy was enemies with Sky Divine Hall right now. Sky Divine Hall was the #1 power in Pine Prefecture. If Ocean of Clouds Academy went to war with Sky Divine Hall in the future, it represented that their Python clan would have to join the battle as well. If they were given a choice, they would definitely choose not to support any side. But they clearly had no right to choose right now. "Come with me." Yang Yi glanced at Qing and Hong, and then he vanished into the sky. A few thousand kilometers away, Yang Yi stopped and flicked 5 rays of light towards Qing and Hong. The light dispersed to reveal 5 golden fruits. Yang Yi said, "These are adamantium fruits and—" "Adamantium fruits." Qing suddenly interrupted Yang Yi and cried out involuntarily, You said that they are adamantium fruits?" Yang Yi nodded. "You know about them?" Qing took a deep breath and said, "Of course I do. Adamantium fruits are divine treasures to us of the demon race, because it can significantly strengthen our bodies, and there are no side effects. Not to mention in our prefecture, it's definitely rare even in the central divine prefecture." Yang Yi said, "It is a treasure indeed. 2 out of those 5 are for the both of you. Even though both of you are saints, if I'm to be honest, then your bodies are still too weak and can't even compare to me. Both your strengths will definitely increase significantly once you've consumed these adamantium fruits. At that time, you'll be able to deter those 5 old fellows in your clan. Qing spoke in a low voice. It's too precious. However, Hong immediately took the adamantium fruits and said, he definitely has a huge amount, and that's why he gave these to us. We can't refuse his kind intentions. Big sister. Qing glared at Hong, and the latter puckered her lips. Yang Yi shook his head. I still have more of these, so just keep them. Use 2 of them. As for the rest, I suggest you use them to win over the experts of your clan. Qing hesitated for a moment before she nodded. Thank you. If you need anything in the future, then feel free to say the word. Yang Yi chuckled. I will. Of course, don't hold back if you encounter any problems as well. They'll be leaving now. Farewell. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi turned around and vanished into the sky. Hong suddenly said, actually, he's quite a nice guy. Qing glanced at Hong with surprise. Didn't you really hate him? Hong grunted coldly. It's his fault for acting like he's matchless throughout the world. Qing chuckled. Let's go. We have many things to deal with in our clan. As soon as she finished speaking, both of them vanished on the spot. Ocean of Cloud City. Cloud Ocean Pavilion. At this moment, only Yang Yi and Yu Wushuang were in Yang Ye's room. Yang Yi walked over to her and said, they'll be heading to Sky Divine Hall in half a month from now. If I don't come back, then remember to immediately disband the academy and the city. Tell everyone to leave. As for you, Wainer, and the others, immediately hide yourselves. Under no circumstances are you to return to the ancient sword school, because it might not be able to protect all of you at that time. Yu Wushuang was horrified. What are you trying to say? Yang Yi grinned. Don't worry. I'm just planning for the worst. If I fall in Sky Divine Hall, then Sky Divine Hall will definitely not spare all of you. Even if Sky Divine Hall spares all of you, White Deer Academy wouldn't. So, you have no choice but to disband the academy and city. Only then would all of you have a chance to survive. Can you not go there? Yu Wushuang grabbed Yang Ye's hands while she pleaded. Yang Yi shook his head. I have to go. Because they won't let us go even if I don't go. There must be an end to the enmity between Sky Divine Hall and Ocean of Clouds Academy, and there must be an end to the enmity between Lu Qianxiao and me. It's unavoidable, and I don't want to avoid it. The reason he told Yu Wushuang all of this wasn't because he wasn't confident in his ability to face Sky Divine Hall and Lu Qianxiao. He just felt that it was best to prepare for the worst in every situation. Yu Wushuang shook her head. No, I want to disband the academy and city. Yang Yi frowned a little, and he was about to speak, but Yu Wushuang spoke before he could. If something really happens to you, then even disbanding the academy and city is pointless. Because if a platinum rank power wants to find us, then it's truly beyond easy. So, if you want us to be safe, then you must come back alive. Yu Wushuang seemed extremely serious when she spoke up to this point. Yang Yi, you must remember that you are related to the fate of many people. Nothing can happen to you at all. Once something does happen to you, then many in the city, academy, Lu Wainer, I, and many others might be buried along with you. Because you've offended a huge number of people and powers, and it's absolutely easy for them to annihilate all of us once you're gone. So, you must come back. You must. Yang Yi and Yu Wushuang looked each other in the eyes for a long time. In the end, he rubbed her head and said, You're right, I shouldn't have thought about all of that for no reason. I promise that he'll definitely come back. Yu Wushuang asked, Definitely? Yang Yi smiled, Definitely. Yu Wushuang nodded lightly. I believe you. Yang Yi smiled and chatted with her for a while before he left the city again, and he arrived at a plain that was deep within Welkin Wolf Mountain Range. Yang Yi glanced at his surroundings and confirmed that there was no one here before he waved his right hand. The 10 shadowy figures appeared here and surrounded him. Yang Yi slowly clenched his fists as a strand of slaughter intent seeped out from within him. The slaughter intent gradually grew stronger, and his hair and eyes started to turn blood red. He was about to head to Sky Divine Hall, and he hoped to truly take control of Heaven's gravestone by then. If it was in the past, then he would have definitely not dared to summon Heaven's gravestone. Yet now, his will had been tempered by stellar energy, and it was countless times stronger than before. Now, he was confident in his ability to resist Heaven's gravestone's corruption. Heaven's gravestone. As soon as he finished speaking, a pillar of blood shot into the sky. Chapter 1050. Was Heaven's gravestone strong? That was beyond any doubt. Heaven's gravestone was absolutely strong. However, if he couldn't control it, then it didn't make a difference no matter how strong Heaven's gravestone was. Because once he used it, he would be corrupted to the point of becoming a mindless machine of slaughter. If a sword cultivator, and especially a strong one, was enslaved by his own sword, then it was an absolutely pitiable thing. Simply speaking, if he couldn't truly control Heaven's gravestone, then it was no different than a piece of scrap metal. Moreover, it would be a piece of scrap metal that might turn against him at any moment. So, he had to take control of Heaven's gravestone. As soon as Yang Yi finished speaking, the heart of slaughter within him trembled slightly, but it didn't take long for it to fall silent and not move at all. Yang Yi was stunned. After all, Head utilized his slaughter intent, so it made him wonder why Heaven's gravestone didn't show itself. Yang Yi pondered deeply for a moment, and then he activated his slaughter intent again. However, there was still no sign of Heaven's gravestone. Heaven's gravestone, what are you doing? Haven't you wanted to come out here since the very beginning? I'm letting you come out now, so quickly show yourself, said Yang Yi. Shameless human. Heaven's gravestone's furious voice suddenly resounded in Yang Yi's mind. You shameless human. You only summon me when you encounter experts you can't defeat, and you try to make me die for you. I won't fall for your tricks. Yang Yi was speechless. It took quite some time for Yang Yi to recover from his surprise. Actually, his mind was in quite a bit of disorder. Head never imagined that Heaven's gravestone would actually refuse to show itself, and the reason was actually so absurd. However, it did make sense. As soon as Heaven's gravestone emerged from the seal within the ancient sword school, it was first tortured by the tiny vortex. Then when it was finally able to emerge once more, it was crushed by that mysterious woman. Moreover, Heaven's gravestone suffered quite a bit on both occasions. Now, Heaven's gravestone was probably mentally scarred. Yang Yi thought for a moment before he said, Heaven's gravestone, I'm not tricking you this time, so quickly show yourself. I'm all alone. Well, fight one-on-one this time. One-on-one. Heaven's gravestone roared furiously. What bullshit? Would you even let me show myself if you haven't encountered any danger? If I'm not wrong, then you've definitely encountered some sort of terrifying existence again, and you intend to trick me into dying for you. Let me tell you that I won't fall for it. I'll just stay right here. It's much safer than going outside. The corners of Yang Yi's mouth twitched, and he said, Can't you sense whether there are any formidable enemies before me? Sense my ass. Heaven's gravestone roared. That tiny vortex of yours has isolated my senses. I can't see anything or sense anything. In short, I'm not coming out there, so you can just give up. Yang Yi's face was completely dark. He remained silent for a moment before he spoke in a low voice. Heaven's gravestone, is that even necessary? You're actually terrified of a woman? To think that your name is Heaven's gravestone. You really bring shame to that name. You fool. Do you know who that woman is? Heaven's gravestone was practically howling. That woman's strength far surpasses the limits of this world. She shouldn't even be here. She shouldn't be here. Not to mention that I'm not at the Emperor rank. Even if I advanced to the Emperor rank, I would probably still be no match for her. You shameless and despicable fellow. You really brought hell upon me by making me fight her. Yang Yi's pupils constricted slightly. He knew she was very strong, but he didn't know that she was strong to such an extent. Only after he heard Heaven's gravestone, Yang Yi finally realized that Head really underestimated her strength. Wasn't it impossible for existences above the Saint Realm to be in this world? Yang Yi spoke in a low voice. Her strength far surpasses the Saint Realm. So why is she able to be here? Heaven's gravestone replied, When your fist is strong to a certain extent, then even the heavens has to give you face. Understand? Yang Yi spoke with astonishment. You're saying that the heavens can't do anything about her presence here? That's why she's terrifying. Heaven's gravestone spoke solemnly. Existences above the Saint Realm are already capable of posing a significant threat to the Heaven Tao of this world. However, they still dare not go against the Heaven Tao. Because if they drive it to a corner, then not to mention an existence above the Saint Realm, even 100 experts above the Saint Realm wouldn't be able to change anything. So, the experts of this world would be forced to leave once they surpass the Saint Realm. What if they refuse? The Heaven Tao will fight them then, and you can refuse to leave if you think that you can face the Heaven Tao on your own. Understand now? That woman should be in existence who can fight the Heaven Tao on her own. So, she's countless times stronger than those existences above the Saint Realm who were forced to leave. Heaven's gravestone paused for a moment when it spoke up to hear, and then it continued, I'm really very curious. Why did you become enemies with her? Of course, I'm even more curious about why you're still alive right now. Yang Yi thought for a moment before he spoke in a flat tone. She's mine. What nonsense. Heaven's gravestone roared with fury. Just look at yourself. You're weak like an ant. How could she possibly like you? Yang Yi replied, Then tell me why she didn't kill me. Heaven's gravestone answered, How would I know? Haven't you heard a saying we humans have? Quarrels between lovers are unavoidable yet don't last for long. We were quarreling that day, and it just got a little out of hand. So, we fought each other. But I was no match for her, and summoned you to help me. I just never expected you to be completely crushed. Yang Yi continued, however, We've made up with each other now. So, be careful or I'll ask her to pull you out and transform you into scrap metal. Don't even try to scare me. Heaven's gravestone howled. Trust me, I'll detonate myself and take you with me. The corners of Yang Yi's mouth twitched. Heaven's gravestone was hiding deep within his heart, right now, and had completely merged with his heart. If Heaven's gravestone detonated itself, then he would definitely die as well. Yang Yi remained silent for a while before he spoke seriously. Heaven's gravestone, you're a sword, and I'm a sword cultivator. It's beneficial to both of us if we work together. But if we fight each other, then both of us would be finished. Right? Heaven's gravestone remained silent. Yang Yi continued, You're a sword while I'm a sword cultivator, so we should be working together and not fighting each other. Just think about it. What have we gotten by being enemies since we met each other? All we have done is bring harm to each other. Let's put an end to it here today. If you don't want to work together with me, then leave. I won't stop you. If you want to take control of me, then you have to weigh the consequences clearly. Regardless of whether it's that woman of mine or the tiny vortex, both of them have ways to deal with you. A long moment of silence ensued before Heaven's gravestone spoke solemnly, Human, it isn't that I want to take control of you. It's because you're too weak and are completely incapable of enduring my strength and desire to kill. Isn't that something you control yourself? Yang Yi continued, Can't you just make it not corrupt me? You're wrong. Heaven's gravestone spoke solemnly. I'm formed from the desire to slaughter and evil energy, so we are one and the same. If you want to take control of me, then you must be able to endure the desire to kill an evil energy I carry. But you are too weak, and you can't endure it at all. Yang Yi asked, You're saying that you have no intention to take control of me? It's actually because I wasn't able to endure the desire to kill you possess, and it took control of me instead? You can explain it like that. Heaven's gravestone continued, To explain it like how you humans do, I'm like a ball of fire. I have no intention to burn you, but you wanted to take control of me and placed me on your palm. However, you weren't strong enough and were injured by my flames instead. Yang Yi said, They say that there are no good or bad swords, and it all depends on the owner's heart. But you just happen to be the complete opposite. Heaven's gravestone explained, I've formed intelligence of my own. Even though I want to improve myself through endless slaughter, I'm very well aware that I don't have the ability to do as I please yet. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been willing to be sealed in the ancient sword school for so many years. However, my nature makes it so that I want to kill, and even I am unable to control my nature. So, how could you possibly control me? Yang Yi frowned. Then why did you try to tempt me to accept your strength? Because I wanted to take full control of you. Heaven's gravestone continued, I'm a sword. If I want to bring forth my true strength, then I need a person to act as a medium. You're a sword cultivator, and you're even one who possesses slaughter intent. So, if I'm able to take full control of you, then I can use you to immensely improve my strength. However, you will surpass my expectations a little, and you were barely able to resist my corruption. Even then, it's still far from sufficient to take full control of me. You're not being so overbearing anymore. Yang Yi continued, if I'm not wrong, you should be aware that you're unable to fully enslave me now, right? Heaven's gravestone spoke solemnly. I don't know if that woman is yours, but while she can't help you take control of me, she has the ability to destroy me or seal me. Besides that, the tiny vortex within you is capable of destroying me or sealing me. Just as you've said, we have to work together. However, whether you're able to resist the corruption of my desire to kill is up to you. Yang Yi remained silent for a short while, and then he said, show yourself. I want to give it a try. As you wish. As soon as it finished speaking, a pillar of blood shot into the sky. Yang Yi instantly turned blood red. At the same time, a blood-red sword appeared in his grasp. It has only just appeared in his grasp when a cut was easily sliced upon on his palm, and then threads of his blood surged out incessantly and into Heaven's gravestone. Why are you taking my blood? As soon as he finished speaking these words, Yang Yi's eyes slowly turned blood red as well. Heaven's gravestone spoke in a low voice. My nature is that of slaughter, and bloodthirstiness is part of my nature as well. I either take the blood of my enemies or the blood of my host. Remember that if I show myself, then blood must flow. If the blood of others doesn't flow, then yours will. Yang Yi didn't answer it. At this moment, his eyes were completely blood red. Yang Yi's body was trembling violently while strands of slaughter intent and evil energy were surging out incessantly from within him, and it blasted the shadowy figures over 5 kilometers away. However, Yang Yi didn't start to go mad as he had in the past. After around 4 hours passed, Yang Yi still hadn't gone mad. The blood red in his right eye started to fade. In next to no time, his right eye regained its clarity, but it didn't take long for his right eye to gradually turn blood red again. However, it only took a moment for his right eye to start regaining its clarity again. Just like that, his right eye was incessantly cycling through such states. Before long, Yang Yi gazed at one of the Saint Realm's sword servants that stood far away from him. Kill. No. Kill. No. Mad and awake? Heaven's gravestone muttered softly. Chapter 1051. At this moment, Yang Yi's left eye was blood red while his right eye was clear. It was extremely strange. He was emanating monstrous slaughter intent and an evil aura, but the strange thing was that the slaughter intent and evil aura were alternating with void rank sword intent. It was extremely strange. A long time passed before Yang Yi slowly closed his eyes, and the blood-red sword in his grasp vanished. Another hour passed, and the slaughter intent and evil aura he emanated vanished as well. It didn't take long after that for him to return to normal. Heaven's gravestone had been pushed back into his heart again. Because Heaven's gravestone hadn't resisted, so it was extremely easy for him to push it back this time. Long later, Yang Yi's eyes opened slowly. He laughed bitterly as he gazed at the bloodstain on his palm. I'm still unable to fully resist your corruption. Actually, you're really not bad. Meanwhile, Heaven's gravestone spoke in a low voice. At the very least, you weren't completely enslaved by my slaughter intent and evil energy. Yang Yi spoke curiously. Could it be that you don't hope to enslave me? Heaven's gravestone spoke seriously. You must remember that I'm a highly intelligent being, and I make choices that are most beneficial to me. A highly intelligent being. The corners of Yang Yi's mouth twitched, and a short while passed before he shook his head. No matter what, working together is beneficial to both of us. Unfortunately, I'm unable to fully resist the slaughter intent and evil energy you possess. So, it's still quite dangerous for me to summon you and use you against my enemies. Just as Heaven's gravestone had said, had partially lost his mind, yet still maintained partial clarity earlier. At that time, there was a voice ceaselessly telling him to destroy everything. But there was also another voice in his mind, and it told him not to kill. It could be said that he was in a state where he was awake for a while and lost for another while. Such a state was extremely dangerous, because he was only a single thought away from killing or not killing. I need blood, a huge amount of blood. Meanwhile, Heaven's gravestone spoke abruptly. It's best if it's the blood of experts. Only blood can help me recover quickly and grow stronger. That's the only request I have. You must ceaselessly provide me with blood. Yang Yi spoke in a low voice. Firstly, you have to realize that both you and I are too weak. If I'm really enslaved by you or you go slaughter without restraint, then I guarantee that we'll definitely be killed. Of course, I guarantee that if there's blood, then he'll definitely give it to you. In any case, you should have realized by now that I have quite a few enemies. Quite a long time passed before Heaven's gravestone spoke. All right. Yang Yi nodded, and then he raised his head and gazed towards the north. A short while passed before he issued a command in his heart, and the dark sword wings were detached from his body. Yang Yi gazed silently at it, and then he withdrew a fruit of creation. Devour it. Yang Yi issued a command in his heart, and then a ray of light shot out from the sword wings and enveloped the fruit of creation. It didn't take long for the fruit of creation to transform into specks of golden energy that poured into the dark sword wings that were in the form of a cape right now. The dark sword wings immediately started to tremble violently when the golden energy entered it, and then a faint layer of golden radiance appeared around it. Yang Yi's face turned solemn. The mysterious woman had said that the fruit of creation could be utilized to improve the quality of a treasure. He didn't know if she was telling the truth. It would be fine if she was telling the truth, but if she wasn't, then he would have truly suffered a great loss at this moment. He only had 5 fruits of creation. Head consumed 1, given Lu Weiner 1, and only 3 remained. Now that Head used another, only 2 remained. The fruit of creation contained extraordinarily pure energy. So, not to mention that he was only a half-saint right now, it would still be effective even after Head attained the saint realm. So, it would be great if it could improve the sword wings, but he would really spit out a mouthful of blood if it couldn't. The reason he wanted to improve the sword wings was naturally for the battle he had to fight in half a month from now. He didn't fear Lu Qianxiao, but he wouldn't underestimate Lu Qianxiao as well, and he would absolutely not underestimate Sky Divine Hall. Even though the Endless Devil sect was there in the north to tie down Sky Divine Hall's forces, he refused to ever place his hopes on others. It was always best to rely on oneself. Yang Yi watched as the sword wings gradually trembled even more violently, and then Yang Yi noticed that it was slowly undergoing a transformation. Yang Yi was overjoyed by this scene. The sword wings were at the mid-grade of the divine rank, and his speed far surpassed saints when he utilized them. If they were improved to the high grade of the divine rank, then how terrifying would they be? How swift would they be if he used his laws of speed simultaneously? Yang Yi couldn't help but feel quite excited when he thought of such possibilities. Yang Yi naturally understood that treasures were only auxiliary sources of strength, and he wouldn't rely on them too much. However, in his opinion, one would be a fool to not use any treasures at all. Treasures could be used. One just couldn't become dependent on them. The sword wings were undergoing a transformation, and Yang Yi didn't just stand by idly. He sat cross-legged on the ground and continued to draw stellar energy into his body. The stronger his body became, the stronger his brink laws would be. In short, his goal was to grow strong. His goal was to make himself even stronger than before. Time passed by slowly, and Yang Yi's body grew stronger and stronger from being tempered by stellar energy. As for the sword wings, while it hadn't transformed into a high-grade divine rank treasure after being transformed under the energy of the fruit of creation, there was a faint layer of golden light around it now. Yang Yi felt that the sword wings had undergone a true transformation from inside out. He couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief when he realized this. Obviously, the fruit of creation worked, and he hadn't wasted one of them. After that, besides tempering his body like a madman, Yang Yi practiced his control of strength. While Head grasped the methods to manipulate strength from the mysterious woman, he knew that he could do better. Or to be more precise, the more he practiced how to allow the heavy to be light and vice versa, he realized how lacking his control of strength was. Unfortunately, she wasn't here, or he would definitely be able to improve even more quickly. 10 days later, Yang Yi stood on a rock while the Herculean sword in his grasp was pointed at an angle towards the ground. His eyes were closed, and he seemed like he was in a meditative state. Suddenly, Yang Yi opened his eyes, and he tapped the Herculean sword forward. Bang! A black spot appeared at the tip of his sword. It was formed from a shattered spot of space. A slight smile appeared on Yang Yi's face. If it was in the past, then the force within his sword would have definitely collapsed the space in over 100 m around him. Yet now, he was able to control it to the point it didn't leak out at all. Or to be more precise, Head made his strength truly converge at a single spot. It was the same amount of strength, but when controlled in a different manner, it could display an utterly different destructive power. Yang Yi glanced at the Herculean sword and spoke softly. My current cultivation in the body is definitely not inferior to the divine valor realm, and my current control of strength far surpasses my control in the past. If I were to utilize the Brink laws now, then it'll definitely be able to multiply my physical strength by 35 to 40 times. If I were still in the world, then such an attack might even be able to break through that world. Yang Yi took a deep breath when he spoke up to this point. Now, saints are nothing to me. If he were to fight a saint in single combat now, then he was confident that he could crush that saint by relying solely on his physical strength. Moreover, it wouldn't even exhaust much of his strength. Just like this very moment, Head far surpassed those shadowy figures he's transformed into sword servants. His body used to be weak like a piece of paper before the ripples those shadowy figures created. Yet now, those ripples weren't much of a threat to him. Now, he didn't even need to utilize the Stellar Ward technique to resist those ripples. OM. Suddenly, a sword howl resounded from the sword wings. Yang Yi was shocked and flashed over to them, and he was overjoyed upon laying eyes on the sword wings. There was no difference in the sword wing's shape, and the only difference was that it seemed like it was covered in a layer of gold. Of course, the most important part was that it was a high-grade divine rank treasure now. Yang Yi issued a command in his heart, and the sword wings instantly flew to him. After that, the sword wings transformed from the shape of a cape to actual wings. Let's go. As soon as he spoke, he vanished on the spot, and he was 5,000 kilometers away when he appeared again. Moreover, there was a spatial rift that stretched out for 5,000 kilometers behind him. Even space hadn't been able to endure his speed. How swift! There was excitement in his eyes because his current speed was something that even saints would find impossible to rival. If it was in the past, his body would definitely be torn apart from traveling at such speed. Because it wouldn't just be the space here that couldn't endure his speed, even his body wouldn't have been able to. Yet now, his body was far superior. So while such speed did make him feel slightly uncomfortable, it wasn't a problem. Most importantly, when speed arrived at a certain level, it could create unparalleled force. If he executed death by a thought and activated the sword wings, then its might wouldn't just multiply, its speed would multiply as well. It could be said that such an attack could kill ordinary saints with ease. But there was a flaw, and it was that the sword wings' consumption of profound energy was truly too terrifying. Just utilizing it once had taken around a quarter of his profound energy, and if he executed death by a thought as well, then he would probably lose a third of his profound energy in an instant. If he hadn't advanced into the high rank of the half-saint realm, then Yang Yi would definitely not dare to use the sword wings rashly. Yang Yi took a deep breath and looked towards the north. A cold glow flashed through his eyes as he said, "In Nanjing, wait for me. Lu Qianxiao, just you wait." Is that all the renowned god of death, Yang Yi, has? That's quite a disappointment. Suddenly, a voice resounded from the side. Yang Yi looked towards the source of it, and he noticed that a woman had suddenly appeared 300 m away from him. Chapter 1052. The beautiful and slender woman before him wore a pink dress, and her entire body emanated a faintly seductive aura. She said, "Yun Hintian of the Fox clan." Yang Yi nodded. "You're the one Lu Qianxiao intends to marry." She replied, "Indeed." Yang Yi continued, "I don't think you came here for a chat. So get to the point." I don't want to marry Lu Qianxiao. Yuan Hintian continued, however. My Fox clan has no choice. Yang Yi stated. That has nothing to do with me. She said, I would naturally have no need to marry him if you can kill him. Yang Yi stated, tell me why you're here or leave. Yun Hintian gazed at him for a long time before she said, I think that we can work together. Don't you think so too? Yang Yi chuckled. My intuition tells me that you're not sincere. Or perhaps you intend to use me. We can work together, but I hope that we're sufficiently sincere towards each other. I don't like schemes and tricks. I need to witness your true strength to decide if we should work together. She continued, if that was the extent of your strength, then there's really no need for us to talk. Yang Yi replied, trust me, you won't want to witness my true strength. She said, what if I really want to? Yang Yi answered, I'm afraid that you might die. She stared at him in silence. Quite some time passed before she said, you're very confident, just like Lu Qianxiao. However, he's confident because he possesses the right to act in that way. As for you, if I'm to be honest, do you really think you're very strong because you were able to kill a saint? Yang Yi asked, you want to give it a try? She replied, I really do. Her pupils constricted as soon as she finished speaking because Yang Yi had appeared in front of her. At the same time, the tip of a sword was pressed against the center of her brows. Yang Yi withdrew his sword and said, to be honest, I don't think that the Fox clan can be of any help to me. Yang Yi turned around and walked away once he finished speaking. Yun Hintian said, Sky City has an ancient divine formation, and no one will be able to enter or leave the city once it's activated. Besides that, it's capable of suppressing Saint Realm experts. Even the joint forces of a few dozen saints wasn't able to breach that formation, but I can deal with it. Yang Yi stopped and turned around to look at her. Why? She answered, because that formation was established by my ancestor, and my accomplishments in the Tao of formations are the best throughout my Fox clan. If you don't believe me, you can take 2 steps back. Yang Yi glanced at her, and then he turned around and took 2 steps forward. Suddenly, he frowned because the space around him actually started to warp. He pondered deeply for an instant, and then he suddenly drew his sword and slashed. Hiss! A ray of sword energy flashed, and the space before him was instantly sliced into 2. However, it didn't take long for it to return to normal. Yang Yi's brows were pressed even more tightly together when he witnessed this scene. Suddenly, a myriad of rays of light erupted from the sword armor he wore, and the warped space before him was instantly sliced into bits. However, as soon as the laws of the world restored that expanse of space, it started to warp again and obstruct his path. Yang Yi turned around to gaze at Yun Hintian. You've really surprised me a little. Yun Hintian waved her right hand, and everything returned to normal. That was just a petty trick. You're a straightforward person, so I won't beat around the bush. If you're able to kill Lu Qianxiao when you go to Sky Divine Hall, then he'll immediately side with you. But if you can't kill him, then I'm sorry. He'll just act as if we never met today. Yang Yi said, are you representing the Fox clan or just yourself? Myself, she continued. But if you can kill Lu Qianxiao, then trust me. The Fox clan will definitely side with you. Yang Yi gazed at her for a long time before he said, all right. Yun Hintian spoke in a low voice. Yang Yi, you must realize that your battle with Lu Qianxiao isn't just a battle between the two of you. It's related to the future of all the powers in Pine Prefecture. To put in simpler terms, if you die, then Sky Divine Hall will reign supreme over the prefecture. At that time, no one in Pine Prefecture would dare to or have the ability to go against Sky Divine Hall. Yang Yi replied, I've never thought about being the savior of this prefecture. She remained silent for a long time before she continued, they'll see you at Sky Divine Hall. She turned around and vanished once she finished speaking. Once Yun Hintian left, Yang Yi returned to Ocean of Cloud City. Jin Wuchen, Daoist Gu, and the other experts of the ancient sword school immediately appeared before him once he arrived at the city. Jin Wuchen spoke immediately upon meeting Yang Yi. We'll be heading to Sky Divine Hall with you. Yang Yi replied, this has nothing to do with the sword school. There's no need for all of you to get mixed up in this. Jin Wuchen said, Are you still a disciple of my ancient sword school? Yang Yi nodded. Of course. Jin Wuchen smiled. Since you're a disciple of my ancient sword school, then how can it possibly have nothing to do with my ancient sword school? We've already made our decision, so just cut the crap. Your job is to defeat Lu Qianxiao. If you succeed, then our sword school will definitely become renowned throughout the prefecture. Yang Yi asked, what if I kill him? Jin Wuchen and the others' smiles gradually vanished when they heard him, and a short while passed before Jin Wuchen said, then kill him. There was a trace of surprise in Yang Yi's eyes. Meanwhile, Jin Wuchen said, I know that if Lu Qianxiao had the chance to kill you, then he would definitely not show mercy. Since it's like that, why show him mercy? Thank you, said Yang Yi. He knew that since Jin Wuchen said that, then it represented that the sword school was ready to support him to the end, and it was definitely not easy for the sword school to come to such a decision. After all, Sky Divine Hall was the #1 power in the prefecture. Kid, take this. Meanwhile, Taoist Gu suddenly waved his right hand, and a ray of light flashed before a completely dark blue sword chest appeared before Yang Yi. Taoist Gu smiled. Open it up and have a look for yourself. Yang Yi nodded lightly, and then he took the sword chest and issued a command. OM. Suddenly, a sword howl resounded from within the sword chest, and then over 3,000 rays of light shot up into the sky. The light dispersed in midair to reveal over 3,000 swords that were exactly similar in size and length. 3,600 high-grade saint-rank swords. Excitement surged through Yang Yi's eyes. He hadn't expected that Taoist Gu had actually forged so many high-grade saint-rank swords for him. Taoist Gu spoke solemnly. That sword chest had a sword formation inscribed within it, and it's called World Erase. It leaves nothing behind in an area of 3 kilometers. If it's enhanced with void rank sword intent, then it wouldn't be any weaker to a high-grade divine rank technique and might even surpass it. However, you must keep in mind that it exhausts a huge amount of profound energy, so you shouldn't utilize it rashly in order to avoid exhausting all your profound energy. It's comparable to a high-grade divine rank technique? Yang Yi was shocked and said, let me give it a try. Yang Yi was about to activate it, but Taoist Gu hurriedly spoke, try it my ass. Are you trying to destroy this entire city? Yang Yi was at a loss for words. Taoist Gu spoke angrily, it's extremely powerful and entirely capable of mincing up a saint with ease. I forged it for you to keep yourself safe, understand? Yang Yi issued a command in his heart, and the swords in the sky instantly returned to the sword chest. After that, he placed it within his spatial ring and gazed at both Taoist Gu and Jin Wuchen. Thank you, Jin Wuchen said. If you really want to thank us, then come back alive. Yang Yi smiled. That's an easy task. Ha ha ha. Jin Wuchen and the others roared with laughter. Not to mention anything else, just Yang Yi's confidence was something they really admired. Yang Yi chatted with them for a while before he returned to Cloud Ocean Pavilion. There were 3 people in the room. Yang Yi, Lu Weiner, and Yu Wushuang. Yang Yi said, both of you can't go. That's all. We won't. Yu Wushuang said, but you must come back. Yang Yi was surprised. When did you become so easily convinced? Yu Wushuang shook her head slightly. Only saints are going this time. We'll only be burdens if we come along. We're weak and unable to help you. All we can do is not be burdens for you and not cause trouble for you. Yang Yi stretched out his hand and rubbed her head. Once I leave, the saints of the Python clan will secretly protect the city. So, both of you don't have to worry about that. Lu Weiner suddenly asked, what about the Tao Order? Yang Yi replied, I'll deal with that. Lu Weiner glanced at him and nodded lightly. On the next day, the Tao Order. Sect Master of the Tao Order, come out here and see me. A voice suddenly resounded early in the morning throughout the sky above the Tao Order. All the disciples of the Tao Order were shocked, and they flashed up into the sky and looked towards the distance. A green-clothed man was standing in midair at the entrance of the Tao Order. That man wasn't an unfamiliar face to them because it was Yang Yi. 6 figures suddenly appeared in front of Yang Yi, and they were the 6 remaining saints of the Tao Order. The man who led the group was the Tao Order's master. What? Yang Yi? You don't even intend to spare my Tao Order? The Tao Order's master spoke indifferently. Yang Yi replied, "They'll be heading to the north tomorrow to fight Lu Qianxiao. However, I'm worried about Ocean of Clouds Academy and the Ancient Sword School. As for the reason, it's naturally your Tao Order." The Tao Order's sect master said, and then Yang Yi replied, "And then I hope that while I'm gone, your Tao Order will know its place as it has until now." "Yang Yi, who do you think you are?" The Tao Order's master spoke in a low voice. "You?" Yang Yi interrupted him and said, "You just have to tell me if you can do it or if you can't." The sect master spoke fiercely. "What if I can't?" Yang Yi nodded slightly, and then he waved his right hand. 10 shadowy figures that were at the Saint Realm, 7 saints from the Ancient Sword School, and 6 saints from the Python clan appeared here. The expressions of everyone from the Tao Order changed drastically when they witnessed this scene. Yang Yi looked the Tao Order's master straight in the eye. "Now, can you do it, or can you not?" The sect master of the Tao Order's expression was unsightly to the extreme, and quite some time passed before he nodded unwillingly. He was about to say something when Yang Yi spoke before him. "It's not your guarantee that I'm looking for." The Tao Order's sect master was slightly stunned. Suddenly, an illusory old man appeared here. All the members of the Tao Order, and even the other saints and sect master himself hurriedly bowed when they saw the old man, founding ancestor. The old man paid no attention to them, and his gaze descended onto Yang Yi instead. A long time passed before he nodded lightly. As expected, the young outdo the old. In the future, even we old fellows would probably be powerless to stop you. Yang Yi said, "I have no desire to become enemies with the Tao Order, and I have no desire to reign supreme over the South or Pine Prefecture. Of course, the precondition is that the Tao Order doesn't offend me." The Tao Order's founding ancestor gazed at Yang Yi for a long time before he said, "My Tao Order won't act against Ocean of Clouds Academy and the Ancient Sword School while you're still alive." Yang Yi nodded, and then he turned around and led the others away. The old man suddenly said, "Did all of you hear that?" The sect master of the Tao Order and all the others hurriedly nodded. "From today onwards, my Tao Order will give that kid some face so long as he's still alive." The old man instantly vanished once he finished speaking. A day later, numerous rays of light suddenly shot out from Ocean of Cloud City, and they tore through the sky and vanished in an instant. Lu Qianxiao, I'm coming. Chapter 1053. The North. Sky City. If Ocean of Cloud City was the #1 city in the south, then Sky City was definitely the #1 city in the prefecture. As the #1 power in the prefecture's base, Sky City was absolutely huge. As for its height, it was just like its name. It simply towered into the sky. Since the beginning of time in Pine Prefecture, humans and demons coexisted here. Humans had no advantage over demons when it came to numbers, nor did they have any advantage when it came to strength. So, every power would try their best to make their capital city stronger. Besides that, they usually exerted great efforts into improving its offensive and defensive capabilities. Amongst the human powers of Pine Prefecture, Sky City was definitely the best capital city. According to rumors, if Sky Divine Hall's formation were to be activated, then even the joint forces of 5 saints would be no match for it. There were 5 entrances on all 4 sides of the city, and every single one of them was 300 m wide. Today, all 20 of those entrances were filled with the humans and demons from all over Pine Prefecture. It was undoubtedly an important day for the prefecture, because the 2 most monstrous geniuses of the prefecture would be having their showdown today. Lu Qianxiao had been the #1 genius of the prefecture for a very long time, and had fought a saint a long time ago as well. Moreover, there were rumors that had been to the Central Divine Prefecture. So, his strength was simply unfathomable. As for Yang Yi, while had only risen to prominence in just 2 years, his reputation had practically surpassed Lu Qianxiao. Regardless of whether it was challenging the Tao Order on his own or slaughtering hundreds of thousands of demon beasts outside Ocean of Cloud City, it was sufficient to prove how terrifying his strength was. Of course, the most important thing was that Head killed a saint while at the half-saint realm. In the history of Pine Prefecture, no one had ever killed a saint while at the half-saint realm. So, Yang Yi could be said to be the first in history. It was exactly such monstrous geniuses who were about to fight each other in single combat. So not to mention the humans, even the demons couldn't help but come to watch the battle. Thus, Sky City was simply filled with people today. Fortunately, it was sufficiently large. Of course, the main reason was that practically all who'd come here to witness the battle possessed some strength. After all, it was utterly impossible to travel to Sky City from all over Pine Prefecture without possessing some strength. As for those who were comparatively weaker, they were naturally unable to travel here. Sky Divine Hall. At this moment, Sky Divine Hall was brightly lit up with lanterns, while fiery red characters which represented happiness decorated the entire city. There wasn't even a shred of tenseness in the city from Yang Yi's impending arrival. There was a huge square in front of the hall, and there was a colossal round arena at the center of the square. It was a combat arena that had been temporarily constructed for the battle between Yang Yi and Lu Qianxiao. Besides that, there were a few thousand guards in golden armor standing around it with spears in their grasps. All of them were high-rank half-saints, and they emanated fierce auras. In the sky, a beautiful woman was standing there. Suddenly, she raised her head and looked towards the distance. It didn't take long for a middle-aged man to appear there. The middle-aged man smiled. "Fox Queen, you're quite earlier." She glanced at him and replied, "Devil Lion King, what do you think about this battle?" Devil Lion King pondered deeply for a long time before he replied, "Yang Yi's identity is mysterious. As for his strength, to be honest, it's extremely monstrous. Even though he's only a high-rank half-saint, besides Azura Queen and those two old geezers in the Endless Devil Sect and Sky Divine Hall, there probably isn't a single saint in our prefecture that's able to defeat him. You can't, and neither can I." The Fox Queen frowned. Is he really that strong? The Python clan's patriarch was killed by a single swing of his sword. He spoke indifferently. "You are stronger than the Python clan's patriarch, but can you kill him in an instant?" She shook her head slightly. "I can't as well." He continued in a low voice. "That kid's strength is actually comparable to some geniuses from the Central Divine Prefecture, especially his attainments in the Sword Dao. I don't know what level it's at if compared with the experts of the Central Divine Prefecture, but even the founding ancestor of the ancient sword school couldn't compare to his attainments in the Sword Dao at the same age." The Fox Queen pondered deeply for a long time and said, "What about Lu Qianxiao?" He spoke in a low voice. "He's even more mysterious and terrifying than Yang Yi." She asked, "Why?" He replied, "Based on the intelligence networks that Sky Divine Hall possesses, it's impossible for Lu Qianxiao to have no knowledge of Yang Yi's strength. Yet under such circumstances, he still dared to challenge Yang Yi. Moreover, that old geezer of Sky Divine Hall actually didn't stop him. Tell me, do you think there's something wrong with him in the head? Or do you think that both that old geezer and Lu Qianxiao don't fear Yang Yi?" The beautiful woman nodded lightly. "In other words, Yang Yi has no chance at all, right?" Fox Queen, "You see to hope that Yang Yi wins?" Devil Lion King continued, "That shouldn't be so. Hasn't your Fox clan, the Sky Tiger clan, and the Raging Mammoth clan become close allies with Sky Divine Hall?" She replied, "Hention doesn't want to marry Lu Qianxiao." Devil Lion King said, "Right? Even though he's a dragon amongst men, he's only marrying women to use them to improve his own strength. If your daughter marries him, it will probably not end well for her, Dado." However, the Sky Tiger clan and Raging Mammoth clan are standing on Sky Divine Hall's side. So, your Fox clan's strength isn't sufficient to resist Sky Divine Hall at all. It's impossible even if my Devil Lion clan joins forces with you." She suddenly asked, "But what if Yang Yi really kills Lu Qianxiao? Do you think that's possible?" He continued, "Even if he can defeat Lu Qianxiao, it's impossible for him to kill Lu Qianxiao. Don't forget that this is Sky Divine Hall. Besides that, rumors say that Lu Qianxiao obtained a formidable inheritance in the Central Divine Prefecture. If it's true, then Yang Yi would probably have no chance to win." "An inheritance," she said. "I heard of that as well, but I don't know what inheritance it is. Since that existence could leave an inheritance behind, it represents that existence has his or her own sect. Since that existence had his or her own sect, that existence was above the saint realm at least. The strength of experts above the saint realm in Central Divine Prefecture is something we're probably unable to imagine. Yet Lu Qianxiao was actually able to obtain the inheritance of such an expert. So, his strength has probably arrived at an extremely terrifying level. He continued in a low voice. In short, Pine Prefecture is probably going to change from today onward. He's here. The Fox Queen suddenly looked towards the ground below. Sky City. Yang Yi is here. Someone shouted in the city, and then countless people immediately looked towards one of the entrances of Sky City. A man in green clothes who carried a dark blue sword chest on his back was walking towards the city. Yang Yi. He's Yang Yi. I saw him once. He killed a saint with a single swing of his sword. I was truly blinded by his brilliance that day. Even though I don't know what his true strength is like, since he dares to come to Sky City to fight Lu Qianxiao, just this courage of his is admirable. After all, this is Sky Divine Hall's territory. This is how sword cultivators are. They are fearless while their swords are in hand. No matter what, this battle will go down in history. In the combat arena, a slight smile curled up on the corners of Lu Qianxiao's mouth when he saw Yang Yi. There were two young men by Lu Qianxiao's sides. The man on the left wore a green robe, and he sized up Yang Yi before he said, "Brother Qianxiao, that's Yang Yi? He doesn't seem extraordinary at all." The young man on Lu Qianxiao's right chuckled. "Huya, don't underestimate him. He has killed a saint." A saint? A wisp of disdain arose on the corners of Hu Ya's mouth. "Yun Xiang, do you fear saints? The three of us have traveled to the Central Divine Prefecture, so which one of us hasn't killed a saint?" The man called Yun Xiang chuckled yet didn't say anything. Hu Ya laughed coldly. The laughable thing is that he thinks he's matchless because he has killed a saint. How truly laughable. Ignorance isn't terrifying. What's terrifying is not realizing that one is ignorant. Yun Xiang spoke indifferently. Don't belittle him. His strength really is not bad within Pine Prefecture. Moreover, if there's someone amongst the younger generation of Pine Prefecture that's qualified to fight Brother Qianxiao, then it's definitely him. I think he isn't qualified to fight Brother Qianxiao. Allow me to prove it. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure flashed towards Yang Yi, and it didn't take long for him to obstruct Yang Yi's path. It's the #1 young demon king of our prefecture. Why is he obstructing Yang Yi's path? It seems like he intends to fight Yang Yi first. Huya acknowledged Lu Qianxiao as his older brother. In other words, his strength is inferior to Lu Qianxiao. If Yang Yi can't even defeat him, then it isn't necessary to carry out the battle between him and Lu Qianxiao. It probably isn't a problem for him to defeat Huya, and it's only a matter of time. Both of them are genius. If they really do fight, then it'll probably take an entire day and night. That's good actually. We'll be able to witness Yang Yi's true strength. Yang Yi stopped and glanced at Huya. Do you need something? Huya smiled. I think you're not qualified to fight Brother Qianxiao. What do you think? Yang Yi replied, I think it's best for you to move aside. Huya pointed at himself. Kill me and you can pass. Yang Yi nodded lightly and suddenly drew his sword. After that, he sheathed it, moved around Huya, and continued forward. As for Huya, he was stunned on the spot and didn't stop Yang Yi. All the spectators were stunned and gazed at Huya with puzzled expressions. Meanwhile, Lu Qianxiao's eyes narrowed, and a short while passed before a slight smile curled up on his face. He spoke softly. Now it's slightly interesting. Hiss. Huya's figure suddenly split open into two, and blood sprayed out like a fountain. The surroundings were absolutely silent. A long time passed before someone spoke. Huya was killed in an instant. Meanwhile, Yang Yi had arrived below the arena. Lu Qianxiao looked down at Yang Yi and said, You really have? Why waste your breath? Come, let's begin right now. Yang Yi interrupted Lu Qianxiao and suddenly drew his sword. A sword howl resounded as the intense sword shattered, and a ray of sword energy shot forward. It was 90 overlapped heaven rends. Chapter 1054. This attack was beyond swift, and even the saints here weren't able to detect it with just their sight. They only sensed a speck of light pass through Lu Qianxiao, and then an explosion that shook the sky resounded from Sky Divine Hall that stood behind Lu Qianxiao. Sky Divine Hall wasn't destroyed because an energy barrier had suddenly appeared around it, and it had obstructed Yang Ye's attack. However, the barrier was covered in cracks. Meanwhile, a gust of wind suddenly blew over. Bang! A loud explosion resounded as the barrier shattered into pieces. Of course, no one paid any attention to Sky Divine Hall's defensive barrier right now. All of their gazes were locked on Lu Qianxiao's figure. The ordinary cultivators were still in a stunned state because they didn't know what had occurred. As for the saints here, their expressions had simultaneously become solemn, because even they weren't confident in their ability to resist that attack. That attack could kill saints with ease. However, the gazes of all the saints here weren't locked onto Yang Yi right now. They were looking at Lu Qianxiao, because Lu Qianxiao was fine. A moment of silence ensued, and then Lu Qianxiao suddenly shook his head and smiled. Yang Yi, this attack of yours is much stronger than the attack you used that day. See, even my Sky Divine Hall was almost destroyed by you. After all, that barrier is capable of enduring the joint forces of at least 5 saints. Yet now, it was destroyed by a single attack of yours. Meanwhile, Jian Wuchen's expression grew solemn while he stood high above in the sky. The legendary laws of instinct. Another saint who stood behind Jian Wuchen was puzzled. The laws of instinct? Jian Wuchen took a deep breath and said, I've only heard of that law, but I've never seen it before. I never expected that I would see it today. It only has a single ability, and it's to raise one's instinct to its limits. To explain it in simpler terms, if we are to touch a flame, then we'll instinctively pull our hands back. So, to describe it in an even simpler manner, so long as it's disadvantageous to him, then he'll be able to sense it at the once possible moment and instinctively make the most advantageous choice. Jian Wuchen paused for a moment when he spoke up to this point, and then he spoke in a low voice. One who possesses such laws is already in an invincible position, unless his opponent possesses absolute strength. Otherwise, the faces of the others from the ancient sword school fell when they heard this. On the ground below, Yang Yi gazed at Lu Qianxiao for a long time, and then he leaped up onto the arena. Needless to say, I underestimated you. Me too. Lu Qianxiao smiled, however. It's a pleasant surprise for me. Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings. In the end, his gaze descended onto the group standing at the entrance of Sky Divine Hall. There were 15 old men in cloud-white robes standing on the left of the entrance, and there were 2 robust middle-aged men standing in front of the old men. All of them were saints. The appearance of the robust middle-aged man on the left was very similar to the man called Huya whom Head killed earlier. At this moment, that man was looking at him with a ferocious expression on his face. As for the right of the entrance, there was only a single green-robed old man there. The old man had a boorish appearance and a lusty gaze, and he was ceaselessly scanning the women in the surroundings. The old man immediately turned to gaze at Yang Yi when he noticed Yang Yi looking at him, and then he cracked a smile at Yang Yi and revealed 2 rows of yellow teeth. Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly. The old man gave him a very uncomfortable and dangerous feeling. He took a deep and long glance at the old man before he withdrew his gaze and thought to himself, just Sky Divine Hall has 18 saints on its side, and that's definitely not Sky Divine Hall's true strength. Why don't I see the experts of the Endless Devil sect? Yang Yi frowned because there was no one from the Endless Devil sect here. Logically speaking, it would have definitely sent someone here. Besides that, the Endless Devil sect hadn't contacted him since he arrived at the north, and that was very unusual. Could something have happened? A short while passed before Yang Yi restrained his thoughts, and he glanced at the arena. This place is probably unable to endure our battle. Of course it can't. Meanwhile, the green-robed old man suddenly chuckled. Even though you're very weak, you're still able to shatter the space here with ease. The green-robed old man stretched out his hand as he spoke, and then he suddenly made a grasping motion. The space around the arena instantly underwent a fine transformation. The old man withdrew his hand and said, Now, even 10 of you can't destroy the space in that arena. You can give it a try if you don't believe me. Yang Yi glanced at the green-robed old man before he smashed his fist forward. An explosion resounded, but the space before him, which he could shatter with ease previously, was actually completely unharmed, and not even a ripple swept out from the point of collision. Yang Yi took a deep and long glance at the old man. The old man glanced at him with disdain instead, and then the old man gazed at Lu Qianxiao. Qianxiao, finish it quickly. This prefecture of yours is truly trash. Not only is the spirit energy here so very scarce, it doesn't even have many beautiful women. I really don't want to stay here any longer. I won't make Elder Lu wait for long. Lu Qianxiao gazed at Yang Yi once he finished speaking. Make your move. Allow everyone to witness your strength, or I'm afraid you won't have a chance. As you wish. As soon as Yang Yi spoke, he flipped his palm and the Herculean sword appeared in his grasp. After that, he shot forward and swung the Herculean sword at Lu Qianxiao. However, Lu Qianxiao suddenly vanished on the spot when his sword had just arrived above Lu Qianxiao. Lu Qianxiao was behind Yang Yi when his figure appeared again, and he slapped his palm towards Yang Yi's back. Bang! A muffled explosion resounded, and space trembled slightly. But Yang Yi had vanished on the spot. Meanwhile, Lu Qianxiao's shadow wriggled slightly, and then a sword flashed coldly as it stabbed towards Lu Qianxiao's nape. However, it was like Lu Qianxiao had eyes on his back, and he moved his head to the side and dodged that lethal strike just when it arrived before his nape. At the same time, he took a step forward to get close to Yang Yi, and then his right hand swept towards Yang Yi's stomach. However, the sword armor Yang Yi wore suddenly erupted, and countless rays of light enveloped Lu Qianxiao. Bang! Yang Yi was blasted a few dozen steps back, and had only just stopped when a huge explosion resounded from afar. Yang Yi's pupils instantly constricted when he raised his gaze and saw the scene before him, because the sword needles that formed the sword armor had actually transformed into pieces. The sword armor had been destroyed. That armor of yours isn't bad. It can be used both offensively and defensively. Unfortunately, it's still not strong enough. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Qianxiao took a step forward, and just that step alone allowed him to instantly appear in front of Yang Yi. After that, he slapped his palm at Yang Yi. His palm seemed to carry some sort of mysterious force, and it caused Yang Yi's heart of slaughter to suddenly thump. Yang Yi didn't dare act carelessly, and he stabbed the Herculean sword forward. The sword and palm collided. Bang! A loud explosion resounded while the space around them trembled violently, and then both of them took around 10 steps back. There was a trace of surprise in Lu Qianxiao's eyes as he said, "Not only is your physical strength formidable, I never expected your control of strength to actually be at such a level. Needless to say, you've really surprised me. Of course, this makes it even more interesting. Otherwise, wouldn't it be too boring if I were to kill you with ease? Why do you always act so high and mighty?" Yang Yi's hands moved slightly, and the J-drop and yellow springs appeared in his grasp. "I really can't stand the sight of you. Can't people act a little humbler? Just look at me. Even though I think that I'm very strong, I've always kept a low profile, and it's just that the things I do are slightly shocking." Lu Qianxiao asked, "Are you really that desperate to die? Can you stop talking nonsense? Can you fight a little seriously?" The profound energy within Yang Yi surged. In an instant, the swords in his grasp started to tremble violently, and then countless strands of earthen yellow energy surged out from the ground. The earthen yellow energy surged incessantly into yellow springs. At the same time, a huge amount of white energy surged down from the sky as well, and that energy surged incessantly into J-drop. The energy of the earth and sky. The Fox Queen frowned. With the support of those two energies, every single sword technique he executed will probably be many times stronger than before. Since you want to die now, then I'll fulfill your wish. As soon as Lu Qianxiao finished speaking, he took a step forward, and he twitched his palm. In an instant, the space above the entire arena started to shake, and then a terrifying aura of destruction appeared here. This aura caused the expressions of everyone here to change drastically. That's Sky Divine Hall's quasi-emperor rank technique, Grand Destruction. The Fox Queen's pupils constricted slightly, I never expected him to actually succeed at cultivating it. The Devil Lion King spoke in a low voice. Are they going to decide the outcome with a single attack? Or is this only just the beginning? Meanwhile, Lu Qianxiao suddenly slapped his palm forward. I'll kill you right now. Lu Qianxiao's ghastly voice resounded, and then a black palm appeared here. Bang! As soon as it appeared, the space around them instantly exploded apart. Meanwhile, Yang Yi suddenly pressed his hands together, and the swords in his grasps instantly merged into one. After that, the ancient sheath appeared in Yang Yi's left hand, and he sheathed the sword before immediately drawing it again. OM! A sword howl shot into the sky. 100 overlapped heaven rends. With the help of the energy of the earth and the sky, Yang Yi had executed 100 overlapped heaven rends. Chapter 1055. Bang! The space before Yang Yi instantly collapsed, and Yang Yi's beam of sword energy was swift like a flash of light as it smashed against Lu Qianxiao's attack. Right at the instant their attacks collided, the green-robed old man's expression changed slightly, and he stretched out both his hands and pressed them together. The expanse of space around them, which was about to collapse, instantly returned to normal. At the same time, it grew even stronger than before. Bang! A huge explosion instantly erupted at the point of collision, and then both attacks shook slightly. A moment of silence ensued before both attacks exploded in midair. Bang! A terrifying wave of energy swept out from the point of collision, and the space all around the arena instantly started rippling like boiling water. It was an absolutely shocking sight. The old man's expression turned quite unsightly at the sight of this. After all, Head said that even Tin Yang Yes couldn't damage the space that Head strengthened. Yet now, reality told him that he was mistaken. The old man grunted coldly and stretched his hands out again before pressing them together once more in the direction of the arena. In an instant, the space around the arena instantly returned to calm. This time, he didn't stop, and he ceaselessly strengthened the space there. In the arena, because it was being sealed off, the wave of energy was raging madly within the arena. But Yang Yi and Lu Qianxiao paid no attention to it at all. At the moment their attacks had collided, both of them had charged at each other and clashed once more. The battle was heated, and both of them had started to become serious. Even though many weren't able to witness the battle clearly, they could sense how terrifying Yang Yi and Lu Qianxiao were. Because the space around the arena was trembling from time to time, all the saints in the surroundings watched the intense battle with solemn expressions, and that even included the saints of Sky Divine Hall. The facts before them proved that Yang Yi wasn't as weak as they'd imagined. Yang Yi and Lu Qianxiao were in close-quarter combat now. Lu Qianxiao possessed the laws of instinct, so he could predict danger before it arrived. Moreover, he was even able to make the most beneficial choice to him upon predicting such danger. As for Yang Yi, his body was extremely strong, and even Lu Qianxiao wasn't able to pierce through his physical defenses with ease. Coupled with Yang Yi's formidable skill in combat and the suppression provided by his void rank sword intent, neither Yang Yi nor Lu Qianxiao could gain the upper hand after fighting for almost 2 hours. Another hour later, clang! The sound of metal breaking resounded abruptly, and then Yang Yi moved backwards repeatedly and only stopped when he arrived at the edge of the arena. Jian Wuchen and the others' expressions changed drastically when they saw the state Yang Yi was in. At this moment, the sword, which was the result of yellow springs and jade drop merging together, had broken into two, and there was a fist-sized hole in Yang Yi's chest. Meanwhile, a golden spear had suddenly appeared in Lu Qianxiao's grasp. Yang Yi gazed at the broken sword in his hand, and then he gazed at the spear in Lu Qianxiao's grasp. What's Sky Split doing in your possession? Lu Qianxiao was holding a Nanjing Sky Split, but at this moment, it wasn't at the saint rank as it used to be. Now, it was at the high grade of the divine rank at least. Or perhaps, it was a quasi-divine rank treasure like Heaven's Gravestone. A wisp of surprise flashed through Lu Qianxiao's eyes. You actually recognize this spear. What's it doing in your possession? Yang Yi's face gradually turned savage. Sky Split was a Nanjing's weapon, and she would absolutely not give it to Lu Qianxiao. Unless... unless Nanjing wasn't alive anymore. When he thought up to this point, Yang Ye's aura instantly grew violent, but he still suppressed it and stopped himself from losing control. Its owner isn't able to use it anymore, so I took it. Actually, it really is not bad. Lu Qianxiao chuckled. It was actually able to destroy a high-grade divine rank sword with such ease. Yang Yi slowly clenched his fists. Where's a Nanjing? Lu Qianxiao's eyes narrowed slightly. You know her? You refuse to tell me, huh? They'll bash you up until you do. As soon as Yang Yi spoke, his figure shot forward. This time, he didn't use his sword and used his fist instead. How laughable! Lu Qianxiao laughed coldly and was about to attack. However, two types of invisible forces suddenly pressed down upon him. The sword domain and void rank sword intent. Based on his knowledge and experience, Head immediately discerned what those two forces were. The pressure they placed upon him caused Lu Qianxiao's movements to stop for an instant, and it was exactly that instant which allowed Yang Ye's fist to smash against his chest. Bang! Lu Qianxiao's feet scraped against the ground as his figure moved backwards. Right when Yang Yi was about to follow up with another attack, Lu Qianxiao stabbed Skysplit forward, and a ray of light instantly arrived before Yang Yi. A wisp of ferocity curled up on the corners of Yang Ye's mouth as he smashed his fist forward, and the ray of light was instantly dispersed. Meanwhile, Lu Qianxiao suddenly appeared in front of him, and Skysplit carried terrifying force as it stabbed at Yang Ye's chest. Skysplit was too terrifying, so Yang Yi didn't try to stop it directly. He pressed his right foot against the ground and swiftly spun his figure, causing Skysplit to just scrape by his stomach. Meanwhile, had gotten close to Lu Qianxiao and didn't hesitate to swing a punch at Lu Qianxiao's head. Even the space here shook slightly before his punch. Lu Qianxiao's expression changed slightly when he saw Yang Ye's fist approach him. This time, he didn't choose to dodge. He just clenched his left fist tightly and then smashed it against Yang Ye's fist. Bang! Space rippled from the collision of their fists, and then both of them moved around 10 steps back. Yang Yi didn't charge forward again, and he glanced at his right fist instead. At this moment, his fist was mangled. He raised his head and looked in Lu Qianxiao's direction, and he saw that Lu Qianxiao was suddenly wearing a pair of solid gold gloves. Lu Qianxiao revealed a smile. Yang Yi, don't even think that only you have divine rank treasures. These gloves of mine are called Berserker gloves, and they are at the high grade of the divine rank. I obtained them in the Central Divine Prefecture, and they're able to provide an immense increase to their user's strength. Moreover, they can reflect 30% of the opponent's strength. They can be said to be, if we're fighting, then fight. What's with all the crap? As soon as Yang Yi finished speaking, his figure had vanished, and he was in front of Lu Qianxiao when he appeared again. He smashed his fist towards Lu Qianxiao's chest. A cold smile curled up on the corner of Lu Qianxiao's lips. He didn't use Skysplit against Yang Yi, and he just swung a punch just like Yang Yi. Right when their fists were about to collide, Yang Yi suddenly relaxed his fist, dodged Lu Qianxiao's fist, and then slammed his palm against Lu Qianxiao's chest. Meanwhile, Lu Qianxiao's fist struck Yang Ye's chest as well. Bang! A muffled explosion resounded, and then Yang Yi moved backward repeatedly and only stopped around 30 m away. However, no one was looking at Yang Yi right now. All of their gazes had descended upon Lu Qianxiao. Lu Qianxiao's shirt gradually vanished. It's the decay laws. One of the saints in the surroundings exclaimed. Lu Qianxiao lowered his head to gaze at his vanishing clothes, and then a trace of shock finally appeared in his eyes. In next to no time, his clothes vanished, but there was a violet golden armor beneath his clothes. When the decay laws came into contact with it, it instantly emanated a ray of dazzling violet light and resisted the energy of the decay laws. The green-robed old man shouted abruptly, "Quickly take off your armor." Lu Qianxiao didn't dare hesitate. He immediately issued a command in his heart, and the armor instantly fell off his body. As soon as it did, it vanished before his eyes. Lu Qianxiao's face was unsightly when he witnessed this scene, because that armor was at the high grade of the divine rank. Meanwhile, Yang Yi suddenly vanished on the spot, and he was already in front of Lu Qianxiao when he appeared again. Lu Qianxiao was just about to dodge when the sword domain and void rank sword intent appeared around him and pressed down upon him, causing his figure to stop for an instant. Just that instant allowed Yang Ye's Herculean sword to smash down against him. A muffled bang resounded as Lu Qianxiao's figure was blasted flying. But his figure had only just been blasted away when Yang Yi pressed forward again, and he swung his sword at Lu Qianxiao's head. Lu Qianxiao's head would definitely be crushed apart if it struck him. Lu Qianxiao was just about to move away when the sword domain and sword intent pressed down upon him once more, causing the speed he dodged at to instantly slow down. Lu Qianxiao's pupils constricted. However, Yang Ye's sword, which was about to smash against Lu Qianxiao's head, suddenly stopped for an instant. Lu Qianxiao grabbed that opportunity to flash over 500 m away. Yang Yi didn't pursue Lu Qianxiao, and he gazed at the green-robed old man in the distance instead. At this moment, the old man was looking at him with a cold smile on his face. Yang Yi laughed coldly. How truly laughable. Earlier, his sword hadn't struck Lu Qianxiao because the old man had lent Lu Qianxiao a hand at the critical moment. However, the old man had covered it well, so no one here had noticed anything. The old man paid no attention to Yang Yi, and he gazed at Lu Qianxiao instead. Don't waste time and end the battle. Lu Qianxiao nodded lightly, and then he gazed at Yang Yi. At this moment, there was a ferocious expression in his eyes. Had almost been killed twice just now. The once time, it was Yang Ye's decay loss. If he hadn't removed the armor he wore, then he would have been crippled even if he could survive that attack. The tune time was that lethal attack from before. Lu Qianxiao's voice resounded. Yang Yi, allow me to show you how weak you actually are. As soon as he finished speaking, a terrifying aura surged out from within him, and the spatial walls which surrounded them shattered with a bang. A saint. Lu Qianxiao's a saint. Everyone here was flabbergasted by the scene before their eyes. Chapter 1056. A saint. Lu Qianxiao's a saint. Everyone in the city was stunned. After all, had any saint within Pine Prefecture not cultivated for over 1,000 years? Even the most monstrous genius had cultivated for a few hundred years at least. But Lu Qianxiao was only a little over 20. So, there was only one explanation. He was an innate saint. Lu Qianxiao was an innate saint. At this moment, the entire city was seething with excitement, especially the local residents of Sky City and the cultivators of Sky Divine Hall. At this moment, they were seething with excitement and cheering. A saint. Ha ha ha. The junior hall master is a saint. The one SD saint below the age of 30 in the history of our prefecture. I never expected the junior hall master to have hidden his attainments so well. An innate saint. Haha. Now, Yang Ye's past accomplishments are nothing before our junior hall master. Yang Yi? He's not even trash before our junior hall master. He's just a bumpkin that popped out of nowhere, killed a few people, possessed some strength, and thought he's unrivaled in the world. People like him are truly laughable and pitiable. He killed a saint in the past. According to the information I received, the junior hall master has killed a saint in the past as well. Now, our junior hall master is a saint. Can he, Yang Yi, surmount his realm of cultivation to challenge our junior hall master? Are you kidding me? I'm certain that our junior hall master wouldn't even need 10 moves to kill him now. In the sky above, the Fox Queen shook her head slightly. The outcome is decided. Why were they born in the same era? Yang Yi is unlucky to be from Pine Prefecture as well. The Devil Lion King shook his head. At another area in the sky, Jin Wuchen and the others' faces were gloomy to the extreme when they saw Lu Qianxiao stop concealing his strength. Yang Yi could surmount his realm of cultivation to kill saints, but that depended on the saint. Yang Yi hadn't been able to defeat Lu Qianxiao, while Lu Qianxiao didn't utilize his cultivation at the saint realm. Now, Lu Qianxiao was a saint, so how could Yang Yi be a match for him? Jin Wuchen spoke solemnly. Protect Yang Yi at any cost. Daoist Gu and the others standing behind Jin Wuchen nodded. In the arena on the ground below, Yang Ye's face fell slightly when he realized that Lu Qianxiao was a saint. After all, had never expected it. Saints transcend the world. and they could utilize the spirit energy in the world at will to ceaselessly replenish their own strength. Besides that, saints could utilize the energy of the world against their enemy. In other words, the sword domain and his void rank sword intense effects on Lu Qianxiao would weaken immensely. Besides that, saints could comprehend all sorts of techniques that belonged solely to saints. In short, Lu Qianxiao's current strength was probably at least 10 times stronger than before. Lu Qianxiao took a deep breath and waved his right hand lightly. In an instant, the space throughout the area started to warp along with the movements of his hand. Lu Qianxiao shot a greedy glance at his right hand and said, "What intoxicating strength!" As he spoke, he gazed at Yang Yi and continued, "Yang Yi, allow me to show you how weak you are." As soon as he spoke, he suddenly waved his right hand at Yang Yi. A black palm instantly flashed out as his palm descended, and it slapped down forcefully at Yang Yi. Grand destruction. This time, it was countless times stronger than before, and it was infinitely faster than before. This time, it struck Yang Yi before he could even react. Bang! Yang Yi was blasted flying, but it didn't take long for him to be stopped by the spatial walls that had been refortified by the green-robed old man. Bang! The entire spatial wall shook violently from the collision, and a mouthful of blood sprayed from Yang Yi's mouth as he crashed down at the border of the arena. At this moment, his clothes had transformed into ashes, and there was a black-colored palm print on his chest. The palm print was around 10 centimeters deep. In other words, it had struck through his chest. Moreover, it was eroding his body. Fortunately, the injury didn't expand under the restorative effects of his violet profound energy. The cultivators of Sky Divine Hall cheered once more when they saw Yang Yi being blasted away and heavily injured. See that? That's the #1 genius of the South, Yang Yi. See that? He isn't even able to fight back before our junior hall master. Ha ha ha. It feels like the junior hall master is bullying him, but he can't be blamed. It's the #1 genius of the South's fault for being so weak. Alright, there's no point in watching this battle anymore. Actually, do all of you think that Yang Yi will admit defeat? I think that it's very likely for him to do that, because the junior hall master will definitely not kill him if he admits defeat. After all, the junior hall master has to maintain his graceful bearing. Yang Yi is a sword cultivator, so how could he possibly admit defeat? Even though he'll be able to stay alive by admitting defeat, his future is over. Meanwhile, Lu Qianxiao didn't press forward and follow up with another attack. He gazed at Yang Yi and smiled. Yang Yi, you're a genius, and I really think highly of you. If you're willing to submit to me and stay by my side, then I can spare you in return. Yang Yi, you have to realize that submitting to me, Lu Qianxiao, isn't humiliating for you. Yang Yi gazed at the injury on his chest that was mostly restored by his violet profound energy, and then he raised his head to look at Lu Qianxiao. You think you're very strong? A slight smile curled up on the corners of Lu Qianxiao's lips. Amongst all the experts of Pine Prefecture, and even the saints here, no more than 3 are capable of defeating me. Yang Yi, no matter if you admit it or not, we aren't on the same level anymore. Yang Yi chuckled. You're right, we really aren't on the same level. The smile on Yang Yi's face vanished. I've never thought of you, Lu Qianxiao, as an opponent of mine. Cut the crap and let's fight. Well decided with one blow. Yang Yi's figure instantly vanished on the spot when he finished speaking, and he was above Lu Qianxiao when his figure appeared once more. Yang Yi slammed his fist down at Lu Qianxiao. Your strength isn't bad, but your physical strength is extremely laughable to me now. Since you're so desperate to die, then I'll fulfill your wish. Lu Qianxiao was about to attack once he finished speaking. Suddenly, an anxious voice resounded from within Sky Divine Hall. Retreat quickly. Lu Qianxiao was slightly stunned when he heard this voice, because it was his father. Is there something I haven't noticed in that attack of his? Lu Qianxiao didn't have the time to think, because Yang Yi's fist was already above his head. But Lu Qianxiao didn't dare act carelessly because of his father's warning, and he executed the grand destruction technique again. Yang Yi's fist slammed against the black palm. However, the following scene flabbergasted everyone in the surroundings, because the black palm melted like snow in hot oil, and it instantly vanished without a trace. Lu Qianxiao was horrified. His laws of instinct told him that he was in danger, extreme danger. However, he couldn't make a choice that was beneficial to him. Such circumstances represented that he was in a hopeless situation. A hopeless situation. Lu Qianxiao was shocked. He couldn't be bothered about relying on the laws of instinct at such a critical moment, and his terrifying aura at the Saint Realm surged out explosively as he overlapped his palms and pressed them forward towards Yang Ye's fist. Bang! A luge explosion resounded while space started to collapse, inch by inch, from the point of collision. It didn't take long for over 3 kilometers of space to collapse, and it didn't stop there and was still spreading swiftly towards the surroundings. Everyone in the city was horrified by the sight of this. The green-robed old man's eyes were filled with shock as well. Obviously, he hadn't expected that Yang Ye's attack would be at such a level. Even he wasn't confident in his ability to resist that attack. Suddenly, a white-haired old man appeared here, and then he waved his right hand lightly. In an instant, everything in the surroundings returned to normal. Meanwhile, all the spectators finally saw Yang Yi and Lu Qiangxiu's figures on the ruins of the collapsed arena. At this moment, Lu Qiangxiu's arms had vanished, and he was sitting weakly on the ground. Besides that, there was a sword against his throat, and Yang Yi was holding its hilt. Lu Qianxiao lost. Everyone here was stunned, and it was especially so for the cultivators of Sky Divine Hall. Lu Qiangxiu's face was ghastly pale, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. Meanwhile, the Fox Queen and Devil Lion King were in a similar state. Their eyes were filled with disbelief as well. At that instant, his strength increased by 30 times at the very least. Moreover, he was actually able to control such powerful strength to such a degree. He is truly, truly terrifying. The Fox Queen nodded in agreement. Jian Wuchen and the others finally heaved a sigh of relief. But it didn't take long for them to reveal solemn expressions, because the situation would definitely become even more difficult to deal with if Yang Yi killed Lu Qianxiao. In the arena, Yang Yi looked up at the white-haired old man in midair and said, "I want to see a Nanjing." The white-haired old man replied, "What if I refuse?" Hiss. Lu Qiangxiu's right leg was instantly separated from his body. Lu Qianxiao almost let out a shrill cry, but he forcefully restrained himself. The white-haired old man's eyes narrowed slightly while killing intent arose in his eyes. Yang Yi looked the white-haired old man in the eye and said, "Do I have to repeat myself?" The white-haired old man gazed at Yang Yi for a long time before he said, "Bring a Nanjing here." It didn't take long for a Nanjing to arrive. But at this moment, she didn't walk out on her own. She was pushed out on a wheelchair. Most importantly, her arms were gone. Yang Yi was stunned. A moment later, he took Lu Qianxiao with him as he arrived in front of a Nanjing, and then he waved his right hand. A shadowy figure appeared and took control of Lu Qianxiao. Meanwhile, Yang Yi walked over to her, and she was looking at him as well. A Nanjing said, "You're here." Yang Yi didn't say anything. He just squatted down before her, stretched out his hand, and placed it on a Nanjing's leg. A long time passed before he closed his eyes and spoke with a trembling voice. "Her arms are gone, and her meridians are shattered. All her meridians have been shattered." A long time passed before Yang Yi opened his eyes, and he gazed at Mu Hanshan, who was standing by a Nanjing's side. "You said that she was fine. You said she was fine." Mu Hanshan lowered her head slightly, and she remained silent for a moment before she spoke. "Her physique is unique, and it's suitable to cultivate the baleful energy that Lu Qianxiao needs. However, she refused and even almost killed him. So, Lu Qiangxiu's father, Lu Qianyun, severed her arms, crippled her meridians, and forcefully implanted the cultivation technique that produces baleful energy that Lu Qianxiao requires for his cultivation. Today is the day that the baleful energy within both of us matures. If you didn't come, then both of us would be used as furnaces by Lu Qianxiao." Mu Hanshan paused for a moment when she spoke up to this point, and then she continued, "Baleful energy possesses extreme properties. Her life force has been damaged, so she won't be able to live past today." A Nanjing gazed at Yang Yi and spoke softly, "It's enough that I was able to see you." Yang Yi closed his eyes. Quite some time passed before he opened them again, and then he stretched out his hand to touch her cheek lightly while he smiled. Let's go home. Chapter 1057. 7 rays of light flashed, and then Jin Wuchen and the others appeared in front of Yang Yi. Taoist Gu and the others had vigilant expressions on their faces while their profound energy was already circulating. They were ready to fight at a moment's notice. Because the 17 saints of Sky Divine Hall were standing around them, Jin Wuchen said, "Let's go." Yang Yi stood up and kissed Nanjing lightly on the forehead, and then he walked over to Lu Qianxiao. Jin Wuchen and the others' eyelids twitched when they witnessed this scene. Because if Yang Yi killed Lu Qianxiao right now, then there probably wouldn't be a single one of them who could make it out of the city alive. Yang Yi placed a sword against Lu Qianxiao's neck, and then he looked up at the white-haired old man in the sky. "Let the experts of my ancient sword school leave. They'll make you bury your own son if you refuse." The white-haired old man gazed at Yang Yi for a long time before he said, "You're the tuned person who has dared to threaten me in the last 1,000 years. A ray of light flashed. Hiss. Lu Qianxiao's other leg was separated from his body. Everyone here was astounded. That fellow really is a madman. Yang Yi gazed at the white-haired old man and said, "I told you to let them go. Do you not understand me? Do you want me to repeat myself?" The white-haired old man gazed at Yang Yi for a short while, and then he waved his hand lightly. In an instant, all the saints that were surrounding Yang Yi's group moved aside. The white-haired old man said, "They can leave now." Yang Yi gazed at Jin Wuchen and said, "Senior, they'll be troubling you with taking them back to the ancient sword school." Jin Wuchen replied, "Come with us." Yang Yi shook his head. "None of us will be able to leave if I do that. After all, Sky Divine Hall would absolutely not allow him to take Lu Qianxiao with him, and he wasn't stupid enough to do that." Taoist Gu spoke solemnly, "They'll stay behind." Yang Yi shook his head again and said, "Even saints can't catch up to my full speed. Senior Jin Wuchen, Senior Gu, don't waste any more time here. Leave first. I, Yang Yi, am a lucky person. I won't die so soon." Jin Wuchen took a deep and long glance at Yang Yi, and then he nodded in the end. He said, "Come back alive. So long as you can make it to the ancient sword school, then Sky Divine Hall won't be able to kill you. Because we can contact our founding ancestor there and ask her to descend to this world. So, you must come back. Understand?" Yang Yi nodded, and then he flicked a fruit of creation to a Nanjing. "Wait for me." A Nanjing blew lightly, and the fruit of creation instantly flew back to Yang Yi. "Give it to me when you return." Yang Yi took a deep breath and cracked a smile. "It's a promise. Let's go." Jin Wuchen waved his right hand, and a ray of light enveloped them. A moment later, all of them vanished on the spot. The white-haired old man said, "They're gone. Someone once told me that I, Yang Yi, am a rash and bold person who doesn't know how to exercise forbearance. That person said I don't know how to compromise and avoid trouble, and I don't know how to consider the overall situation of things. To be a little blunt, I, Yang Yi, am an absolutely rash fellow. A rash fellow who would disregard the consequences as long as it satisfied me. Many people say that it's a flaw, and there are many occasions where even I think it's a flaw and I should change." Yang Yi walked over to Lu Qianxiao, and then he looked up at the white-haired old man. "Do you think I should change? Kill him and you'll definitely die." The old man looked Yang Yi in the eyes. "So, do you think that you should change?" Yang Yi. Meanwhile, the green-robed old man suddenly shouted furiously, "Lu Qianxiao is a disciple of my double happiness sect. They'll definitely obliterate you if you dare to kill him." "The double happiness sect?" Yang Yi chuckled, and then a savage expression arose on his face. "Why should I change? As a man, I should repay all enmity tenfold. No, 100-fold. As a man, I should be ready to let blood flow when I'm displeased. As a man, I should act when I should, and I should kill when I should." As soon as he finished speaking, a ray of light flashed. Hiss. Lu Qianxiao's head shot up into the air while followed by a pillar of blood. At the same time, a ray of light shot up into the air, and Lu Qianxiao's head instantly exploded into pieces. Heaven's gravestone. Meanwhile, Yang Ye's furious roar resounded. Bang! A pillar of blood shot into the sky. In an instant, the sky had turned scarlet red, and it was like the end of the world had arrived. Slash! Yang Ye's voice resounded again. A blood-red wave of energy flashed, and then a shrill cry resounded. The spectators looked over to the source of the cry, and they saw a saint from Sky Divine Hall exploding into pieces, and then countless strands of blood instantly surged towards the sword in Yang Ye's grasp. He killed a saint with a single swing of his sword. All of them were stunned on the spot. "You're courting death." The green-robed old man was overwhelmed with rage when he saw Yang Yi disregard him and even kill Lu Qianxiao. His figure shot explosively towards Yang Yi. This time, Yang Yi didn't waste his breath because head turned completely blood-red. Just like it had been before this, his left eye was blood-red while his right eye was clear. He was half awake yet half mad at the same time. Yang Ye's face instantly became ferocious when he sensed the old man charging at him, and he sheathed the blood-red sword before drawing it swiftly. 100 overlapped heaven rends. It was 100 overlapped heaven rends that were enhanced by void rank sword intent and slaughter intent. OM. A beam of blood-red sword energy shot forward. The green-robed old man was astounded, and countless strands of pink-colored energy surged out from within him and slammed against Yang Ye's sword energy. Bang! A loud explosion resounded as the old man's pink color energy was instantly blasted apart, and then a shrill cry resounded while the green-robed old man was blasted away. After he blasted the green-robed old man away, Yang Yi waved his right hand, and the shadowy figures charged towards the saints of Sky Divine Hall. It didn't take long for his sword servants and the saints of Sky Divine Hall to enter a pocket of space. Kill. Meanwhile, countless cultivators from Sky Divine Hall charged at Yang Yi. Unfortunately, not a single one of them could resist a swing of Yang Ye's sword. Conversely, some comparatively weaker cultivators even started to attack their own companions under the influence of Yang Ye's void rank slaughter intent. It was chaos. Extreme chaos. Yang Yi raised his head to gaze at the white-haired old man, and he seemed to be visibly struggling. Quite some time passed before he suddenly spoke. "Old dog, it was you who severed in Nanjing's arms and crippled her meridians, right?" As he spoke, he instantly swung his sword at the old man. An array of blood-red sword energy tore through the sky and shot at the white-haired old man. However, that terrifying ray of sword energy vanished soundlessly before it could even reach the old man. The Fox Queen and Devil Lion King's pupils instantly constricted when they witnessed this scene. They exchanged glances and saw shock and horror in each other's eyes. Besides that, there was a huge amount of disbelief in their eyes. The white-haired old man closed his eyes, and quite some time passed before he opened them again. He looked down at Yang Yi and said, "I intended to leave this world quietly, but it looks like I won't be able to do as I wanted. Qianxiao is dead, so I have no further worries. I, Lu Qianyun, swear that I'll definitely slaughter everyone from your ancient sword school and Ocean of Clouds Academy. Everyone." As soon as he finished speaking, the white-haired old man slapped his palm down. The spectators watched with astonishment as Yang Ye's figure was instantly blasted flying, and his figure flew over 10 kilometers away before his figure finally stopped upon colliding with a building. But in the next moment, a ray of blood-red sword energy shot into the sky and flashed towards the old man. The strength of an ant. The white-haired old man waved his right hand lightly, and Yang Ye's sword energy was instantly obliterated. The old man was about to attack again, but a ray of light suddenly shot towards him from the sky. His eyes narrowed slightly, and then he slapped his palm forward. The ray of light instantly exploded apart and was obliterated. Once the ray of light was blasted apart, Taoist Gu and Jian Wuchen appeared here. The white-haired old man glanced at them and spoke coldly, "Did you come to give your lives away? Seniors." Meanwhile, Yang Yi appeared in front of them and said, Why have both of you come back?" At this moment, while Heaven's gravestone's slaughter intent was eroding his will, he was still fine and able to maintain his consciousness. Jian Wuchen gazed at the white-haired old man for a long time, and then he gazed at Yang Yi. At this moment, Yang Ye's skin had split apart and blood was seeping out incessantly from within him. In the end, all the blood which seeped out was absorbed by the blood-red sword in Yang Ye's grasp. Jin Wuchen and Taoist Gu exchanged glances, and there was an extremely solemn expression in both their eyes. Jin Wuchen spoke solemnly, "You're no match for him. Go back to the sword school." Taoist Gu spoke solemnly as well, "Go back right now." "Go back?" The white-haired old man took a step forward. In an instant, the space throughout the area warped. "All of you can dream of leaving today. Lu Qinyun, why don't we head up into a pocket of space to fight?" Jin Wuchen took a step forward, and his sword energy shot into the sky. "A pocket of space? No, there's no need to go to such trouble." The white-haired old man stretched out his hand, and then a huge palm tore its way out of space and clawed at Taoist Jiyu and Jin Wuchen. OM. Both Taoist Gu and Jin Wuchen attacked decisively, and countless rays of sword energy surged out from within. However, it only took a moment for their sword energy to suddenly stop on the spot, and then a moment of silence ensued before the sword energy was instantly obliterated. Everyone here was dumbstruck, and it even included Jin Wuchen and Taoist Gu. Bang! Jin Wuchen and Taoist Gu were blasted away, and their figures slammed against the ground in the distance. Head defeated two saints with a single attack. Moreover, they weren't ordinary saints. After all, Jin Wuchen was called the #1 sword cultivator in the south. Tempestuous waves surged through Yang Ye's heart as well. After all, Jin Wuchen and Taoist Gu's strength couldn't be compared to ordinary saints at all. But they'd actually been defeated by a single attack from Lu Qinyun, the Emperor. Realm. Suddenly, Jin Wuchen's extremely weak voice arose from afar. As soon as he finished speaking, he transformed into a ray of light that shot forward. This time, flames were blazing all over his body. Head ignited his soul. "Yang Yi, when you joined the ancient sword school, you once said that you'll never betray the sword school if it doesn't betray you. Remember that forever." As soon as Jin Wuchen finished speaking, bang, an explosion that shook the surroundings resounded, and then a monstrous wave of energy that carried countless rays of sword energy swept towards the surroundings. Everyone here was astounded and horrified, but in the next moment, it seemed like time had frozen. After that, the wave of energy and rays of sword energy instantly vanished without a trace. It wasn't just the wave of energy and rays of sword energy that had vanished. Even Jin Wuchen was gone. And Lu Qinyun waved his right hand, and then Taoist Gu was slapped flying as well. In the end, Taoist Gu's figure crashed to the ground. No one knew if he was still breathing. Lu Qinyun walked towards Yang Yi as he spoke. "I suppressed my cultivation because I wanted to wait for Qiangxiu's reputation to reverberate throughout Pine Prefecture. Unfortunately, he's dead now. That's fine. It'll make you and everyone related to you accompany him." As soon as Lu Qinyun finished speaking, he stretched out his right hand, and the space around Yang Yi instantly froze. Suddenly, a woman's voice appeared here. "After so many years, you're still the same." Bang! The space around Yang Yi exploded into pieces. Chapter 1058. Lu Qinyun frowned a little as his gaze descended onto the woman who was standing in front of Yang Yi. He sized her up for a moment, and then his eyes instantly narrowed. A divine weapon at the emperor rank. The woman paid no attention to Lu Qinyun. She just turned around and tapped the center of Yang Ye's forehead. OM. A sword howl resounded as a ray of light instantly enveloped Yang Yi. In next to no time, the blood-red glow Yang Yi emanated vanished, and heaven's gravestone was suppressed within him once more. A short while passed before Yang Yi slowly opened his eyes again, and his gaze descended onto the woman. "You're awake?" She was none other than the sword spirit who'd been in deep sleep for years. The sword spirit nodded lightly, and then she turned around to gaze at Lu Qinyun. "That fellow is extremely strong. He's absolutely not someone you can fight right now. But based on his strength, he should have left this world right away." The sword spirit raised her head and looked up towards the sky, and quite some time passed before she continued. "I understand now. There's a formation around this city which is isolating that powerful aura of his. That's the reason why the heaven Tao of this world hasn't noticed his aura. Yang Yi asked, and break open the formation and draw down the heaven Tao to deal with him. The sword spirit had spoken all of this via voice transmission, so only Yang Yi was able to hear her. Bang! Suddenly, an expanse of space in the sky shook violently, and then Yang Yi's countenance turned ghastly pale. After that, 5 saints of Sky Divine Hall appeared here. Yang Yi took a deep breath when he saw them. Because all 10 of those shadowy figures had perished in battle, Head thought that the 10 of them would at least be able to keep the saints of Sky Divine Hall busy for a long time. But now it seemed like Head utterly underestimated them. An Emperor rank weapon. I never expected an Emperor rank weapon to exist in this world. What a surprise. Lu Qianyan's gaze descended onto the sword spirit. I just advanced into the Emperor realm, and I just happen to lack a suitable weapon. Submit to me, and I'll spare your life. I'll keep him busy while you destroy that concealment formation in the sky. Use your sword domain, and you'll be able to sense it as well. The sword spirit's voice resounded in Yang Yi's mind. Meanwhile, Yang Yi hadn't even recovered from his shock when a myriad of rays of sword energy surged out from within her, and they shot into the sky and instantly enveloped Lu Qianyan. Lu Qianyan's disdainful voice resounded from within the rays of sword energy. "Aunt, since you want to die, then I'll fulfill your wish." Yang Yi didn't waste any time and immediately activated his sword domain. Only 2 breaths of time passed before Yang Yi suddenly raised his head, and then he transformed into a ray of light that shot up into the air. Another 2 breaths of time later. Bang! The entire sky shook violently, and then it seemed like something in the sky had vanished. In the blink of an eye, countless dark clouds started gathering in the sky, and then a huge eye appeared there. The eye of the heaven Tao. The countless cultivators throughout the surroundings were horrified at the sight of it. Meanwhile, the rays of sword energy had dispersed, and the sword spirit had returned to Yang Yi. However, her face was pale, and her figure was much more indistinct. Yang Yi was shocked. Are you all right? She turned around to glance at him. I'm certain I must have owed you a debt in my last life. Yang Yi was speechless. Swish! Countless bolts of lightning flashed in the sky while a monstrous and terrifying wave of pressure rained down from the sky. At this moment, everyone in Sky City was shivering. But just a moment later, a terrifying aura shot out from the city and blocked the heavenly might from above. At the same time, Lu Qianyan's voice resounded. The heaven Tao? What can it do to me? Saints of my Sky Divine Hall, stop him. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Qianyan charged up into the sky. We must leave. The sword spirit spoke solemnly. Unless it sends down divine lightning of obliteration, I'll be absolutely unable to harm him. Conversely, once he's done there, we'll definitely die. Yang Yi took a deep breath, and then he flashed over to where Daoist Gu had fallen. Yang Yi closed his eyes with pain when he saw Daoist Gu, because while Daoist Gu was still alive, his figure was in a horrible state. Yang Yi, live, survive? As soon as he finished speaking, countless strands of energy seeped out from within him, and it didn't take long for raindrops of spirit energy to descend throughout the surroundings. Stop them! A furious roar resounded abruptly, and then 5 saints and countless other cultivators of Sky Divine Hall instantly charged towards Yang Yi and the sword spirit. The sword spirit's eyes narrowed slightly, and then she flicked her finger. Oem! A wave of sword energy flashed, and then almost 1,000 high-rank half-saints of Sky Divine Hall were instantly slashed into 2. Let's go! She flew over to Yang Yi, grabbed his shoulder, and then vanished into the horizon. Right when they charged out of the city, a huge black, colored barrier of light appeared in front of them, and then a beam of black light instantly slammed against them. Bang! Both of them were blasted flying. A formation. The sword spirit's face fell. She was just about to attack when the saints and other experts of Sky Divine Hall surrounded them. You keep them busy. They'll deal with the formation. As soon as she finished speaking, countless rays of light surged out from within her. They were extraordinarily swift, and they struck the black barrier of light in succession. Meanwhile, Yang Yi withdrew a violet crystal and swallowed it. After that, he gazed at the experts of Sky Divine Hall before a blood-red sword appeared in his grasp again. OM! A sword howl resounded as a ray of light flashed, and then a few thousand experts of Sky Divine Hall instantly found their heads flying off their bodies. At the same time, countless fountains of blood shot up into the air, and they converged into a pillar of blood that surged into the blood-red sword in Yang Yi's grasp. In an instant, the sword seemed even closer to taking a material form. Moreover, the cultivators throughout the city were able to clearly smell the aura of blood coming from the sword. In a certain pocket of space in the sky, there were 14 people here led by a red-haired old man, and Xiwu Shun was standing by the old man's side. "Father, let's act now." Xiwu Shun spoke solemnly as he watched Yang Yi and the sword spirit get trapped in the formation. A short while passed, and then the red-haired old man shook his head slightly. Xiwu Shun frowned. "Then when Lu Qianyun leaves this world?" The red-haired old man spoke solemnly. "If we head down there before he leaves, it'll be no different than giving out lives away." Xiwu Shun asked, "He can resist the Heaven Tao?" The red-haired old man replied, "He should have left this world right away, because going against the Heaven Tao is extremely unwise. However, Lu Qianxiao is dead. So, he'll probably suffer from inner demons if he can't kill Yang Yi and destroy both Ocean of Clouds Academy and the Ancient Sword School. As for the Heaven Tao, so long as he doesn't destroy that Eye of the Heaven Tao, then the Heaven Tao won't go all out against him. After all, he's at the Emperor realm. Even the Heaven Tao would give face to such an existence." Xiwu Shun suddenly said, "Do you think he'll crush us as well once he's done with them?" The old man's face fell. One of the saints behind the old man suddenly gazed in another direction. "This isn't good. The Sky Tiger Clan and Raging Mammoth Clan saints have arrived." The red-haired old man spoke in a low voice. "Stop them." "Sect Master," one of the old men behind the red-haired old man said, "Yang Yi and that mysterious woman have no chance." The red-haired old man said, "Xiwu Shun is right. Regardless of whether they have a chance, Lu Qianyun will definitely not spare us. Since it's like that, why shouldn't we cause some trouble for him? Xiwu Shun, you return to the sect and immediately start the rite of ancestral summoning. Immediately summon our founding ancestor to this world if things get out of hand." Xiwu Shun nodded, and then he vanished into the horizon. Meanwhile, the red-haired old man and the other saints vanished on the spot and went to stop the saints of the Sky Tiger Clan and Raging Mammoth Clan. Chapter 1059. In Sky City, Yang Yi was facing 5 saints and an endless swarm of experts from Sky Divine Hall. Even though he was able to barely fight them with Heaven's Gravestone's help, he was in a disadvantaged situation. Suddenly, 4 figures charged out from within the crowd in the distance, and they quickly charged into the group of experts from Sky Divine Hall before entering into battle with the saints of Sky Divine Hall. "Yang Yi, leave now. Remember that so long as you're alive, then Ocean of Clouds Academy and the Ancient Sword School will exist forever." A voice resounded from the battlefield. "Instructor Zhua." Yang Yi's gaze was on those 4 figures, and there was a trace of surprise in his eyes. Because the 4 of them were Instructor Zhua and the other 3 saints that had driven out of Ocean of Clouds Academy. He hadn't expected that they'd actually come to Sky City and would even help him. Yang Yi took a deep breath and said, "Instructor Zhua, all of you stand back." Instructor Zhua and the others didn't hesitate to retreat to Yang Yi's side. Meanwhile, Yang Yi issued a command in his heart, and then over 3,000 rays of light swiftly shot out from the sword chest on his back and shot towards the experts from Sky Divine Hall. A moment of silence ensued, and then countless rays of light started flashing throughout the surroundings. Numerous shrill cries resounded incessantly, and then countless fountains of blood shot up into the air. In the end, all the blood surged into the blood-red sword in Yang Yi's grasp. This time, the torrent of blood surged incessantly and showed no sign of stopping. A short while later, the rays of light vanished, and all the saint-rank swords returned to the sword chest on Yang Yi's back. Meanwhile, only 2 saints from Sky Divine Hall remained on the battlefield, and all the others had been slaughtered. Or it should be said that there weren't many living beings left in the city. After all, just the aftershock from the battle between Yang Yi and the saints from Sky Divine Hall had obliterated a huge number of experts. At this moment, countless people were begging for mercy, howling with terror, and cursing like madmen throughout the city. Bang! Suddenly, the entire city shook, and then the barrier of light that enveloped the city shattered into pieces. The survivors in the city were overjoyed by this scene, and they fled madly out of the city. The sword spirit appeared by Yang Yi's side. "Let's go." However, Yang Yi shook his head. The sword spirit was stunned, and so were Instructor Zhua and the others. Yang Yi spoke seriously. "Instructor Zhua, all of you return to Ocean of Cloud City immediately." "Yang Yi, there's always hope for revenge while you're still alive." Instructor Zhua intended to say more, but Yang Yi waved his hand. "Instructor Zhua, if you still recognize me as the dean, then return to the academy right now. As for me, I have my own choice." Meanwhile, the sword spirit suddenly spoke softly. "All of you leave." As soon as she finished speaking, she flicked her finger, and a ray of light enveloped them before they instantly vanished on the spot. "Sword spirit, you leave as well." Yang Yi gazed at her and spoke softly. "I can't drag you down with me again. The Eye of the Heaven Tao won't tolerate his existence in this world for long. We just have to leave and buy some time, and he will be forced to leave this world," said the sword spirit. Yang Yi shook his head and replied, "We can flee, but can the ancient sword school and Ocean of Clouds Academy flee? They can't. Moreover, I don't want to run. How can only Lu Qianxiao die for what they did to in Nanjing? I want Lu Qianyun and the entire Sky Divine Hall to pay." Yang Yi tore open his clothes as he spoke, and the Qiong Qi tattoo concealed beneath his skin instantly emerged from within. It seemed extremely ferocious, and it simply seemed like it desired to swallow the entire world. The sword spirit suddenly grabbed Yang Yi's arm, and there was extreme fear in her eyes as she gazed at the tattoo on Yang Yi's chest. A short while passed before she shook her head. "I don't know what that is, but I have no doubt that if you forcefully summon it, then you'll definitely be the first one it kills. I don't have another choice." Yang Yi shook his head. The Eye of the Heaven Tao was keeping Lu Qianyun busy right now, and he could flee. But what about Ocean of Clouds Academy and the Ancient Sword School? Just disregard them and flee on his own? Moreover, he refused to allow in Nanjing to have suffered for nothing, and he refused to let both Daoist Gu and Jian Wuchen die for nothing. Just Lu Qiangxiu's death was far from enough. The sword spirit suddenly said, "You do have another choice." Yang Yi gazed at her, and it didn't take long for him to understand what she meant. He immediately shook his head decisively. "I don't want to harm you again. You're not the same anymore." She continued, "Regardless of whether it's your physical strength, your sword intent, or your realm of cultivation, all of them are countless times stronger than before. So, we won't suffer the same consequences this time. Of course, there'll definitely be some backlash. However, it will absolutely not be as severe as the last time, and it will definitely not be as severe as releasing that fellow within you." Yang Yi gazed at her for a short while, and then he nodded. The sword spirit glanced at Yang Yi, and then she transformed into a ray of light that vanished on the spot. At the same time, an ancient sheath appeared in Yang Yi's left hand, while a sword appeared in his right hand. The sword entered its sheath. OM! A sword howl pierced the sky. At this moment, the entire prefecture heard that sword howl. "That isn't an emperor-rank sword." The red-haired old man's pupils constricted, and there was astonishment in his eyes. In the sky above the city, Lu Qianyun stood there while the Eye of the Heaven Tao floated behind him. But at this moment, the Eye of the Heaven Tao wasn't looking at him. It was looking at Yang Yi instead. Lu Qianyun's eyes narrowed slightly, and then his gaze descended onto the sword in Yang Yi's grasp. It actually surpasses the existing ranks when sword and sheath are united. Such a divine treasure has actually appeared in this world. Yang Yi, if you were a little stronger, then perhaps you might really be able to be a threat to me. But now, you're still an ant." As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Qianyun slapped his palm down, and a palm shot down from the sky. The palm seemed very calm, and the entire city wasn't affected by it at all. However, Yang Ye's countenance instantly turned pale as a sheet. Obviously, that palm was focused on him alone. Slash. Yang Ye's sword left its sheath. Chapter 1060. OM. A beam of sword energy shot into the sky while accompanied by a sword howl that resounded through the heavens. Bang! The entire city and everything within it was instantly transformed into powder. Even the pockets of space that the Fox Queen, red-haired old man, and the other saints created in space had instantly shattered apart. All of them were horrified and hastily tore space open to flee. Besides that, the Eye of the Heaven Dao behind Lu Qinyun had actually chosen to flee when Yang Yi drew his sword. At the same time, Lady, who was seated cross-legged on the ground in Immortal Island, suddenly opened her eyes, and she raised her head to look in the direction of Sky City. A moment later, she vanished on the spot. Meanwhile in Sky City, Lu Qianyun's eyes had instantly opened wide when Yang Yi drew his sword, and there was extreme shock in his eyes as well. The sword techniques Yang Yi executed were quite strong indeed, but they were like child's play to him. So, he hadn't taken Yang Yi seriously when Yang Yi intended to execute another sword technique. However, he was almost frightened out of his wits when Yang Yi drew his sword. He sensed danger. Extreme danger. Lu Qinyun couldn't be bothered about maintaining his bearing. He immediately waved both his hands, and the spirit energy in an absolutely enormous area instantly surged into him. In the end, the spirit energy converged on his right palm. After that, he roared furiously as he slapped it down at Yang Yi. At the same time, he waved his hands again, and the space around him started overlapping. Because it was overlapped excessively, the space around him had started to warp strangely. Moreover, countless rays of violet light surged out from him, and it overlapped and formed numerous barriers around him. Bang! The ground beneath Yang Ye's feet instantly started to collapse layer by layer beneath the pressure from Lu Qianyun's attack. Meanwhile, Yang Ye's sword energy had slashed through Lu Qianyun's first attack with absolute ease, and it didn't slow down at all as it shot towards the tuned energy palm. When the sword energy collided with Lu Qianyun's tuned attack, both of them shook violently. But only a moment passed before Lu Qianyun's tuned attack exploded into pieces, and the sword energy continued up unobstructed. It shot into the sky and slammed against the spatial walls in front of Lu Qianyun. Bang! The countless overlapped spatial walls shattered in an instant, and the sword energy shot into the sky amidst a shrill cry and flew far up into the sky. Bang! A mushroom cloud appeared so far away in the sky that it was almost beyond anyone's field of vision. Rumble. At this moment, the entire prefecture had started to tremble violently. Countless mountains and areas on the ground throughout Pine Prefecture started to crack apart and collapse, while innumerable volcanoes started to erupt both on land and beneath the ocean. Besides that, tsunamis arose from all oceans throughout the prefecture, and these countless tsunamis soared into the air and enveloped expanse after expanse of the ground before them. The most terrifying scene was that the spirit energy in the north seemed as if it had been completely extracted, and it had completely vanished without a trace. It wasn't just the spirit energy, even the veins of energy beneath the ground were destroyed at this moment. In short, it was like the end of the world had arrived in Pine Prefecture. Sky City. No, Sky City was actually gone now. There was only a bottomless abyss left here. Yang Yi was lying on the ground at the bottom of the abyss. A long time passed before he slowly opened his eyes, and he hurriedly immersed his consciousness into his body. Sword spirit, sword spirit. He received no reply. A trace of panic arose in Yang Ye's heart. Fortunately, a weak voice resounded in his mind. I am fine. Yang Yi instantly heaved a sigh of relief when he heard her, and then he quickly cried out, Tiny, tiny vortex. A moment of silence ensued, and then the tiny vortex revolved slightly. Yang Yi heaved another sigh of relief at the sight of this. Both the sword spirit and the tiny vortex were fine. A smile curled up on the corners of Yang Ye's lips. However, head just wanted to stand up when he noticed to his astonishment that he was actually unable to move. He hurriedly inspected his body, and quite some time passed before he laughed bitterly. The sword spirit and tiny vortex were fine, but he wasn't. At this moment, it was just his profound energy that had been completely exhausted without leaving a shred behind. Even his entire body had cracked apart. Besides that, his meridians had cracked apart as well. The only saving grace was that his cultivation hadn't dropped, and his mind was fine. Suddenly, he felt something flowing beneath him, and his back felt very hot. He moved his head to the side and was instantly shocked, because it was actually lava. Even though the lava posed no threat to him, he didn't want to be drowned in lava. So, he forcefully endured the discomfort he experienced and stood up slowly. Yang Yi withdrew another violet crystal and swallowed it. A short while passed before profound energy appeared within him again, and the tiny vortex started to revolve swiftly. After that, countless strands of violet profound energy seeped out from the tiny vortex before spreading throughout his body and repairing it. A long time passed before Yang Yi finally had the ability to move a little. He used his sword to fly slowly out of the abyss and arrive above ground. But he was stunned when he saw the scene before his eyes. Sky City was nowhere to be found, and the surroundings were covered in rivers of blood and severed limbs. After he flew out from the abyss, the blood throughout the surroundings suddenly shot into the sky and surged into him. In the end, all of it was completely absorbed by the heart of slaughter. Yang Yi paid no attention to the blood, and he just searched incessantly throughout the surroundings. Where's Lu Qinyun? Even though that attack of his could even destroy the Eye of the Heaven Tao, Lu Qinyun was at the Emperor realm. He was an existence who surpassed the Eye of the Heaven Tao. Yang Yi scanned the surroundings for a long time before he finally looked up into the sky, and then his eyes suddenly narrowed. He ascended slowly on his sword. Quite some time passed before Yang Yi stopped, and there was a man standing around 30 m away from him. It was Lu Qinyun. Lu Qianyun's body was ethereal while his eyes seemed lifeless. It seemed like he was stunned on the spot. Lu Qianyun raised his head slowly upon noticing Yang Yi's arrival, and he just gazed at Yang Yi. A short while passed before he laughed with misery. I, Lu Qianyun, cultivated for thousands of years and waited patiently for 1,000 years. Finally, I had the luck to attain the Emperor realm. I should have left freely to explore the wonders of the outside world, but I never imagined that I would die in a world that has no emperors, and I never ever imagined that it would actually be a half-saint who killed me. Yang Yi didn't speak. He just formed an intense sword in his grasp, and then he strode through the air towards Lu Qianyun. In his opinion, speaking right now was an utter waste of time. Since Lu Qianyun wasn't completely dead, then he should send Lu Qianyun off. Yang Yi, you think you've already won? There was a savage smile on Lu Qianyun's face as he said, just take a look at the world around you. You've slashed it apart. Countless spirit veins and veins of earthen energy beneath the ground have been destroyed. It won't be long before the spirit energy throughout this prefecture dries up. It doesn't just end there. Now that the veins of earthen energy are gone, lava will start seeping up into this world. It won't even take 100 years for Pine Prefecture to be transformed into a world that isn't suitable for humans or demons. Yang Yi said, so, you're saying that I should have just let you kill me and not fight back? Yang Yi, your actions have defied the heavens. Even though you've killed me, allow me to tell you that this world won't let you live. Not only will the Heaven Tao of this world not allow you to remain alive, even the guardians of the radiant dimension won't let you live. Yang Yi, just you wait. Wait for that day which you die. Lu Qianyun's figure started to disperse slowly once he finished speaking. Meanwhile, the sword spirit's anxious voice resounded in Yang Yi's mind. This isn't good. Emperors have a chance to gain new life if even a thread of their consciousness remains. Even though his body has been destroyed and his soul has dispersed, his consciousness is still intact. It's very likely that hell seized the body of another to gain new life. Yang Yi's face fell. How do I destroy his consciousness? She spoke solemnly. You can't. Your strength isn't at that level. You can't destroy his consciousness at once. Yang Yi's heart sank. Suddenly, A ray of dazzling red light shot out from the tattoo on his chest, and it didn't take long for a wave of suction force to surge out from Yang Ye's chest. H! H! At the same time, Lu Qianyan's shrill cries resounded. It didn't take long for the red light to vanish, and so did the tattoo. Yang Yi was stunned. At the same time, the sword spirit's voice resounded in Yang Ye's head again, and her voice was filled with shock and a trace of fear. That fellow within you ate Lu Qianyan's consciousness. What sort of monster is it? Yang Yi gulped. He wanted to know what the Qiongqi was as well. The sword spirit wasn't the only one who feared it. Even Lady who was powerful like a god feared it. Most importantly, even the tiny vortex had almost failed to trap that fellow. So, could anyone stop that fellow if he were able to escape? In any case, he was absolutely unable to do so. However, that fellow would be able to charge out of the seal in a year at most. The worst part was that Yang Yi noticed that Qiongqi seemed to have grown stronger upon swallowing Lu Qianyan's consciousness. Yang Yi felt that he had to find a way to send Qiongqi away. Bang! Suddenly, an explosion resounded in the sky, and then a huge eye appeared there. The Eye of the Heaven Tao. Yang Ye's face changed drastically. What's that fellow doing here again? The Eye of the Heaven Tao's gaze descended onto Yang Yi. After that, a pillar of black lightning shot straight down towards Yang Yi. The corners of Yang Ye's mouth twitched. After all, how would he resist the Eye of the Heaven Tao now? Suddenly, a woman appeared in front of Yang Yi. She glanced at him before waving her hand backwards, and the black pillar of lightning was instantly obliterated. Lady! Yang Yi was stunned. What's she doing here? Meanwhile, countless flashes of lightning surged abruptly within the Eye of the Heaven Tao, and then almost 1,000 pillars of black divine lightning rained down towards both of them. Chapter 1061. Yang Yi watched solemnly as Lady twisted her palm slightly before slapping it upwards. Bang! Yang Yi wasn't even able to see what happened clearly, but the pillars of lightning in the sky were instantly obliterated. The corners of Yang Ye's mouth couldn't help but twitch at the sight of this. Lu Qianyun was an emperor, and he felt that Lady should be an emperor as well. But he wondered why the gap in strength between two emperors was so huge. Meanwhile, Lady suddenly shot into the sky and arrived before the Eye of the Heaven Tao. Leave, or die. Lady gazed at the Eye of the Heaven Tao while she spoke in an extremely calm voice, but what she said caused Yang Ye's face to twitch. That's the Eye of the Heaven Tao. The Eye of the Heaven Tao. Yang Yi was shouting in his heart. She actually threatened the Eye of the Heaven Tao. What's going on in this world? When has the Eye of the Heaven Tao ever been bullied like that? A moment of silence ensued, and then the Eye of the Heaven Tao suddenly exploded. At the exact same moment, Yang Ye's countenance instantly turned ghastly pale because he felt a wave of sharp pain assault his forehead. He was feeling puzzled by it when Lady appeared in front of him. She gazed at him while a trace of complicated emotions could be seen in her eyes. Yang Yi asked, "What's going on?" She didn't speak and just pulled out a mirror out of nowhere. Yang Yi was stunned when he saw his forehead in the mirror, because there was a character which represented sin on his forehead. Yang Yi gazed at her with a puzzled expression. What is that?" She pondered deeply for a short while before she spoke. If there are those who defy the heavens, yet the Eye of the Heaven Tao is helpless against them, then it would instinctively sacrifice itself and brand that person a sinner of the world. Anyone in the world can kill such a sinner, and the one who kills that person will be protected by the world and receive abundant karmic luck. She glanced at him when she spoke up to this point. Those with abundant karmic luck cultivate without encountering any barriers or difficulties. Moreover, they possess extraordinarily good luck and frequently receive the blessings of the world. As for those who are protected by the world, the Eye of the Heaven Tao might descend to help them in a dangerous situation. Besides that, the Heaven Tao might even exempt them from overcoming their heavenly tribulations in the future. Yang Yi was stunned in the spot, and a long time passed before he laughed bitterly. "Based on what you just said, they'll be pursued by everyone, right?" She replied. "There's even worse news. Do you want to hear that?" Yang Ye's figure stiffened slightly, and then he laughed bitterly. Go on. Let me hear it. Let me see what's worse than that. She spoke solemnly. You'll be pursued by the guardians of the radiant dimension. Yang Yi was puzzled. Guardians? They are the guardians of the radiant dimension that defend it from invaders. At the same time, they kill those who defy the heavens and the sinners of the dimension. Yang Yi asked, Are they very strong? Lady asked, Do you know what happened when the guardians found out that the Nether Pavilion had one such sinner? Yang Yi shook his head. She continued, That person died, right in front of all the experts of the Nether Pavilion. Yang Yi's face froze, and quite some time passed before he spoke again. Finished. After all, Head witnessed how terrifying the Nether Pavilion was. However, even such a terrifying power hadn't dared to resist those guardians. So, how could he, Yang Yi, fight them? The Qiongqi? What a joke. Even though that fellow was strong, could that fellow crush the Nether Pavilion? Besides that, he would be the first to die if Qiongqi was released. Don't let anyone find out about that character on your forehead. Otherwise, no one will be able to save you. She flicked over a black scarf as she spoke, and it coiled around Yang Yi's forehead. It can stop the divine sense of emperors. However, there are countless people with extraordinary ability throughout this world. I dare not guarantee that no one is capable of disregarding its effects. In short, it's all up to your own luck. Besides that, you absolutely shouldn't use that sword in the future. Yang Yi gazed at the sword precursor and asked with a puzzled tone, Why? Lady said, It's at the emperor rank, but it surpasses its rank when united with that sheath in your grasp. Such a divine treasure shouldn't be in this world, and it'll definitely draw down the eye of the heaven Tao. Besides that, it might cause countless experts to try and seize it. You are naturally able to fear nothing in this prefecture, but there are countless in the central divine prefecture who can kill you. I understand. Yang Yi touched the black scarf on his forehead, and then he looked at her. Why did you give up that day? He was naturally talking about the tiny vortex. He didn't believe that the woman had given up on taking it that day. However, he had no choice but to believe it now, because she held no ill intent towards him. Otherwise, she wouldn't have helped him. Lady remained silent. She's doing it again. Yang Yi shook his head. No matter what it was, thank you. Even though I don't know why you want that tiny pagoda of mine, but I'm telling you the truth right now, I'm really unable to control it. Moreover, it isn't just a tiny pagoda. She gazed at him for a short while before she said, Return my swords to me. Yang Yi was stunned, but it didn't take long for him to recall something, and he waved his right hand. The 4 black swords head taken out of the woman appeared before her. Head studied all 4 of them, but he noticed there wasn't anything special about them. So, Head just put them away. She waved her right hand, and all 4 of them vanished. Meanwhile, Yang Yi suddenly said, You wanted the same thing to yourself again, right? He still remembered that Shed used those 4 swords to nail herself to a wall. She glanced at him and said, Where's that heaven's gravestone of yours? Yang Yi was slightly stunned and puzzled by why she suddenly asked about heaven's gravestone. Meanwhile, she continued, It has absorbed too much blood, and it's going to evolve. Yang Yi was overjoyed. That's a good thing. She said, Are you trying to die? Yang Yi was at a loss for words. She continued, It has absorbed the blood of too many experts, including saints and that emperor from before. So, it's about to evolve. However, once it succeeds, you'll be the ones to die. I've made peace with it. Yang Yi said, It won't try to harm me on purpose anymore. She shook her head slightly, even if it doesn't do it on its own. You won't be able to endure its evil energy and intent to kill. The emperor rank isn't as simple as you think. As for that sword you hold, her intelligence has fully matured and acknowledged you. Coupled with the fact that it isn't a sword of slaughter, it won't harm you. However, Heaven's gravestone is a sword of slaughter. Once it attains the emperor rank, then you, its master, will be the first to be impacted by its intent to kill and the evil energy it exudes. You aren't able to resist it at all right now. Yang Yi pondered deeply for a moment. Then what should I do? She didn't say another word. She just walked over to him and tapped his chest. In an instant, a pillar of blood shot into the sky, and then a blood-red sword appeared in Yang Ye's grasp. Yang Yi was shocked to notice that the blood-red sword in his hand was completely material. Moreover, he felt like it was about to struggle free from his grasp. Suddenly, Heaven's gravestone's anxious voice resounded. Yang Yi, tell your woman that we're on the same side now. Don't let her do anything. She gazed at Yang Yi. Your woman? Yang Yi was at a loss for words again. Heaven's gravestone said, yes, he said that you're his. Shut up. Yang Yi's face was completely dark. The woman's gaze was still on Yang Yi, and it caused him to feel quite uncomfortable. A short while passed before he smiled with embarrassment. I was afraid that fellow would act rashly, so I... Lady withdrew her gaze, while she spread her hand that was touching Yang Yi's chest before striking him lightly with her palm. In an instant, another pillar of blood shot into the sky. Lady said, don't resist. It'll help you attain the emperor rank. Heaven's gravestone was overjoyed. Thank you. Heaven's gravestone immediately stopped resisting. Meanwhile, Lady waved her right hand, and countless strands of blood converged down from the sky. In the end, all of it entered Yang Yi's body and was absorbed by the heart of slaughter. Yang Yi's heart of slaughter gradually started beating faster and faster, and it stored an immeasurable amount of slaughter intent. Suddenly, Lady flicked a droplet of blood from the tip of her finger, and it entered Yang Yi's chest. The droplet had only just entered his body when the heart of slaughter immediately absorbed it, and then Yang Yi's eyes instantly turned crimson red while a wave of monstrous slaughter intent and evil energy surged out explosively from within Yang Yi. At this moment, the entire sky was blood red. As for the slaughter intent and evil energy, it could be clearly sensed even from tens of thousands of kilometers away. Lady suddenly pressed her palm against the top of Yang Yi's head, and the evil energy and slaughter intent immediately shrunk back into his back and returned into the heart of slaughter. Meanwhile, Yang Yi gradually started to return to normal. After he opened his eyes, fear could be seen within them. Earlier, the slaughter intent and evil energy emanated from his heart of slaughter had instantly swallowed his mind, causing him to have the impulse to destroy this world. He knew that it wasn't Heaven's gravestone's intention. It could only be attributed to the fact that he was too weak and was utterly incapable of resisting it after Heaven's gravestone attained the emperor rank. A long time passed before Lady removed her palm. I've suppressed all its slaughter intent and evil energy into your heart of slaughter. Remember not to utilize Heaven's gravestone rashly, because your heart of slaughter contains boundless slaughter intent and evil energy. Once it's released, it's sufficient to destroy the world. At that time, your consciousness and will might be completely eradicated if you're unable to resist it. Yang Yi's heart shook, and he nodded. I'll remember that. She nodded lightly. Good luck. She turned around once she finished speaking, and she was about to leave. However, she suddenly turned around to look at him again. Someone said I was his once. Do you know what happened to him? Yang Yi remained silent. She gazed at him as she spoke. He's dead, and he was an emperor. What about you? Yang Yi was speechless. End of Book 8. Chapter 1062. Book 9. Nothing is as it seems. If you don't have the strength, then don't speak about things beyond your strength. Lattice figure vanished on the spot once she finished speaking. Yang Yi remained silent on the spot for a long time. Needless to say, what she said really did make sense. Act according to your own ability. If one's ambition was greater than the scope of his ability, then that person would definitely be courting death. Meanwhile, a woman in a white dress appeared before Yang Yi. The Azura Queen. Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly while he secretly put up his guard. She wasn't like Lady. There was a slightly friendly relationship between him and Lady, so she had helped him repeatedly. However, he wasn't on friendly terms with the Azura Queen at all, and she was extremely hostile towards him as well. After all, had taken both the tree of creation and its fruits. I really don't know why Master helps you. Azura Queen walked over to Yang Yi and said, What exactly is good about you? You're weak, ugly, and always acting conceitedly. To be honest, I really don't understand how you've been able to survive until now. Her voice became fierce at this point. If you're incapable, then don't cause trouble. Yet you cause trouble when you're incapable, and then you can't even resolve it yourself. Do you know that Master's injuries grow worse every time she fights? She had originally recovered quite a bit, but now her injuries have worsened because of you. Once she's unable to suppress the cosmic rays within her, then Yang Yi interrupted her and frowned as he asked, "You're saying that she's injured? If she wasn't injured, why would she even be in this world?" She continued, "Yang Yi, if you cause trouble in the future, deal with it yourself. All right?" Who injured her? Yang Yi spoke in a low voice. He was really unable to imagine that she was injured. Moreover, there was actually someone in this world capable of injuring her. How powerful is that person? Azura Queen spoke coldly, "Someone you have to look up to for your entire lifetime." Azura Queen vanished on the spot once she finished speaking. At the same time, her voice resounded here, "Don't think you're great because you killed an emperor. Not to mention you, even 10,000 of you wouldn't be able to harm an emperor if you didn't rely on that sword of yours." Yang Yi's brows were knit tightly together as he stood on the spot. He didn't mind Azura Queen's ridicule and mocking. He cared about the fact that Lady was actually heavily injured. But it was obvious because if she wasn't facing some problems, she would have definitely not sealed herself. Moreover, there was no need for her to stay in this world with the strength she possessed. Did she want the tiny vortex to help her suppress those cosmic rays within her? Yang Yi took a deep breath. If it was possible, he was naturally willing to help her deal with that thing called cosmic rays. However, the problem was that the primordial pagoda hadn't recovered at all. Moreover, it was still in a heavily damaged state right now. If it recovered, then perhaps it would be possible to resolve the problems that Lady faced. But the possibility of that was extremely low right now. After all, based on the primordial pagoda's current state, it wasn't just an extremely low possibility, it was absolutely impossible to resolve something that even troubled her. I must restore the primordial pagoda as soon as possible. Yang Yi slowly clenched his fists. Regardless of whether it was the Nether Pavilion or White Deer Academy, they might be his enemies, and they were extremely formidable enemies that he couldn't resist at all. Besides them, there was the Eye of the Heaven Tao and those guardians. They weren't just possible enemies for him, they were his enemies. If he didn't possess sufficient strength, then these powers could annihilate him with absolute ease. Suddenly, a red-haired old man appeared in front of Yang Yi, and Shi Wushan was standing by the old man's side. The red-haired old man said, "I'm the master of the Endless Devil Sect." As he spoke, the old man waved his right hand, and 10 corpses appeared before Yang Yi. These are the saints of the Raging Mammoth Clan and Sky Tiger Clan that came to assist Sky Divine Hall earlier. We've dealt with them. Shi Wushan continued. Even though we were hiding, we didn't stand by idly. Yang Yi glanced at them, and then he waved his right hand and placed those corpses within the ancient sheath before he said, "Sky Divine Hall is gone. The north belongs to your Endless Devil Sect now." Yang Yi got on his sword and intended to fly off once he finished speaking. Meanwhile, the red-haired old man suddenly said, "Wait." Yang Yi stopped, and then he turned around to gaze at the old man. The old man pondered deeply for a moment before he said, "I want Shi Wushan to go with you to participate in the competition at White Deer Academy." Yang Yi asked, "Do you not know how terrifying White Deer Academy is?" "I do." The old man nodded, and then he glanced at Yang Yi and said, "But I'm even more well aware of how terrifying you are." Yang Yi gazed at the old man for a long time before he spoke. "He might die there." The red-haired old man replied, "Then it's his fate." A short while passed before Yang Yi nodded and gazed at Shi Wushan. "Let's go." Shi Wushan chuckled, and then he went over to Yang Yi's side and struck Yang Yi lightly on the chest. "Carry me from now on," the red-haired old man said. "They'll seal off the information about everything which happened earlier. Nothing will spread out from here." Yang Yi nodded. Just like that, Shi Wushan followed Yang Yi to Ocean of Cloud City. They'd only just entered the city when Yang Yi saw Yu Wushuang and Lu Weiner, and a Nanjing was in front of them. All of them revealed smiles when they saw him. The news about Yang Yi heading to the north to fight Lu Qianxiao swept through Pine Prefecture. But everyone in the prefecture was dazed in the end, because Lu Qianxiao and the entire Sky Divine Hall had vanished. Moreover, the entire prefecture seemed like it was coming to an end. Of course, no one linked the shocking changes in the prefecture to Yang Yi. The entire prefecture was wondering what had happened in the north. In the end, all sorts of versions were created. But all of that wasn't important. The important point was that Lu Qianxiao was dead while Sky Divine Hall was gone. However, Yang Yi was still alive. At this point, countless people started rushing to Ocean of Cloud City and the ancient sword school. Those who traveled to Ocean of Cloud City mostly intended to join Ocean of Clouds Academy and become a student of the academy. As for those who traveled to the ancient sword school, they were mostly sword cultivators. Since the ancient sword school could foster such a peerless genius like Yang Yi, then where else could sword cultivators go but there? Of course, Yang Yi didn't pay any attention to all of that. In Yang Yi's room, and Nanjing was lying on the bed while Yang Yi sat by her side. Yang Yi said, "I should have looked for you sooner." She shook her head slightly. "You would have only been giving your life away if you came earlier." Yang Yi stretched out his hand to touch her cheek. "I want to allow us to be split apart again." As he spoke, he withdrew a fruit of creation and said, "This should be able to help you recover." And Nanjing nodded lightly. After she consumed the fruit of creation, a faint golden glow instantly surged out from within her, and Yang Yi sat there silently and waited. 4 hours later, and Nanjing's stomach suddenly started expanding. Yang Yi was shocked and quickly walked over to her. He stretched out his hand and placed it against her stomach. However, had only just come into contact with her stomach when he suddenly moved his palm away. At the same time, his hand actually started freezing. Meanwhile, Mu Han's Han appeared here. Yang Yi gazed at Mu Han's Han. She spoke solemnly. A mysterious cultivation technique was implanted within her, and her profound energy has been transformed into baleful energy. Such profound energy possesses extreme characteristics, so shall only be able to survive if that profound energy is extracted from her. Yang Yi pondered deeply for a moment, and then he undid her clothes and placed his palm against her stomach. Suddenly, Mu Han's Han stopped him and said, "That profound energy possesses extreme characteristics. You'll definitely die if it enters your body." Yang Yi shook his head. "No. It's the one that will definitely be destroyed if it enters my body." As he spoke, he moved his palm slightly, and a wave of suction force surged out from his palm. His body was extremely abnormal. Regardless of whether it was the tiny vortex, the heart of slaughter, or the Cheong Qi, every single one of them was a formidable existence. Could such profound energy even rival them? It didn't take long for threads of cold energy to slowly seep out from a Nanjing's stomach and enter Yang Yi's body. This caused Yang Yi's entire body to shiver, but it didn't take long for the tiny vortex to start revolving. After that, all the cold energy was sucked into the tiny vortex. Mu Han's Han heaved a sigh of relief when she noticed that Yang Yi was fine. An hour passed before Yang Yi withdrew his palm. Meanwhile, Nanjing slowly opened her eyes. Yang Yi quickly asked, "How do you feel?" And Nanjing scanned her body before she said, "I'm practically healed." She issued a command in her heart while she spoke, and then the flesh on her severed arms started to wriggle. It didn't take long for her arms to be regrown. Yang Yi withdrew Sky Split and passed it over to her. "How's your current strength?" And Nanjing took Sky Split and said, "I can kill saints." Yang Yi nodded. "I'm much more confident in my trip to White Deer Academy with you by my side." And Nanjing gazed at Mu Han's Han. Yang Yi naturally understood what she meant, and he immediately gazed at Mu Han's Han. The latter hesitated for a moment before lying on the bed. Yang Yi didn't hesitate to immediately undo her clothes and place his palm against her stomach. It didn't take long for the baleful energy within Mu Han's Han to be sucked out completely as well. Once both of them were fine, he asked them to leave his room. Yang Yi's figure instantly slumped to the ground once they'd left, and he slowly undid his clothes. Beneath his clothes was a body covered in cracks. Even though he hadn't lost his cultivation and almost died again after executing the true form of Heaven Rend, it wasn't easy to endure at all. especially at this moment. Not only had his body cracked apart, even his meridians had cracked apart. At this moment, his meridians would definitely collapse if he utilized his profound energy too much. A long time passed before he withdrew a violet crystal and swallowed it, and then he started to absorb profound energy like a madman to recover from his injuries. 3 days later, Yang Yi slowly opened his eyes in his room, and cracking resounded throughout his body. "I've finally recovered." Yang Yi took a deep breath. Head had to use 3 days to completely recover from the injuries Head suffered during the battle. Of course, the main reason was that the tiny vortex had helped him. Otherwise, not to mention 3 days, even 3 months would probably be insufficient for him to recover. Suddenly, Yu Wushuang walked into his room. Yang Yi gazed at her, and she remained silent for a long time before she passed a golden invitation to Yang Yi. Yang Yi took it, glanced at it, and saw the following written on it. "The competition is in half a month from now. Ocean of Cloud City will be flooded with blood if you, Yang Yi, are not there. White Deer Academy. The Law Faction." Chapter 1063. Yang Yi gazed at her. "They brought it forward?" She nodded lightly. "It probably has been." Yang Yi nodded. "Looks like they can't wait any longer." "Fine. I should be heading to the Central Divine Prefecture anyway. Come, summon Instructor Zhua and the others, and I have an announcement to make." Yu Wushuang nodded and left the room. The city governor's estate had been destroyed, so the meeting was held in the Grand Hall of Cloud Ocean Pavilion. Only Instructor Zhua, Yu Wushuang, and Shang Qingying were here. Yang Yi's gaze descended onto Instructor Zhua and the other 3 saints. "Instructor Zhua, they'll disregard the past and only consider the future. I summoned all of you here because I have an announcement to make. Firstly, Ocean of Clouds Academy and City will be fully under Yu Wushuang's control after I leave. All 4 of you are to support her. Of course, your past status in the academy remains the same as before." Instructor Zhua nodded. "After what we've experienced, we've let go of a lot of things, and we have no desire for power. We wouldn't manage the academy and city even if you asked us to do it. Don't worry. We won't interfere in the matters of the academy. After all, we can rest at ease while she's managing everything." Yang Yi nodded. "To be honest, I don't have any desire to manage the academy, and I want to stay here forever. I like my freedom, and I understand that my character isn't suitable to be the dean. So, they'll return the academy to Miss Shang once the danger that the academy faces is resolved." Shang Qingying was slightly stunned, and she gazed at him with surprise. Yang Yi shot his gaze towards her as well. "Miss Shang, the academy was built by your grandfather, and I refuse to take the results of his efforts. Yang Yi, keep my promises. The academy will be returned to you once it's done." Shang Qingying spoke softly. "My grandfather chose you." Yang Yi chuckled. "Your grandfather knew that your strength wasn't sufficient to take control of the entire academy, especially when the academy was facing enemies from all sides. He didn't let you be the dean because he was protecting you and the academy. I presume you should have realized that by now." Shang Qingying shook her head after quite some time passed. "You're more suitable to be the dean than I am." Yang Yi waved his hand and said, "Let's put that aside for now. If I don't come back from my trip to White Deer Academy, then everything I said would be meaningless. The 2N thing is that the academy has to train even more diligently once I'm gone. The world is very chaotic, and only strength will allow us to avoid being bullied, insulted, and destroyed." Yang Yi gazed at Yu Wushuang at this point. "Wushuang, I hope we'll be able to see a completely new academy when I return." Yu Wushuang asked, "Are we not joining White Deer Academy?" Yang Yi grinned. "So long as we are worth something, then why should we beg them to let us join them? Besides that, why should we join them? Can we not advance to the ranks of diamond rank powers on our own? Is it very difficult? As far as I'm concerned, it isn't difficult at all. We just have to work hard enough." Instructor Zhua and the others felt their blood boil when they heard Yang Yi. Yu Wushuang and Shang Qingying's eyes glowed with unprecedented brightness. Why can't we advance into the ranks of diamond rank powers on our own? They'd never thought about this in the past, and that even included Shang Yunqi. But now that Yang Yi had brought it up, they felt slightly enlightened. Right. Why don't we work hard and advance into the ranks of diamond rank powers on our own? Was it possible? It naturally was, because they had Yang Yi, especially at this point in time when Yang Yi had practically become the idol of the entire younger generation in the prefecture. In just a short period of 3 days, there had been countless cultivators that had rushed over and joined the academy. It could be said that while Ocean of Clouds Academy wasn't the stronger power in the prefecture, it was definitely the most superior when it came to drawing others over to it. Because Yang Yi was at Ocean of Clouds Academy, Yu Wushuang gazed at Yang Yi and spoke firmly. You'll definitely see a completely new prefecture and academy when you return. Yang Yi nodded, and then he waved his right hand. 10 Saint Realm puppets appeared here. They were those corpses that the red-haired old man had given him that day, and had refined them into sword servants. Yang Yi said, "They are just ordinary saints, so it's pointless for me to take them with me. They'll be very useful to you instead. Wushuang, you decide how to use them. I've given them the order to obey your every command." Yu Wushuang nodded, and then she gazed at him. "When will you be leaving?" "As soon as possible." Yang Yi took a deep breath. He wasn't just going to participate in the competition. Locating Xiao Yushi and Ding Xiaoyao were his main objectives as well. After what happened to in Nanjing, he really didn't want to waste any more time here, because the longer they stayed outside, the higher the possibility that they encountered danger. Yu Wushuang spoke in a low voice as she gazed at him. "They'll be waiting for you to come back." Yang Yi said, "I definitely will." Meanwhile, Lu Weiner walked into the hall. Yang Yi nodded. "Let's go." The ancient sword school. Now that he was done with the academy, had traveled to the sword school with Lu Weiner. Hall of Heroes. It was where the departed seniors of the ancient sword school were honored. At this moment, the disciples of the sword school filled both sides of the hall, and there were countless memorial tablets at the end of the hall. The tablets at the frontmost were Jin Wuchen and Daoist Gus. Yang Yi and Lu Weiner had just stepped foot into the hall when the gazes of everyone here descended onto Yang Yi and her. Yang Yi walked towards Daoist Gu and Jian Wuchen's memorial tablets while everyone watched him, and he knelt there. "I, Yang Yi, swear that I will never betray the ancient sword school in this lifetime." Yang Yes resounded. He clenched his fists as he gazed at the 2 memorial tablets before him. After all, they didn't owe him anything, yet they died for his sake. He felt that he didn't deserve it at all. Everyone here gazed at Yang Yi when they heard him, and their gazes grew much gentler. Meanwhile, an old man helped Yang Yi up and said, "You're a disciple of my ancient sword school. As your master and the sword master of our sword school, how could they have possibly left you there? No matter what, Lu Qinyun is dead and Sky Divine Hall has been destroyed, so they can be considered to have been avenged. You don't have to blame yourself for it." Yang Yi took a deep breath and stood up slowly. He glanced at the surroundings before his gaze fell on Elderly in the end. "If the ancient sword school needs me for anything, then I, Yang Yi, will be there." Elderly pondered deeply for a moment before he said, "We want to make you the sword master." "Why?" Yang Yi was quite puzzled. Even though his seniority in the sect wasn't low, it wasn't high either. Logically speaking, the position of sword master wasn't his at all. Elderly spoke solemnly. "Because you're the strongest, and it's because we believe that you'll be able to lead our sword school to a prosperous future." Yang Yi remained silent for a long time, and then he said, "Elders, I understand what you mean. However, do you really think I can assume the position of patriarch? In any case, I don't think that I'm a qualified leader. Moreover, I'm heading to the Central Divine Prefecture, so I won't have time to manage a sect at all. How about you do this? Choose someone else to be the sword master, and you can give me a nominal position." Elderly and the others exchanged glances, and then a short while passed before he spoke in a low voice. "How about we do this? Let Weiner be the sword master, and you can be our supreme elder. Your status will stand above all, and you won't be restrained by the sword sect. All right?" Lu Weiner was stunned. Meanwhile, Yang Yi glanced at her and nodded, "All right." All of them immediately nodded when they heard Yang Yes' agreement. Outside the ancient sword school, Yang Yi and Lu Weiner walked side by side on a mountain. Lu Weiner spoke softly. "I can't head to the Central Divine Prefecture with you anymore." Yang Yi stopped, took her hand and spoke softly. Then wait for me to return. Lu Weiner asked. You wouldn't get someone new and forget about your old flame once you get there, right? Yang Yi was speechless. Meanwhile, Yang Yi felt a wave of sweet fragrance assault his nose, and then a delicate figure was lying against him. Lu Weiner spoke softly. You can't expand your harem anymore. Otherwise. Yang Yi suddenly felt a certain part of his body being squeezed when she spoke up to this point, and his figure stiffened. At the same time, she continued, or ill cut it off. Yang Yi was at a loss for words. After accompanying Lu Weiner for some time, she watched with reluctance as he left the ancient sword school. Once he left the ancient sword school, the sword wings on his back suddenly spread out, and they transformed into huge wings which blotted out the sky. After that, he raised his speed to its limits and shot off in a certain direction. The Zither of Love, Immortal Island. Yang Yi had only just descended on Immortal Island when over a dozen old men appeared around him, and even Azura Queen was there. Azura Queen asked in a gloomy voice, What are you doing here? Yang Yi replied, I'm here to see her. Who do you think you are? Azura Queen spoke fiercely, Fuck off right now. Otherwise, let him come in. Meanwhile, Lattice's voice resounded abruptly. Azura Queen's expression changed. In the end, she glanced coldly at Yang Yi before turning around and leaving. Yang Yi glanced at Azura Queen and said, If you really can't stand the sight of me, then we can fight in single combat once I've attained the Saint Realm. In any case, I can't stand the sight of you. Azura Queen stopped and turned around to look at him. He'll remember that. Yang Yi shrugged and vanished on the spot. Azura Hall. Only Lady and Yang Yi were here, and she just gazed silently at him. Yang Yi was used to this, and he immediately said, I want to ask you about domains. He couldn't allow the sword domain to continue being so useless. Otherwise, he might really die on his trip to the Central Divine Prefecture. Chapter 1064. Lattice's beautiful brows were pressed together slightly when she heard Yang Yi, and she just gazed at him in silence. Yang Yi said, Can I? She walked over to him and said, I knew you possessed the sword domain since the beginning, and I know that you haven't mastered it. However, I never spoke about it. Do you know why? He shook his head in response. Lady stretched out her hand and tapped Yang Yi's chest. You are like a 3-year-old child right now, yet you possess strength that surpasses the endurance of your body. So, every single time you utilize the sword domain, I presume that you probably pay an extremely heavy price, right? Yang Yi nodded. My lifespan is practically exhausted every time I utilize it. Lady withdrew her hand. Your luck is very good. Yang Yi was puzzled. Meanwhile, she continued, Your luck is naturally extremely good because you are still alive after utilizing a domain like you have. Yang Yi was at a loss for words. She said, Domains surpass intents, and they surpass the laws as well. But at the same time, they are the most difficult to master. Even I have only gained superficial mastery over my domain. Yang Yi was shocked. You haven't truly mastered your domain? Domains encompass time, space, rebirth, karma, the universe, the essence of all things, the essence of life, the essence of the universe, and various other mysterious existences that we aren't aware of. So, a person would probably be unable to truly master a domain in an entire lifetime. She gazed at Yang Yi when she spoke up to this point. To put it in simpler terms, a domain is comprehension. It's comprehension of the Tao. Every single domain is different. Your domain is a domain you comprehended from the sword. So if you want to master the sword domain, then you have to improve your attainments in the sword Tao. Yang Yi spoke with slight embarrassment. My accomplishments in the sword Tao should be not bad. The corners of her mouth twitched slightly, but it was hidden very well, and she returned to normal in just a moment. She gazed at Yang Yi for a while before she shook her head slightly. Your sword Tao is merely child's play. Yang Yi was speechless. Lady said, In a world you don't know, an expert once killed his enemy with a single swing of his sword from a few dozen worlds away. His attack disregarded the obstruction of space and those worlds, and it even severed the restrictions of time. Yet you haven't even fully comprehended space, let alone an ethereal existence like time. That expert killed his enemy from a few dozen worlds away. Yang Yi slowly clenched his fists. Is there really such a powerful sword cultivator in this world? She looked him in the eyes and said, there are even stronger existences. Yang Yi took a deep breath and laughed bitterly. I was looking at the world from the bottom of a well. Your domain was comprehended from the sword, and its essence is different from mine. Moreover, my own comprehensions aren't suitable for you. Everyone has their own path, and my path doesn't suit you. So, if you want to master your sword domain, then the only way is to improve your attainments in the sword Dao. Improving your attainments in the sword Dao isn't related to the cultivation of those so-called sword techniques, it's related to comprehension. Comprehension of the world, all things within it, and the universe. Lady slowly closed her eyes when she spoke up to this point, and a short while passed before she opened her eyes to gaze at Yang Yi. The world is huge, and we are tiny. You must remember these words of mine. Yang Yi nodded. I won't become complacent from my trivial accomplishments. As soon as he finished speaking, he gazed at her and continued, actually, we've known each other for quite some time, but I still don't know your name. Lady didn't answer him. Yang Yi asked, can't you tell me? A long time passed before she spoke. I have no intention to look down on you, but the facts are that we're not from the same world. There's karma between us, but I've resolved it. We probably won't meet again once you leave this place today. Yang Yi fell silent. To be honest, her words hurt a little, but he wasn't able to refute them. A short while passed before he suddenly chuckled. I think you're being a little too obstinate. In any case, I do what I like, and I don't do what I don't like. As for everything else, I don't care about it at all. Of course, I have to admit that your words do hurt a little, but I believe that we'll be people of the same world one day. Yang Yi didn't stay a moment longer after he finished speaking, and he just turned around and left. Lady gazed at the door which Yang Yi vanished through, and a long time passed before she lowered her head slightly. You'll die if you be friends with me. Once he left Immortal Island, Yang Yi hadn't even flown for long when a woman obstructed his path. It was none other than Azura Queen. Azura Queen stared fixedly at him. Don't step foot in the zither of love again. Otherwise, I'll kill you. Yang Yi shook his head. I've heard a little about what happened to you, but you can't hate everyone because of a single incident. You demon beasts have tried to kill me on many occasions, but am not hostile to the entire demon race. So, I think that you should change the way you think. Otherwise, someone might beat you up one day. Azura Queen ridiculed. Don't tell me that person is you. I'm not going to waste my breath on you out of consideration for her. Yang Yi vanished on the spot. Azura Queen's eyes narrowed and was about to attack. However, she seemed to have thought of something and relaxed her grip in the end. Meanwhile, Yang Yi had increased his speed to its limits. With the strength he possessed right now, he didn't have to fear Azura Queen at all. However, he was very clearly aware that Lady was there, so it was impossible for them to fight. So, he decisively chose to leave and not waste his time and breath on her. At the border of the Zither of Love, Yang Yi had just descended to the ground when An Nanjing and Xu Wushun appeared in front of him. An Nanjing asked, is it done? Yang Yi nodded, and then he gazed at Xu Wushun. Our trip to the Central Divine Prefecture won't be like your trip there with Lu Qianxiao. To be honest, even though I haven't been there, I have quite a few enemies there. So, you might never come back if you go there with me. That's exactly why that old man of mine wanted me to go with you, Xu Wushun said. He said my life in Pine Prefecture is too calm, and I should head out and get tortured. Yang Yi nodded. Don't worry. They'll definitely bury you if you die. Xu Wushun's face darkened. Can't you say something a little better? Yang Yi chuckled. All right, let's go fight those so-called geniuses of the Central Divine Prefecture. Let's see if they really are as formidable as the rumors say. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi's figure vanished into the sky, and An Nanjing immediately followed behind him. As for Xu Wushun, he took a deep breath and said, Old man, you're not afraid of making me go with that madman, but I'm quite afraid. Xu Wushun immediately transformed into a ray of light and shot off in Yang Yi and in Nanjing's direction. Chapter 1065. It was naturally impossible to just fly to the Central Divine Prefecture, because even they would probably take at least 100 years to fly there. So, they had to take a cloud shuttle to the Central Divine Prefecture, and it was only available at Cloud City, which was a few million kilometers to the south. Strictly speaking, Cloud City belonged to Pine Prefecture as well, but it was too remote. It was so remote that it didn't have any interaction or relationship with the various top powers of Pine Prefecture. So, while it was within the prefecture, it was very unfamiliar to the powers of Pine Prefecture. After spending 3 days and 3 nights traveling, Yang Yes group finally arrived at Cloud City, and they were surprised to see that Cloud City was actually floating in the air. It wasn't floating very high up, and it was just in midair. Besides that, colossal objects were frequently flying through the sky above the city. Those colossi were extremely swift to the point the 3 of them were almost unable to catch sight of their movements. Those are cloud shuttles. They are extremely swift and far surpass the speed of saints. No, I should say that saints can't compare to their speed at all. Shiwu Shen continued, we have to ride one of them to get to the Central Divine Prefecture, but the price is absolutely expensive. Alas, my heart bleeds every single time I travel on one of them. Yang Yi was curious, how many extreme-grade energy stones does it cost? Extreme-grade energy stones? Shiwu Shen's lips twitched. It costs a violet crystal per person. A violet crystal. Yang Yes' eyelids twitched. A violet crystal. Both of you just have to follow me later. I know this place well. Shiwu Shen's face suddenly became serious when he spoke up to this point. Because this place is connected to the other prefecture, there are all sorts of people and powers here, and many of them are from other prefectures. There are even some from the Central Divine Prefecture. So, we have to try our best to keep a low profile. In any case, they'll deal with everything later. All right? Yang Yi said, you make it sound like I like to cause trouble. Shiwu Shen replied, no, you don't like to cause trouble, but trouble likes to look for you. Yang Yi was speechless. The 3 of them arrived at the entrance to the floating city under Shiwu Shen's lead. There were 2 guards on either side of the entrance. Yang Yi was surprised to notice that they were actually half-saints. Shiwu Shen walked over to them, and he didn't waste his breath at all. He just immediately flicked 2 spatial rings to them. They took them, glanced at their contents, and then put the spatial rings away. After that, the entrance opened slowly. Shiwu Shen said, let's go. Yang Yi and Nanjing nodded, and then the 3 of them entered Cloud City. Wait here for me. I'll go get the tickets. Shiwu Shen vanished on the spot once he finished speaking. It didn't take long for him to return with 3 crystal cards. Shiwu Shen flicked one to Yang Yi and Nanjing respectively, and then he said, let's go. The cloud shuttle will be taking off soon. It didn't take long for them to arrive before the cloud shuttle, which seemed like a ship. It wasn't small, but it wasn't huge as well. It was around 300 m long and around 100 m wide. After they flashed their crystal cards, the 3 of them ascended the cloud shuttle. There were a few dozen luxurious rooms on the cloud shuttle. Yang Yi and Nanjing were about to walk towards them when Shiwu Shen stopped them. He laughed bitterly and said, I bought tickets that don't come with rooms. It can't be helped. Tickets that come with rooms require 5 violet crystals. That's absolutely impossible to afford. So, we have no choice but to stay on the deck for a few days. 5 violet crystals. The corners of Yang Yes' mouth twitched. That's like daylight robbery. They had no choice but to get a spot to sit down cross-legged on the deck. Suddenly, a man in embroidered clothes walked over to Nanjing and smiled. Young miss, the wind out here is quite strong. Why don't you come and rest in my room? Nanjing frowned slightly. Meanwhile, the man continued, forgive me for my impulsiveness, but I have no ill intent towards you. I just noticed that your bearing is extraordinary and realized that you're definitely not an ordinary person, so I wanted to be friends with you. He waved his right hand as he spoke, and 10 violet crystals appeared in front of Nanjing. It's just a small gift. Consider it as my apology. Please don't refuse it. Nanjing was about to speak when Yang Yi immediately took those 10 violet crystals, and then he smiled, brother. You're too kind. Everyone is a friend. I truly admire your willingness to help others. The smile on the man's face froze, but it didn't take long for his expression to return to normal. May I know who you are? Yang Yi smiled. Am Yi Yang, and this is my younger sister. The corners of Shiwu Shun's mouth twitched. He glanced at the man in embroidered clothes while a trace of pity could be seen in his eyes. And Nanjing glanced at Yang Yi and remained silent. The man's smile instantly became much more natural when he heard Yang Yi. So it's Brother Yi. Nice to meet you indeed. I'm Lin Jingfeng from Darkness Prefecture. May I know which prefecture Brother Yi and Miss Yi are from? Yang Yi smiled. Pine Prefecture. Pine Prefecture. A trace of disdain flashed through his eyes, but he concealed it very well. He glanced at Nanjing and smiled. It's fate that allowed us to meet here. Why don't all of you come to my room for some drinks? Even though he seemed to be asking Yang Yi that question, he was frequently glancing at Nanjing. The man in embroidered clothes thought that Yang Yi would agree, but Yang Yi shook his head instead. My younger sister likes a quiet atmosphere, and she doesn't really like noise. Alas. Unfortunately, I'm poor, and I was unable to buy a ticket for her that comes with a room. Alas. The man was slightly stunned, and his face twitched when he saw Yang Yi sighing like that. After that, he glanced at Nanjing and said, a room isn't a big deal at all. Since you like a quiet atmosphere, just leave it to me. He clapped once as he spoke. It didn't take long for an old man to walk over and pass a golden card to the man in embroidered clothes. The man took the card and held it before Nanjing. This card is for room 15. It's a first-rate room that contains a powerful energy convergence formation. It's extremely helpful towards your cultivation. I hope young Missy will accept this. Right, even though it costs 10 violet crystals, it's just a small matter. And Nanjing didn't move, but Yang Yi quickly took the golden card and put it away. After that, he gazed at the man and said, actually, I like a quiet atmosphere as well. The man was speechless. Chapter 1066. The man in embroidered robes had quite an uncomfortable expression on his face, but it didn't take long for it to return to normal. He smiled to Yang Yi and Nanjing, and then he gazed at the old man. The old man nodded lightly before turning around and leaving. It didn't take long for the old man to return with 2 golden cards this time. The man passed those cards to Yang Yi and said, Brother Yi, your younger sister is an outstanding genius. I, Lin Jingfeng, hope to become friends with both of you today. I wonder what you think about that? Yang Yi quickly took the golden cards from him and said, Brother Lin, I really rarely meet such a kind-hearted person like you. Don't worry, we're friends from now on. And Nanjing glanced at Yang Yi while the corners of her mouth curled up slightly to form an extremely faint smile. Shiwu Shun's mouth was opened wide as he gazed at Yang Yi, and he seemed like he was meeting Yang Yi for the once time. The man in embroidered clothes smiled and said, Brother Yi, are you heading to the Central Divine Prefecture? Yang Yi nodded. Why? Are you heading there too, Brother Lin? Of course. Lin Jingfeng smiled. It'll take almost 5 days to get there. We can look after each other during that period. That's great. Yang Yi smiled. I hope we'll get along well. Right? My younger sister is quite tired, so we'll be bidding our farewells for now. As he spoke, Yang Yi and Nanjing and Shiwu Shun started walking towards the rooms. Lin Jingfeng's smile gradually vanished as he watched them leave. Meanwhile, the old man by his side spoke in a low voice, Young master, they are only mere half-saints. Why pay such a huge price to get close to them? Lin Jingfeng shook his head slightly and smiled. Elder Lin, you should be aware that the Double Happiness sect has a type of cultivation technique which can sense women who possess special physiques. Even though I don't know what special physique she possesses, I have no doubt that she definitely possesses a rare physique. Hee. I'll definitely gain an explosive rise in strength if I'm able to use her as my cultivation furnace. A special physique. Elder Lin's eyes narrowed slightly. Since it's like that, then why don't you let me just capture her? Lin Jingfeng sighed softly. Elder Lin, you have to realize that this isn't the Darkness Prefecture. It isn't our territory. We have to keep a low profile here, or we'll die before we even realize it. Just like this very moment. If we are to act against them on this cloud shuttle, then we'll probably be tossed off a moment later. Elder Lin was puzzled. Why? Lin Jingfeng pointed at the cloud emblem in the distance. See that? That's the emblem of the Central Divine Prefecture's Cloud Merchant Group. The forces of Cloud Merchant Group are spread throughout the Radiant Dimension, and it doesn't just end there. Supposedly, they have branches in many other worlds outside our Radiant Dimension. If we cause trouble on this cloud shuttle, then it's equivalent to not giving them face. There are many powers in the Central Divine Prefecture that don't have to give them any face, but that absolutely doesn't include us, and it doesn't include the Double Happiness sect as well. A short while passed before Elder Lin laughed bitterly. Our Lin clan is the #1 clan in the Darkness Prefecture, and everyone has to give us face. I never expected that once we left Darkness Prefecture. Alas. Lin Jingfeng chuckled. When I left Darkness Prefecture for the Central Divine Prefecture on my own all those years ago, I almost lost my life on countless occasions because of my arrogance. My greatest accomplishment in the Central Divine Prefecture is joining the Double Happiness sect and becoming an outer court disciple there. Moreover, I understood a principle, and it's that one should always keep a low profile. Besides that, I understood who I can afford to offend and who I can't. Elder Lin asked, "We can afford to offend those three fellows?" Lin Jingfeng chuckled. Their auras are heavy and solid, so their strengths are naturally not bad. However, they are still merely half-saints right now. That clearly displays the level of their natural talent. Moreover, they are from Pine Prefecture. Even though Pine Prefecture isn't the worst amongst the various prefectures, it isn't really great either. I think the only prominent figure from there in recent times was Lu Qianxiao. Lu Qianxiao does possess quite a bit of ability. Supposedly, he obtained some sort of inheritance, and the outer court elders think highly of him. Obviously, they aren't Lu Qianxiao. Elder Lin said, "Then why don't you wait until we arrive at the Central Divine Prefecture to take that woman?" "That would be boring." Lin Jingfeng chuckled. "I'm a person who doesn't like to use force. I like them to lie down obediently in front of me, especially proud and cold women like her. Only subduing such women gives me a sense of accomplishment." Elder Lin asked, "Young master, are you confident in your success?" Lin Jingfeng flipped his palm, and a violet crystal appeared there. "Actually, there's almost nothing that money can't resolve." Room number 20. As soon as they entered the room, Xiu Shen walked over to Yang Yi and started sizing him up carefully. "TSK, TSK. Yang Yi, needless to say, I misjudged you in the past. Let's get to know each other again. Xiu Shen." Yang Yi flicked a golden card to Xiu Shen. "Just fuck off." Xiu Shen chuckled, and he took the golden card and left. And Nanjing said, "You've become bad." Yang Yi grinned. "While we're at an unfamiliar place, it's best to not fight if we can avoid it. Besides that, we're getting free violet crystals, so why should we refuse them?" And Nanjing said, "Actually, it's quite good." Yang Yi was slightly puzzled. "What?" She glanced at him and spoke softly. "You're much more mature than before, and you're much more rational as well. If it were in the past, you would have immediately sliced him into two." Yang Yi chuckled. "Let's put that aside. Right. How's your current strength?" "I can kill saints." And Nanjing continued, "I've merged the intents I possess, and I've even merged with the will of the martial god that I obtained in Profounder Continent. Even though that fellow, Lu Qianxiao, possessed the laws of instinct, it would be completely useless against me in a one-on-one battle. Now, so long as my opponent attacks, all of the possible moves he might make next would instantly appear within my mind." Yang Yi said, "I really want to have a fight with you. We'll have the chance." And Nanjing nodded lightly, and then she glanced at the surroundings. "The spirit energy in here is so dense. It's an extremely suitable place to cultivate in." "I noticed." Yang Yi nodded, and then he sized up the surroundings. Needless to say, those 10 violet crystals were quite worth it. Even though the room wasn't huge, it had everything one would need. Even the fruits on the table were Saint rank fruits, but there weren't many of them. Besides that, the spirit energy in the room was extremely dense to the point it was practically visible. Suddenly, something wriggled beneath the clothes on Yang Yi's chest, and then a white head stuck out from his chest. That white head naturally belonged to Snowy. Snowy glanced at the surroundings, and then she inhaled lightly. In an instant, Countless strands of spirit energy entered her nose, and Nanjing was stunned. Meanwhile, the corners of Yang Yes' mouth twitched, and he pulled her out and said, "Where's the violet mink?" Snowy did as Zir did, and she wrapped her arms around Yang Yes' face before ceaselessly rubbing her forehead against Yang Yes' forehead. After doing that for quite some time, she finally started waving her little claws. A long time passed before Yang Yi finally understood what she meant. The violet mink was cultivating again, or to be precise, she might be charging into the Saint Realm. Yang Yi felt quite embarrassed when he heard this because she was already charging into the Saint Realm, while he was only a high-rank half-saint. Moreover, based on the current state he was in, charging into the Saint Realm was absolutely impossible. Even if it was possible, he would absolutely not do so, because Lady had once told him that his foundation wasn't sturdy at all, and it might cause irreparable harm to him if he were to charge into the Saint Realm within 5 years of time. Of course, he could absolutely not wait for that long. So, he intended to look for a way to fortify his foundation and then charge into the Saint Realm. Suddenly, Snowy opened her mouth, and then countless strands of spirit energy within the room surged into her mouth. Yang Yi and Nanjing were stunned on the spot. Yang Yi was just about to stop Snowy when she suddenly spat out a brilliant rock. Yang Yi stretched out his hand to catch it, and he was stunned again, because it was a violet crystal. As for Nanjing, she was staring fixedly at Snowy, and her eyes were filled with shock. Yang Yi gulped and was about to speak, but Snowy suddenly opened her mouth again, and then she spat out a second violet crystal. Yang Yi hurriedly caught it, put it away, and then quickly placed both his hands below Snowy's mouth. Just like that, Snowy spat out another violet crystal after around 15 minutes passed. Yang Yi was excited to the point he almost jumped for joy. At the same time, he felt regretful. He regretted forgetting about the little fellow, because if had taken the little fellow out of that pocket of space a little sooner, then he would be extraordinarily wealthy by now. Suddenly, Nanjing cried out involuntarily, "Quickly, quickly make it stop." Yang Yi gazed at her with a puzzled expression, and Nanjing explained, "Haven't you noticed? It has absorbed all the spirit energy in this room." Yang Yi spoke without a care in the world. "That's not a problem. If it's gone, then it's gone. In any case, we wouldn't even be able to exhaust all that spirit energy in a year." And Nanjing spoke solemnly, "It has started to absorb the spirit energy in other rooms." Yang Yi was stunned and hurriedly glanced around him. Sure enough, the spirit energy in the room had been exhausted. However, countless strands of spirit energy were surging in madly from outside the room and into Snowy's mouth. "This is bad." Yang Yi was just about to stop Snowy when a furious howl suddenly resounded through the cloud shuttle. "Who dares to cause trouble in my cloud merchant group's cloud shuttle?" As soon as that voice resounded, Yang Yi sensed over a dozen auras charging in their direction. All of those auras were at the Saint Realm at least, but Snowy was still sucking and sucking with her mouth wide open. Chapter 1067. Yuqing was the person in charge of Cloud Merchant Group's affairs in Cloud City. At this moment, he had an extremely unsightly expression on his face because had never expected someone to actually dare to cause trouble on their cloud shuttle, especially at a time like this. Just thinking about the gaze that existence in room number 1 shot at him made him feel like killing someone. After all, years of hard work might go down the drain today. Room 20. It came from there. Yuqing led a group of over a dozen old men as he rushed towards room 20 with a gloomy expression on his face. Had just arrived when the door was suddenly opened from the inside, and then a man in green clothes charged out while shouting, "What's going on? What the hell is going on? Why has the spirit energy in my room vanished? Why? Why has this happened?" Yuqing and the others were at a loss for words. Meanwhile, the green-clothed man suddenly gazed at Yuqing. "Are you the person in charge on this cloud shuttle?" Yuqing unconsciously nodded. "Why has the spirit energy within my room vanished?" The green-clothed man ran over to Yuqing and roared furiously, "Do you know that I paid 20 violet crystals for it because I hope to cultivate here and charge into the Saint Realm? However, All the spirit energy in there has suddenly vanished. Tell me, was it your cloud merchant group that did it? Are you scamming away our violet crystals? Are you? Because of the incident, the guests in many rooms had walked out of their rooms, and their gazes instantly descended onto Yuqing when they heard the green-clothed man. These gazes carried both doubt and uncertainty. Yuqing's face twitched when he noticed the gazes coming from the surroundings, and he stared fixedly at the man, speaking without giving it any thought might bring death. You. The man took around 10 steps back, and he pointed a finger at Yuqing while horror filled his eyes. You. He seemed like he'd been terrified by Yuqing and was actually unable to speak. Yuqing was speechless. Some of the others in the surroundings shook their heads as they felt that the man in green clothes was quite a coward. But it made sense to them because Cloud Merchant Group was powerful, so would anyone not fear a threat coming from them? They gazed once more at Yuqing's group when they thought up to this point. Why would Cloud Merchant Group threaten the green-clothed man? Could it be that they really are behind this? The spectators' gazes became quite strange when they thought up to this point, but none dared to step forward. Yuqing was livid when he noticed their gazes. He was just about to speak when a clear and melodious voice resounded from behind him. Young brother, you must be joking. How could my Cloud Merchant Group possibly spoil its reputation for just a few violet crystals? It was caused by a small problem in the formations on the shuttle. There's no need to let your thoughts run wild. It'll be resolved in a moment. All of them looked towards the source of the voice and saw a beautiful woman walking over slowly. She was dressed like a noble with her hair pinned into a bun above her head. She possessed beautiful brows, apricot-shaped eyes, and jade-white skin. She was absolutely gorgeous, and her figure was extremely hot and curvaceous. Yuqing's expression changed upon seeing her, and he hurriedly walked over to her and bowed. Eldest young miss, just leave such trivial matters to me. How could I possibly trouble you for this? The expressions of everyone here changed upon witnessing this scene. After all, Yuqing was a saint, but a saint had actually acted so respectfully to her. So, it made them wonder what her identity was. It's fine. She walked slowly towards the man in green clothes. It started in your room. I presume that there's something wrong with the formation in your room. May we enter your room to inspect it? The man suddenly pointed at Yuqing and said, he threatened me just now. The corners of Yuqing's mouth twitched. He wanted to say something but seemed to be worried about something, so he could only stare fixedly at Yang Yi and remain silent. Manager, you shouldn't have spoken inappropriately. She flicked 5 violet crystals to Yang Yi when she spoke up to this point. Take it as your compensation and let the matter rest, all right? The man quickly took the violet crystals and chuckled. Big sister, you're truly too kind. It was just a trivial matter. Do I look like someone who would constantly bring up the matter? The others here were speechless while the corners of Yuqing's mouth almost started spasming. The woman glanced at the man in green clothes and nodded slightly. She was just about to enter the room when she suddenly stopped again, and then she glanced at the others in the surroundings. Everyone, I'm sure you're awake of Cloud Merchant Group's reputation. Not to mention a few hundred violet crystals. Even a few tens of thousands are absolutely incapable of making my Cloud Merchant Group go back on its world. This was only a misunderstanding. We'll restart the formations in a while, so please go on with your own business. They nodded, and it didn't take long for them to return to their rooms. The beautiful woman turned around to glance at the green-clothed man, and then she walked into the room. She had only just walked into the room when a Nanjing walked over to her. A Nanjing just glanced at the beautiful woman before walking to the green-clothed man's side. The green-clothed man was Yang Yi, of course. The slightest mistake might expose Snowy's existence, and if that happened, then it might become troublesome to deal with. So, Yang Yi had no choice but to act like this. The beautiful woman sized up in Nanjing, and then she glanced at the surroundings. In the end, she gazed at Yuqing, but Yuqing shook his head slightly. The beautiful woman's gaze descended onto Yang Yi and in Nanjing again, and a short while passed before she said, there really is a slight problem with the formation that caused the spirit energy here to leak out. Well, converge energy here again. Please enjoy your trip. She turned around and left once she finished speaking. Yuqing took a deep long glance at Yang Yi and in Nanjing, and then he quickly followed the woman. Room 1. Yu Qing spoke solemnly. Eldest young miss, there's definitely something off about them. She pondered deeply for a short while before she said, the spirit energy in every single room can last for around 3 years. They were both half-saints, so it was utterly impossible for them to absorb so much spirit energy. With the formations there to act as a barrier, even saints would find it impossible to absorb the spirit energy throughout the shuttle with such ease. So, there's only one explanation. They definitely possess some sort of strange or divine treasure. She paused for a moment when she spoke up to this point, and then she continued, have you investigated their background? Yu Qing said, they are from Pine Prefecture. Pine Prefecture? She nodded lightly. Restart the formations. As for the two of them, just monitor them for now. Even though our merchant group doesn't care about a few crystals, we can't let others play us for fools. Understood. Yu Qing nodded and left. Room 20. The beautiful woman had just left when Yang Yi immediately started laughing bitterly. After all, they'd almost landed themselves in trouble. He stretched out his hand, and there were 10 violet crystals there. Snowy had just spat all of them out. Actually, even Yang Yi had the impulse to let Snowy continue. Of course, that was impossible because they would definitely be in huge trouble if Snowy was allowed to do it again. Meanwhile, Snowy suddenly stuck her head out from between the clothes on Yang Yi's chest. She glanced at the surroundings and opened her mouth. And Nanjing's expression changed and hurriedly covered Snowy's mouth. Snowy blinked, and her eyes were filled with bewilderment. And Nanjing removed her hand and rubbed Snowy's head, while a gentle gaze filled her eyes. Yang Yi took Snowy in his hands and said, from now onwards, you're not allowed to absorb spirit energy without my permission. Understand? Snowy nodded, and then she stretched out her claws and wrapped them around Yang Yi's face before rubbing her head against his cheek, just like the violet mink did. Yang Yi smiled. You can go back in now. Snowy shook her head instead and started waving her claws. A short while passed before Yang Yi figured out what she meant. Zier was in closed-door cultivation within that pocket of space, so she was bored being all by herself in there. So, she didn't want to head back in. Yang Yi was put in quite a difficult position, because if he kept the little fellow outside, then it might cause trouble for him. Meanwhile, Nanjing suddenly said, let her stay outside. Yang Yi gazed at Nanjing. That little fellow isn't ordinary. She's a sprite king. We'll be in quite a bit of trouble if others find out about her existence. Nanjing spoke softly. We can't wrong her just because we're afraid of some trouble, right? Yang Yi thought for a moment and nodded. Right? She was kept in confinement for so long, so I shouldn't have done the same. He rubbed Snowy's head at this point and said, you can stay outside, but you can't absorb spirit energy without my permission. Understand? Snowy nodded swiftly. In the end, she wrapped her arms around his forehead and kissed him on the forehead, and then she flew over to Nanjing's shoulder and rubbed her forehead against Nanjing's cheek. Nanjing revealed a slight smile, and then she took Snowy in her arms. Snowy seemed to like Nanjing quite a bit as well, and she ceaselessly rubbed her head against Nanjing's hand. Yang Yi smiled. You seem to like her quite a bit, and Nanjing nodded. Yang Yi suddenly asked, what do you plan to do after this? Nanjing raised her head and glanced at Yang Yi. I only recognize you. Yang Yi felt touched and was about to speak. However, bang! The entire cloud shuttle suddenly shook violently. Yang Yi and Nanjing's expressions changed. Meanwhile, Yu Qing's voice suddenly resounded through the shuttle. It's the evil god sect. Everyone, be careful. Bang! The door to their room was suddenly opened and Shu Shen ran in. He gazed at Yang Yi and Nanjing while an extremely serious expression covered his face. The evil god sect is a platinum rank power. Even though it's a platinum rank power just like my endless devil sect, their strength isn't something we can compare to at all. Yang Yi interrupted Shu Shen. Get to the point. Shu Shen said, they are a bunch of bandits and rogues, and they specialize in robbing and plundering. Yang Yi asked, how many saints did they bring? Shu Shen spoke solemnly. 20. The corners of Yang Yi's mouth twitched. Are saints abundant like dogs in the central divine prefecture? Why are there stains everywhere? Shu Shen shook his head. It isn't that they have many saints, it's because they have a huge population. Do you know how huge the Central Divine Prefecture is? It's at least the equivalent of 1,000 Pine Prefectures, and its population is at least more than 100 times the population of Pine Prefecture. When it has such a huge population and coupled with the abundant spirit energy and spirit veins there, how could they possibly have only a few saints? Yang Yi nodded. That is true. Suddenly, a terrifying aura swept through the cloud shuttle, and then a few shrill cries resounded. Yang Yi and in Nanjing's expressions changed. An emperor? There was shock in Yang Ye's eyes. Chapter 1068. Shiwushan spoke in a low voice. It's not very likely for it to be an emperor. And Nanjing asked, why? Shiwushan replied, one must leave this world upon attaining the emperor realm. Yang Ye's group of 3 left the room and went to the deck. At this moment, the shuttle had stopped flying, and the deck was filled with people. All of them were looking towards the sky in the distance, and Yang Yi could faintly see some figures fighting intensely there. Missy, are you all right? They'd only just left the room when Lin Jingfeng came over to greet them, and his face was covered in concern. And Nanjing didn't speak. Yang Yi stood in front of her and smiled to Lin Jingfeng. Brother Lin, you seem quite calm and composed when there are so many enemies out there. Lin Jingfeng grinned while extreme confidence covered his face. The evil god sect is merely a platinum rank power. Not to mention my sect, even my clan has no need to fear him. Missy, Brother Yi, don't worry. All 3 of you will definitely be fine while I'm here. Yang Yi asked, may I know which sect Brother Lin is from? Lin Jingfeng smiled. A diamond rank power. He naturally wouldn't mention the Double Happiness sect's name because its reputation wasn't very good. A diamond rank power? Yang Yi was slightly stunned. Lin Jingfeng's smile grew wider when he saw that Yang Yi was stunned and remained silent. He continued, I'm just an outer court disciple there, so I'm nothing worth mentioning. However, others would still give me some face while I travel through the Central Divine Prefecture. You can ask me if you need any help. I will definitely not refuse if it's within my ability. Really? Yang Ye's eyes lit up. Meanwhile, Lin Jingfeng's expression immediately changed slightly when he noticed Yang Ye's reaction. However, Yang Yi had suddenly grabbed his arm and pulled him to the side. Brother Lin, to be honest, we siblings have encountered some trouble. My younger sister is shy and refuses to say anything, so I have no choice but to do it myself. Lin Jingfeng's expression eased up slightly when he heard Yang Yi mention in Nanjing, and he hesitated for a moment before he spoke. May I know what sort of trouble both of you've encountered? I will absolutely not refuse if it's within my ability. It isn't a huge problem. Yang Yi chuckled. I'm sure you've noticed that both of us are just half saints. With the natural endowment we possess, we should have attained the saint realm a long time ago. Why haven't we? Because we don't have resources. You saw it for yourself. We can't even afford to use the rooms here. We're so poor. Alas, I'm too useless that I even caused my younger sister to be unable to attain the saint realm. Alas, the saint realm? Lin Jingfeng puckered his lips. It was practically only innate saints who could attain the saint realm before the age of 30, but did this fellow before him seem like an innate saint? In any case, he felt that Yang Yi didn't seem like one at all. Even though he felt a huge amount of disdain for Yang Yi, he revealed a smile instead. So that's what it was. Resources to cultivate. Huh? How about we do this? I'll help recommend both of you to some platinum rank powers once we arrive at the Central Divine Prefecture? Yang Yi replied, alas, my younger sister will definitely refuse. Lin Jingfeng was puzzled. Why? Yang Yi sighed. I'm sure you've realized. She's proud and would absolutely not accept help for others. Lin Jingfeng pondered deeply for a moment before he said, just don't tell her that I was the one who did it? Yang Yi hesitated, but Lin Jingfeng said, what? Is there a problem? Yang Yi took a deep breath and patted Lin Jingfeng on the shoulder. Brother Lin, you really are a generous person, so I won't hide it anymore. Money has been really tight for me lately, so can you? The corners of Lin Jingfeng's eyes twitched. A short while passed before 5 violet crystals appeared in his palm, Just treat these as a present for getting to know Brother Yi. After all, it's fate that brought us together. Brother Lin, what sort of person do you think I am? Yang Ye's face suddenly became livid. Am I a person like that? Am I such a person? Am I? Brother Lin, that's an insult to me. An insult? Are you not? Lin Jingfeng's face twitched, and a short while passed before he forced out a smile. Brother Yi, you've misunderstood. I don't have any other intentions and merely want to be friends. These 5 violet crystals are just a representation of my kind intentions. If you don't take them, then it's equivalent to looking down on me. How could I possibly do that? Yang Yi sighed softly and took the violet crystals. Since it's Brother Lin's kind intentions, he'll take them. Needless to say, Brother Lin, you really are a good person. Lin Jingfeng revealed an unnatural smile. He was about to speak when Yang Yi suddenly said, Brother Lin, I sensed a powerful aura just now. Was that an emperor? An emperor? Lin Jingfeng chuckled. Brother Yi, you must be joking. How could there possibly be emperors here? That was just a mid-rank saint. A mid-rank saint? Yang Yi continued. Saints are divided by ranks as well? Of course. Lin Jingfeng said, there's a difference in strength even between saints. So, there naturally are ranks. Yang Yi nodded slightly while a trace of a solemn expression appeared in his eyes. That aura from before was very strong. His current strength was sufficient to kill saints with ease even if he didn't utilize the sword spirit and heaven's gravestone. However, if he faced the owner of that aura, a mid-rank half-saint, then it would probably be quite strenuous for him. Bang! Suddenly, a huge explosion resounded in the sky, and then the surroundings returned to calm while a gray-robed old man appeared on the cloud shuttle. At the same time, 20 corpses appeared on the deck. It was the corpses of 20 saints. The expressions of everyone here changed upon witnessing this scene, and their gazes towards the old man were filled with fear. The gray-robed old man disregarded everyone and just walked over to the beautiful woman's side, and then he stood there silently. The beautiful woman waved her right hand, and the 20 corpses immediately flew up into the air and down the shuttle. It didn't take long for them to see those 20 corpses transform into 20 balls of fire that shot crashed to the ground. Don't worry, everyone. Since my cloud merchant group allowed all of you to get on this cloud shuttle, we naturally possess the strength to guarantee your safety. In my cloud merchant group's opinion, the customer is our top priority. However, I hope all of you act sensibly and not rashly challenge my cloud merchant group. She glanced at Yang Yi when she spoke up to this point, and then she continued, that's all. Please go ahead and rest everyone. Yang Ye's eyes narrowed slightly, and a short while passed before Yang Yi turned around and left with a Nanjing. Lin Jingfeng's smile gradually vanished as he watched Yang Yi leave. Meanwhile, the old man by his side said, Young master, I think he's just acting like a fool and wants to scam your violet crystals. He's just a fool. Lin Jingfeng spoke indifferently. He only knows how to play petty tricks. That's all a person like him will ever amount to. As for those violet crystals, ha ha ha, they'll make him return them tenfold. Elder Lin said, that woman doesn't seem to care about those violet crystals. Lin Jingfeng chuckled. Elder Lin, so you don't know? Women always act one way but think in another way. I dare say that she has definitely started to like me now. The reason she reveals such a cold expression is merely because she's shy. So long as I try a little harder, she'll definitely obediently remove that mask of hers and submit before me. The old man hesitated for a moment as he wanted to say something, but he immediately shut his mouth when he saw the confident Lin Jingfeng revealed. Lin Jingfeng waved his right hand, and a palm-sized and fiery red piece of leather armor appeared in his grasp. He said, Elder Lin, send this to room 20. Just say that's a small gift from me. Right. If that woman doesn't accept it, then give it to Yi Yang. So long as he isn't as stupid as a pig, he'll definitely understand what I mean. Elder Lin's expression changed. Young master, this Skyfire armor is at the high grade of the divine rank, and it was forged from soft firestones that are divine rank materials only found deep beneath the ground. Even the joint forces of 30 saints wouldn't be able to destroy it. Even though it's only suitable for women, It would fetch at least 500 violet crystals if you sell it. How can you just give it away? Lin Jingfeng smiled. Elder Lin, do you think she'll be able to escape my grasp? Elder Lin was speechless. She can't. Lin Jingfeng continued. At that time, they'll get her and the armor back. Elder Lin hesitated for a while, and then he nodded. They were just half-saints, so he felt that it wouldn't be a problem if they were sensible. If they were not, then he didn't mind using force. Room 20. After Elder Lin entered the room, he tried to give the armor to a Nanjing. Young Misty, this is a small gift from my young master. Please do accept it. I don't want it. A Nanjing walked away and disregarded the old man. The old man's eyes narrowed slightly while a cold glow flashed through them. He pondered deeply for a short moment before he looked at Yang Yi. Young Master Yi, my young master said that you will understand his intentions. He passed the armor to Yang Yi while he spoke. Yang Yi asked, he wants to be friends with me. And this is a small token of his kind intentions, right? Elder Lin pondered deeply for a moment before he nodded. Indeed. Yang Yi took the armor and said, Alas, Brother Lin really is generous. Please do tell Brother Lin that I've accepted his kind intentions. Elder Lin glanced at Yang Yi and in Nanjing, and then he nodded and left the room. What's it like to be a fool? What's it like to be an idiot? Meanwhile, Shiwushin shook his head. He has renewed my understanding of the words fool and idiot. As he spoke, he shook his head again and left the room. It's actually a high-grade divine rank treasure. Yang Yi sized up the Skyfire armor and said, That fellow really is generous. As he spoke, he passed it to a Nanjing and said, I'm giving it to you now. A Nanjing glanced at him and took it. Chapter 1069. Yang Yi said, Why don't you try it? And Nanjing nodded and issued a command in her heart. The Skyfire armor instantly transformed into a ray of fiery light that entered her body. A long time passed before a ray of fiery light suddenly erupted from within her, and then her figure was covered in a very dense fiery red scale armor. A Nanjing moved her body slightly, and then she gazed at Yang Yi. It's very soft and comfortable. Yang Yi flicked a strand of sword energy that was enhanced by void rank sword intent, and a short clang resounded as the sword energy vanished. But the scale armor was completely unharmed. Yang Yi smiled, not bad. Ordinary saints won't be able to break through its defenses at all. And Nanjing nodded slightly. That woman was warning us just now. Yang Yi's face gradually became solemn. If I were her, I would definitely not let the matter rest as well. They have no proof for now, and coupled with the scene we made, they can't do anything to us for now. However, they will definitely not let us go just like that. And Nanjing asked, What do you plan to do? Yang Yi smiled. What else? We can only act according to the situation. Actually, if we join forces, then how confident are you in being able to kill that gray-robed old man before him? And Nanjing replied, 100%. Me too. Yang Yi chuckled. Let's cultivate. And Nanjing nodded in response. Yang Yi sat cross-legged on the ground and started drawing stellar energy into his body. He attached great importance to the cultivation of his body now, because countless facts proved that a formidable body was extremely advantageous. Moreover, while he hadn't attained the saint realm, his cultivation of the body had surpassed ordinary saints. His body should be at the divine valor realm right now. If he attained the divine fortitude realm, then he was confident that he could kill a mid-rank saint even without utilizing a sword. In short, regardless of whether it was his sword Dao or body, he was working hard to improve all of them. Even though the backlash he suffered from absorbing stellar energy was still extremely terrifying with the current strength of his body, it wasn't absolutely unbearable as it had been in the past. During this period of cultivation, Lin Jingfeng had frequently sent over saint rank fruits and violet crystals to them. Yang Yi naturally accepted all of them. In his opinion, it was a waste to reject them. If the violet crystals he had were combined with the violet crystals Snowy spat out and Lin Jingfeng had given him in the last few days, Yang Yi had 35 violet crystals now. Obviously, it wasn't much, but it was temporarily sufficient for Yang Yi. 2 days later, Yang Yi opened his eyes while his lips parted slightly, and a mouthful of foul energy escaped his mouth. After that, he stood up and stretched his body. In an instant, his body started cracking like a firecracker. Yang Yi stretched out his hand and slowly clenched his fist. As his fist was clenched together, the space around his fist instantly started to warp. But it didn't take long for him to release his grip because he didn't want to cause trouble. Meanwhile, Nanjing walked over to him and spoke softly. "Your physical strength has grown." Yang Yi grinned. "Wouldn't I have suffered for nothing in the last few days if it didn't grow? Unfortunately, it only grew a little, and there's quite a distance left for me to attain the realm I seek. Alas, my burdens are heavy, yet the path is still so long. We've only just started on the path of cultivation." And Nanjing continued, "The stronger I get, the clearer I realize how tiny I am." Yang Yi nodded. "All those years ago, we were called the Sword Emperor and Martial God in Profounder Continent. At that time, we were in such high spirits. But once I arrived in this world, I realized that there are too many extraordinary people here. Even though we aren't bad, there are numerous people who are more outstanding than us." And Nanjing revealed a slight smile when she recalled the events of the past. Who isn't arrogant in their youth? Thump, thump. Meanwhile, someone knocked on their room's door. Yang Yi gazed at the door and said, "Come in." Shiwu Shun walked into the room, and he sized up in Nanjing and Yang Yi before he chuckled. "Good morning." Yang Yi said, "That smile of yours seems to be inviting me to punch it. Why don't we spar?" And Nanjing gazes at him with a slightly hostile expression. "Stop." Shiwu Shun raised his hands. "I surrender." "I surrender, all right?" Yang Yi smiled. "Get to the point." Shiwu Shun said, "We'll arrive at Sky Capital in an hour. It's a small city in the outskirts of the Central Divine Prefecture. It's a city that everyone has to pass through before entering the Central Divine Prefecture, so there are all sorts of people and powers from all over the dimension here. It's quite chaotic. Fortunately, we'll be fine if we pay the protection fees of the city." Yang Yi was quite puzzled. "Protection fee?" Shiwu Shun shrugged. "It's a rule established by one of the bosses of Sky Capital City. So long as you don't cause trouble, then trouble won't seek you out once you've paid the fee. Otherwise, trouble will appear out of nowhere." Yang Yi glanced at Shiwu Shun. "You're afraid that we wouldn't pay, so you came to remind us first, right?" Shiwu Shun smiled with embarrassment. "Actually, I am quite worried. I'm not afraid of trouble, but some places have their own rules and laws. I think that we don't have to challenge its rules and laws, right?" Yang Yi smiled. "I'm not a fool. As I always say, I want to offend others if they don't offend me." Shiwu Shun nodded. "Once we leave the cloud shuttle, we'll take the teleportation formation in the city and head to White Deer Dimension right away." Yang Yi was puzzled. "White Deer Dimension?" Shiwu Shun explained. "Diamond rank powers have extraordinary experts in their midst. Those extraordinary seniors possess otherworldly ability, so creating an independent area in space is nothing to them. So, diamond rank powers usually possess their own independent dimension. As for the world outside, it's occupied by the other small powers. So that's why." Yang Yi nodded, and then he gazed at Shiwu Shun. "We aren't heading to White Deer Academy to have fun. We're there to cause trouble. Are you sure you intend to go with us?" Shiwu Shun pondered deeply for a short while, and then he spoke seriously. "Do you know why my father made me come here with you?" Yang Yi shook his head. Shiwu Shun explained, "Because he feels that you're good at causing trouble, and there'll be an endless stream of trouble if I go with you." Yang Yi's face darkened. Shiwu Shun said, "He told me that while he has no knowledge about your background, he noticed something since you appeared in Pine Prefecture. It's that you've always been facing all sorts of trouble without end. After that, he realized that your strength improved after every single problem you faced was resolved. Moreover, according to the information he received, you cultivate very diligently. In short, he thinks that it'll be tempered well if I go with you, and White Deer Academy is the first place him to be tempered at." When he spoke up to this point, Shiwu Shun's tone changed. "Actually, I think him not his biological son. Otherwise, how could he possibly make me follow a fellow like you? He even asked me to go with you to look for trouble with White Deer Academy. I think he's trying to indirectly kill me." Yang Yi was at a loss for words. Suddenly, they felt the shuttle stop. Shiwushin said, "We've arrived." Yang Yi nodded, and then they left the room. They just left the room when a city appeared within their fields of vision. It was huge. Absolutely huge. That was Yang Yi's first impression. Sky City and Ocean of Cloud City were huge, but when compared to Sky Capital City, it was like comparing a child to an adult. It didn't take long for them to arrive before the entrance to the city. Yang Yi noticed that everyone was only being allowed into the city after they paid a violet crystal. Suddenly, a man leaped over the guards standing in front of the entrance. The guards didn't stop him and just laughed coldly. Shiwushin shook his head. "That fellow is dead." Ah! Suddenly, a miserable and shrill cry resounded from within the city, and then a corpse flew out of the city. Yang Yi said, "How overbearing." Shiwushin smiled. "Get used to it." When it was their turn, Yang Yi didn't break the rules and was about to hand sufficient violet crystals over. However, Lin Jingfeng suddenly appeared in front of them, and he smiled. "Brother Yi, I'll pay the entry fee. Just take it as a gift from me." As he spoke, he tossed over a few violet crystals to those guards. After that, he glanced at Nanjing out of the corner of his eye, and he remained indifferent even when he noticed that she wasn't looking at him. Yang Yi gave Lin Jingfeng a thumbs up. "Brother Lin, you really are generous." Shiwushin did the same, indeed. Lin Jingfeng grinned, and then he turned around and walked into the city in a very carefree manner. He had a smile of confidence on his face. He was confident that they would definitely follow him and refuse to leave someone like him. Suddenly, Elder Lin said, "Young master, they didn't follow us." Lin Jingfeng frowned, and then he turned around and saw Yang Yi's group was walking towards another direction. Lin Jingfeng was stunned, and then he flashed over and obstructed Yang Yi's path. "Where are you going?" Yang Yi smiled. "We're naturally going where we want to go." Lin Jingfeng asked, "Where?" Yang Yi smiled. "I can't tell you that." Lin Jingfeng asked, "You're leaving just like that?" Yang Yi said, "Why not?" Lin Jingfeng shot a deep and long glance at Yang Yi, and then he turned around to gaze at Nanjing. His eyes were filled with tender affection as he said, "Miss Yi, from the moment I laid eyes on you, I—" "Fuck off." And Nanjing immediately interrupted him. Lin Jingfeng glanced at Nanjing, and then he glanced at Yang Yi. In the end, he spoke with a gloomy expression on his face. "Both of you tricked me." Yang Yi opened his eyes wide while revealing an innocent expression. "You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.